The cold, briny air rushed into my nostrils, and my eyes snapped open. Gone was the familiar musty smell of my rented apartment. Gone was the yellowed ceiling. Above me was nothing but empty sky, with pale sunlight beating straight down, so bright I could barely open my eyes. The wooden boards beneath me were damp and hard, rising and falling gently to some rhythm. All I could hear was a monotonous splashing and the faint creak of wood grinding against wood. I was lying on a raft, a pathetically shabby little raft, about 3 meters square, a dozen or so logs with the bark barely stripped off, lashed together with coarse hemp rope. Aside from the spot where I lay, there was nothing. All around me stretched an endless sea. The moment my mind cleared, a cold, electronic voice exploded in my ears. Welcome to the endless sea. All intelligent life across the globe has been extracted from its original dimension to become participants in this game. Each participant receives a starting vessel, one basic model simple raft. Objective: survived. Within the ocean lie supplies and disasters. All you can rely on is your raft and yourself. Current zone, starting point, absolute safe zone. Time remaining in safety, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The vessel is an absolute safe zone. No one may enter without permission, unless the owner dies. Game start. What the hell? I bolted upright, and seawater instantly soaked the cuffs of my pants, so cold it sent a shiver through me. 1 second ago, I'd been in that rented apartment stacked with takeout boxes, agonizing over what to order for my next meal. The next, I'd been dumped into this godforsaken sea. Ice Sky? Battle Royale survival for all of humanity? My head buzzed, and countless web novel tropes I'd read flashed madly through my mind. I looked down at the pile of rotten logs beneath my feet. This thing, would it even last the night? Where's the system? Where's my cheat power? I roared at the empty sea. I've read over 1,000 hours of these novels. I'm a veteran. Damn it. Where's my daily login reward? My gotcha pulls? My opening bonus? My voice was torn apart by the sea wind, answered only by a deeper silence and the monotonous reply of distant waves. Despair and absurdity crept over me bit by bit. I was about to unleash a torrent of curses at the heavens. Ding. Target Lin Huan's consciousness activity detected at qualifying levels. Binding conditions met. Binding Machine-God infinite upgrade system. A cold, mechanical voice sounded directly in the depths of my mind. I nearly leaped off the raft. Binding successful. Host, Lin Huan. Starting vessel, basic simple raft. Status, critically unstable. Vessel assessment, no propulsion, no protection, no safeguards. Overall rating, garbage. System core unlocked, infinite upgrade path. Reward points may be spent to grant the vessel upgrades that transcend the laws of this plane and to unlock cross-dimensional resource exchange. Beginner resource pack, reward points times 100. Warning, safety period ending soon. The path of the machine god begins with a single step. Good luck. Information flooded into my mind like a tide. My panic stalled for a moment. Then wild joy erupted like magma, washing away every trace of absurdity. A system. It really came. And it was the Machine God Infinite Upgrade System, which just sounded badass. I knew it. I laughed out loud, then abruptly choked it back, scanning my surroundings warily. The safety period was almost up. Stay calm. I forced myself to take a deep breath and silently ran through the standard procedure I'd learned from novels. Panel. Shop. Open. A pale blue, semi-transparent screen unfolded before my eyes. Clean, cold, brimming with a sense of technology, utterly out of place against this primitive raft and savage sea. At the top was my info and resource bar, reward points, 100. Below it, a faintly glowing tab. Exchange list, beginner exclusive. I opened it. Basic survival. Small freshwater collector blueprint. Requires wood times 10, plastic sheeting times 2 15 points. Simple fishing net blueprint. Requires hemp rope times 20 10 points. Compressed ration pack. 3-day supply 5 points. Clean freshwater. 5 liters 3 points. 2. Vessel enhancement, basic. Raft structural reinforcement plan, 25 points. Simple sail rig blueprint, 20 points. 3. Special/cross-dimensional, limited time. Spark source, fragment. Small chance of awakening vessel consciousness, granting a tendency toward transformation and water travel abilities. Requires advanced blueprints and massive energy to activate. 100 points. Sea King Class, Deep Sea Strategic Mobile Fortress, Initial Blueprint. Tier 1, the ultimate creation of an ocean supremacy civilization from an unknown dimension. Currently, only the most basic framework is unlocked. 100 points. Kelly's Enhancer can enhance items. Quality tiers: Common, Advanced, Superior, Legendary, Epic, Mythic, Origin. Note: enhancement success rate varies. Use it wisely. 100 points. My eyes locked onto those last three items. The Spark Source, granting the vessel consciousness, the ability to transform. The Sea King Class Fortress, the name alone reeked of a final boss. But I only had 100 points. Picking any one of them would instantly leave me flat broke. And whether it was the Spark Source or the Sea King Blueprint, neither could give me combat power right now. Both required massive follow-up investment. I instinctively glanced at the two pitiful starting items in my inventory. Simple wooden sail quality, common. Crude fishing rod quality, common. Note: seems like it can reel in just about anything. The countdown ticked silently in a corner of my mind, like the approaching footsteps of death, faster and faster. The raft rocked with the waves, letting out an unsettling creak. Bet on the long game, or bet on the here and now. Wager on a grand future, or on a sliver of luck to break through immediately. Cold sweat slid down my temple. The sea wind, thick with brine, swept past and cooled my feverish brain a little. The Spark Source and the Sea King Blueprint were castles in the air when I was dead broke and could be smashed to pieces by a big fish at any moment. Those godlike items were actually the most useless. The Enhancer, though, vague description, unknown risk, but the word enhance itself meant the possibility of changing my situation immediately. Even if it just turned my crappy fishing rod into a slightly less crappy fishing rod, at this stage that could be a lifesaver. Real opportunity never belongs to those waiting for pie to fall from the sky. It belongs to those bold enough to place their bets in the rubble. Fortune favors the bold. If I don't gamble at the start, I'm as good as dead. I gritted my teeth. System: exchange for Kelly's Enhancer. Command confirmed. 100 points consumed. Remaining, 0. Exchange successful. Warning: this item's effects carry extreme uncertainty. Please choose enhancement targets carefully. A palm-sized metal device appeared in my hand. I weighed the palm-sized metal block in my hand. Kelly's Enhancer. Enhances based on target quality, with variable probability. Common 90%, advanced 80%. Note: each enhancement requires a certain amount of reward points. I stared at that line of small print, my vision going dark. I nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Why didn't you say so earlier? I snarled at the empty air. I spent all my reward points, and now you tell me enhancement costs points too? 100 points. My entire starting fortune. Traded for a bottomless pit that would devour who knew how many more points. If I'd known, I might as well have bought water and food. No. Stay calm. I forced myself to breathe deeply, the briny air rushing scorching hot into my lungs. The raft was still rocking, reminding me that my situation was as precarious as ever. I remembered the game had channels. Maybe I could get a read on the situation. Focusing, I opened the World channel. Countless messages instantly flooded the screen. Shrimp bro. Holy crap. Guys, what's going on? I just finished making instant noodles, blinked, and boom. I'm on this crappy raft. My noodles. Big boss. I was just pulling overtime, my boss sitting right across from me. Blink. Boss is gone, computer's gone, and it's just me and this pile of rotten wood floating in the sea. No cilantro. Don't drink the seawater. I took one lick. Bitter, briny, burns your throat, and you can't even puke it back up. Old captain, fake everybody stay calm. Ration your fresh water. Use your clothes as a makeshift filter. Doomsday maniac. Ha, we're all gonna die. Survival of the fittest, get it? I fished up a rusty knife. Anyone comes near me, I'll get him. Zone channel. Trade, function unlocked. I sighed and looked at the crude fishing rod in my inventory. Let's give it a shot. I grabbed the rod, wound up, and cast. A few minutes later, the bobber suddenly plunged. I yanked hard. Splash. A wooden crate broke the surface. Wooden treasure chest quality. Common. Note: seems to produce all sorts of weird stuff. Me. A fisherman can catch anything, except fish. I steeled myself and opened it. Inside was a bottle of mineral water and a bit of golden light. Obtained. Pure water, 500 milliliters times 1. Obtained. Reward points times 1. My eyes went wide. Reward points could be fished up? I checked the shop again. That pitiful 1 point couldn't buy anything. Even the cheapest freshwater cost 3. Where there's a will, there's a way. I grabbed the rod and cast again. I refused to believe it. For over 2 hours, I cast and reeled, over and over, until my arms ached. I pulled up 14 more crates. The good news, every single chest reliably dropped 1 reward point. The bad news, aside from a few bottles of water and 1 pack of compressed biscuits, they were all empty. Now I'd saved up 15 points. Whatever, 15 points opened up a lot more options. I opened the shop, this time careful not to waste anything. My finger landed on small freshwater collector blueprint, 15 points, and pressed. A flash of white light, and a mechanical blueprint appeared in my hand. It required wood times 10 and plastic sheeting times 2. Wood was easy. I broke down all the open crates and got wood times 15. Plastic sheeting, though, I'd have to trade for. I posted in the trade channel. Pure water 500 milliliters, trading for plastic sheeting times 2. Almost instantly, someone messaged me. Wong hi. Bro, you want plastic sheeting? I've got 2 pieces. You sure you want to trade water for it? Yes. A flash of white light, and where my mineral water had been, 2 sheets of plastic now sat. I followed the blueprint, and soon assembled the finished product. Small freshwater collector quality, common. Note, storage cap 500 milliliters, produces 50 milliliters freshwater per hour. At least the water problem was temporarily solved. Only then did I realize how thirsty and hungry I was. I tore open the compressed biscuits and shoved a few bites in my mouth, then twisted open a bottle of water and chugged it, just as I was about to lie down and catch my breath. Game notice. 72 hours remain until the first storm strikes. Please prepare. A storm? I frowned. With a crap raft like this, 1 wave would tear it apart. I opened the upgrade interface. Crude Raft, LV.1. Durability 100, quality, common. Upgrade requires wood times 100. I rubbed my chin, thinking. My biggest advantage was that I could exchange items from the shop and enhance their quality. But upgrade and enhance were listed separately, which meant they were 2 different things. Upgrading was built through quantity, while enhancement was a qualitative leap, dependent on luck. One relied on accumulation, the other on gambling. Looks like I need to fish up more crates while the safety period lasts. I just checked the enhancer's appetite. Enhancing a common quality item cost 10 points once, advanced cost 100, and it climbed exponentially from there. As for the highest tier, origin quality, a full 10 million points. I sucked in a cold breath. That was a number for the distant future. For now, I needed to survive the next 72 hours first. After that, I didn't rest for a moment, mechanically casting and reeling. Another hour plus went by, netting me 10 more crates. Decent luck, wood times 10, bandage times 1, sausage times 1, and 2 bottles of mineral water. Most importantly, 10 reward points. I couldn't wait to pull out Kelly's enhancer. What to enhance first? I glanced at the crappy fishing rod in my hand. That's the one. I aimed the enhancer at the rod and fed in 10 points. The device roared to life, trembling like it was about to explode. Fortunately, that 90% success rate wasn't just for show. A few seconds later, advanced fishing rod quality, advanced. Trait, spirit lure. Each cast has a 10% chance to obtain an item of higher quality than the rod itself. Me. Enhancement could roll traits. I gripped the rod tightly. All the heartache, the regret, the mourning over spending that 100-point fortune, it all vanished into thin air. Trading 100 points for this? Absolute steal. Wild joy swept through my whole body like a tsunami. I almost burst out laughing, but forced myself to hold it in. Don't get cocky. The trait was strong, but the odds were only 10%, and the range of higher quality was unclear. A true winner isn't the one who gets lucky in a single moment. It's the one who turns luck into chips and keeps steadily rolling them forward. Right now, the most important thing was to hoard supplies like crazy before the storm hit. 70 hours left. Let's do this. This time, even my casting motion carried a hint of reverence. A few minutes later, the bobber sank. Here it comes. I flicked my wrist and cleanly lifted the rod. Splash. Enhanced oak chest quality, advanced. Note, sturdier, with better contents. Not a higher quality item, just a common crate upgraded to an oak one. But advanced still beat common. I hauled it in, pried it open, and broke it down. Wood times 5, copper ingot times 1, reward points times 2. Sure enough, when the crate's quality went up, both the quantity and quality of the output rose with it. Even the reward points increased by 1. Yes, my spirits soared. This confirmed my hypothesis. Even if the advanced rod didn't trigger that 10%, just reliably fishing up higher-tier crates doubled my returns. Over the next few hours, I entered full-on gacha mode. By nightfall, I'd collected enhanced oak chests times 4, wooden crates times 3, and 1 tin box. Opening them all yielded, wood times 30, copper ingot times 5, hemp rope times 20, scattered water and food, and the tin box held 2 packs of instant noodles. Reward points had climbed to 16. I rubbed my aching arms and set the rod down. But I didn't rest. I raised the enhancer again, this time aiming it at the raft. A few seconds later, simple raft quality, advanced, durability 1000. Trait, Sea God's Protection, small chance to avoid creature swarms of advanced tier and below. The durability had jumped tenfold. Plus it gained a defensive trait. Ordinary sea beasts, even moderately threatening swarms, might instinctively steer clear of my raft. I was thrilled. The raft's surface hadn't changed, but I could feel it. Inside, it was steadier, more solid. The water collector had filled more than half a bottle. I grabbed it and gulped it all down. Taking inventory, reward points 6, mineral water times 6, compressed biscuits times 2, instant noodles times 2, wood times 30, copper ingot times 5, hemp rope times 20. Water was enough for now. I opened the trade channel, hoping to exchange for some wood. Even just a few hours in, the highest demand was still food and water. Some people had realized materials were scarce, but since crates could be broken down into materials, water and food still ruled the market for now. Shrimp bro, water. Give me water. I found a metal can I can boil water in. Just 1 sip is all I ask. Big boss. I scooped up a bundle of seaweed. Anyone want it? Tastes awful, but won't kill you. I'll trade for anything. Fairy, don't cry. I need wood to reinforce my raft. I caught a small fish, trading for 2 logs. I opened Shrimp Bro's private chat and changed my name to Juan. Juan, bro, snap a photo of that metal can and let me see it. Shrimp Bro, sure. Right away. Image. Usable. Juan, 300 milliliters of water for that can. Shrimp Bro, holy crap. 300 milliliters. I can't thank you enough. The trade closed instantly. I used my remaining reward points to exchange for a flint blueprint in the shop, then traded water with others for flint and iron filings, and soon crafted a fire starter. I stacked stones on the raft into a little stove, stuffed a few strands of hemp rope in as tinder, and struck the flint. Sparks flew out. I fed in kindling, and the fire gradually steadied. I set the metal can on top, poured in a bottle of water, and once it bubbled, I tore open a pack of instant noodles and dropped in both the noodle block and the seasoning packet. Before long, an enticing aroma and a sheen of oil rose from the can. I smiled, snapped a photo, and posted it in the World channel. Juan, so satisfying. Nothing like a steaming hot pot of instant noodles on a cold day like this. Image. A photo of steaming, richly colored noodles, paired with one breezy caption, landed like a red-hot branding iron, searing into that chaotic, thirsty, despairing channel. The scrolling messages froze for a single instant. Then came an even fiercer explosion. Shrimp bro? Bro, you've got fire. And a pot. Instant noodles. I'm drooling. No, I'm crying. Big boss. Damn it. Him again. Big shot. Where'd you get fire? Those noodles look amazing. Fairy, don't cry. Boo-hoo. Big shot. Can I trade all my wood for 1 sip of that broth? Just 1 sip. Anonymous, who are you showing off for? So you've got fire? Big deal? Careful you don't get burned. Lee C. Juan bro, I've got good stuff. PM me. Worth way more than wood, guaranteed. Doomsday Maniac. Eating pretty well, huh? But in a place like this, having nice things makes you a target. Anonymous report. This guy's definitely cheating. System, investigate him. Envy, jealousy, craving, rage, flattery. It flooded the screen in an instant. That single image of mine was like a pebble dropped into boiling oil, kicking up waves upon waves. In these food-scarce early days of survival, the temptation of one hot meal outweighed even freshwater and weapons, because what it represented was something almost luxurious. It was called hope. I watched the channel boil over, a knowing smile curling at the corner of my mouth. This was exactly the effect I wanted. The people who really had brains and chips to bargain with would come to me on their own. I said nothing more, letting the messages ferment. Sometimes the sharpest hook isn't the loudest shout, it's a well-timed silence. I finished the noodles in a few bites, carefully snuffed out the fire, and tucked the mineral water bottle under the collector. Barring surprises, it'd be full by the time I woke up. Once that was done, I lay down. With the sea god's protection, I slept exceptionally soundly. My dreams were full of fried chicken and cola. The little raft rose and fell with the waves, drifting slowly along. The next morning, I glanced at the time. Time until storm, 60 hours. Still no idea what this storm's really like. But this little raft definitely won't tough it out. I need to upgrade. Muttering to myself, I collected the water from the collector, took a sip, and gnawed down half a compressed biscuit. Today, focus on fishing. To gather enough reward points, I still need 70 units of wood. A morning's work. Cast. Splash. The morning flew by. 10 enhanced oak chests, 7 ordinary wooden crates, and 2 tin boxes, all in hand. I broke them all down. Reward points 30, wood 70, hemp rope 24, copper ingot 7, iron ingot 2, plus some food and water. The rarest find was a small dagger from one of the tin boxes. Small dagger quality, common note, a sharp fruit knife? I was satisfied. First, I used 100 units of wood to upgrade the raft. Success came almost instantly. The raft's dimensions ballooned, both length and width now around 4 meters. Small raft level 2 quality, advanced. Durability, 2000. Trait, sea god's protection. Small chance to avoid creature swarms of advanced tier and below. Upgrade requirements. Wood 500, hemp rope 50, metal ingot 10, time, 30 minutes. Upgrading doubles the durability too. I'm used. The living space had grown considerably as well. I had enough metal ingots and 40 units of hemp rope. The only big shortfall was wood. Relying on fishing alone was too slow. I opened the system shop and exchanged for a simple fishing net blueprint. It cost 10 reward points and 20 units of hemp rope, and the net was done. Then I dumped another 10 points into enhancing it. Simple fishing net quality, advanced. Trait, the old man and the sea. Prey escape probability reduced by 10%. That name's badass enough. Let's try it. I hauled the net to the edge of the raft, aimed at a calm patch of water where a school of fish was swimming, took a deep breath, put my whole core into it, and swung both arms. An amateur's form, but the net finally flew out. Go get him. The net spread into a reasonably round arc in the air, then plunged into the sea with a plop, sinking fast. I gripped the rope, feeling for movement below. The net dropped. Then came faint tugs from multiple directions. Something was in it. My heart leaped. I didn't rush to reel it in. I waited a dozen seconds, letting the net fully wrap the prey, then slowly pulled with force. Heavier than I'd expected. There was definitely more than 1 or 2 fish in there. Splash. The net broke the surface, water spraying everywhere. Silver flashed through the mesh, tails thrashing wildly, a lively sight. I looked closer. Nice. 5 or 6 fish of various sizes, 2 crabs snapping their claws, plus a tangled clump of seaweed and a few chunks of rubble. Obtained. Fresh fish meat times 12. Obtained. Sea crab times 2. Obtained. Damp seaweed times 1 bundle. Obtained. Stone times 3. Sweet. I gathered everything up and casually hung the net over the edge of the raft. From now on, I could just come back to check it every so often. Then I lit the fire and boiled up my last pack of instant noodles, tossing in one of the sea crabs and slicing up a sausage as a garnish. Grinning, I snapped a photo and posted it in the World Channel. Sunshine, ocean, seafood noodles. Now this is living image. The channel instantly erupted. Shrimp bro, big shot. No, daddy. Grant me a sip of broth. I'll trade a glowing rock I just scooped up. It's crazy bright at night. Big boss, damn it. It's him again. Big shot. You need a leg-hugging sidekick? I can fight. I can haul. I can cheer you on. No cilantro. Big shot. How about me? A blurry silhouette of a figure. This one triggered an even more jealous commotion. Fairy don't cry. Boo-hoo, it looks so good. Big shot. Can I trade this seaweed bracelet I wove while crying for 1 noodle? Just 1. Anonymous report. Second report. This guy's definitely up to something. The system's playing favorites. Anonymous locate him. Everyone rush him together. People who hog all the food deserve to die. Doomsday maniac, eating pretty well. But in a place like this, having too many nice things invites disaster. Anonymous United Self-Rescue Association notice. Juan bro, take note. Flaunting resources invites envy. If you're interested in joining a collective, PM and admin. United Self-Rescue Association? I frowned, then PM'd Shrimp Bro. Juan, Shrimp Bro, did you join this self-rescue association? Shrimp Bro, nope. I just don't trust it. Who's that kind-hearted these days? And who's got spare supplies to share? Shrimp Bro, but bro, be careful, don't flash your wealth. Everyone looks far away, but yesterday it seems someone already got attacked. And some people have upgraded their rafts. We're guessing that if you upgrade fast enough, it might turn into a ship and your range would expand. I stared at that line, deep in thought. Then I opened the trade panel and placed a pack of compressed biscuits inside. Juan, thanks bro. This info's worth a lot. Shrimp Bro, holy crap. Crackers. Juan, you're the man. Anything comes up, little bro'll be the first to hit you up. The way he addressed me had shifted from bro to Juan. I smiled, but didn't say anything more, turning my attention back to the task at hand. Whether it was the Relief Association's warning or Shrimp Bro's heads up, at the end of the day, strength was the only thing that mattered. The harder the wind blew, the more it was the ones who'd planted their roots early who stayed standing. I had to get stronger before the threats came knocking. A bowl of seafood instant noodles down the hatch, and I let out a satisfied burp. Man, a cigarette would really hit the spot right now. I opened the shop and browsed around. No cigarettes for sale. On a whim, I clicked into the special/cross-dimensional category limited time flash section. The stuff inside had changed again. The Allspark and the Ocean Master level blueprints from before were gone, replaced by an aerospace carrier blueprint, a nuclear fusion engine. So it refreshes? I stared at that aerospace carrier blueprint, my throat bobbing involuntarily. Redeeming the blueprint only cost 100 reward points, but the materials it required, that was an entire mountain of resources, half of which I'd never even heard of. Forget it, forget it. The more I look, the more it drives me nuts. I shook my head and closed the shop, using my last 10 reward points to enhance the little dagger in my hand. Dagger quality, advanced. Trait, sharp. Cutting efficiency plus 50%. Not bad. I put the dagger away, walked to the edge of the raft, grabbed the net rope, and hauled hard. Splash. A heavy rush of water, spray flying everywhere as the net came up onto the raft. This haul was unusually rich and unusually messy. First came a dozen plus silver fish flopping around, more varieties than last time. 4 or 5 green-shelled sea crabs waved their big claws in the net. Beyond that, it was tangled with a huge mass of dark green, thick seaweed that nearly filled the whole net. Wedged among the seaweed were broken shells, oddly shaped chunks of coral, and, what's this? I brushed aside the seaweed. Underneath were several round, dark brown, rough-skinned spherical objects. I picked one up, pretty heavy, hard-skinned, carrying the salty tang of seawater and a pine-like freshness. I carefully cut an opening with my dagger. Inside was firm, white flesh. Obtained, fresh fish meat X22. Obtained, sea crab X5. Obtained, thick seaweed X3 large bundles. Obtained, broken shells/coral X several. Obtained, sea coconut, ripe, X4. Sea coconuts. Good stuff. Thrilled, I cracked one open right away, tilted my head back, and gulped down some sweet coconut water. Then I scooped out the flesh and chewed, crisp, tender, with a creamy taste. A fishing net that pulls up coconuts too? This, old man and the sea trait really delivers. I quickly processed the fish and crab, piled the seaweed and shells off to the side, and kept 2 of the 4 coconuts to eat now. I glanced at the countdown, 55:15. Still gotta get lumber fast. I've got enough metal blocks, but I need 500 units of wood. Fishing alone won't cut it in time. I've got to find a way to trade. I didn't have a ton of supplies, but I had Kelly's enhancer, that game changer of an artifact. I scrolled through the trading hall. What everyone was selling was uniformly common quality. Advanced, blue, or above had never once shown up. But every enhancement cost reward points, and reward points could only come from opening boxes. Wonder if anyone's willing to trade boxes for it. I opened the World channel and posted a message. Juan, advanced quality dagger, trading for treasure chests, 20 wood chests, or 10 oak chests. The moment the message went out, the channel exploded. Advanced. A blue weapon. At a time when everyone was still struggling with white tools, This was nothing short of a bombshell. After a brief dead silence came a wave of spam, even crazier than the seafood instant noodles moment. Shrimp bro, oh my god. A blue dagger? A real boss. I bow to you. Lauda, 20 wood chests? I've only found 5 total so far. Where'd you get that dagger? You cheating? No cilantro. What's an oak chest? Better than a wood chest? A blue dagger. Boss, you need someone to warm your bed. Little fairy don't cry. Sob. I barely have any wood chests. Boss, can I trade you everything I've got? Anonymous, this is fake, right? Photoshopped. How could there possibly be a blue weapon right now? Anonymous, he definitely killed a high-level monster. Give me the coordinates. Carry me. Lee C. Brother Juan, big spender. I've got connections on my end. Maybe I can scrape together 10 oak chests, but it'll take time. Can you hold the dagger for me? Price is negotiable. Anonymous United Relief Association Resource Division. Mr. Juan, we're very interested in this advanced weapon. We can offer a resource package far exceeding 20 wood chests, along with an invitation to become an honorary member with priority allocation privileges. Please contact us privately. Anonymous paying top price for the location, method, and monster details on where to get blue daggers. Price negotiable. Anonymous boss, don't sell. The storm's coming. A good weapon beats anything. Envy, jealousy, doubt, recruitment, threats, dissuasion. The channel had turned into a total madhouse. The appearance of a blue weapon had set everyone's nerves ablaze and pushed me to the very peak of attention across the whole region. I calmly watched the spam roll by. It was all within expectations. I wanted to make noise. I'd use this dagger I couldn't use for now to trade back for what I needed most right now, treasure chests that could yield reward points. To the Relief Association's olive branch, I replied very officially. Thanks for the invitation. Dagger for chests is the only trade I'm offering. Collective cooperation can be discussed after the storm. To middlemen like Lee C, who seemed to have connections, I gave a little more patience. I can reserve it. Held for 12 hours only. Confirm and deliver 10 oak chests within 12 hours, and the dagger's yours. Otherwise, it's canceled. As for those trying to get something for nothing, fishing for how I'd gotten it, I ignored them all. Soon, an unfamiliar ID messaged me privately, its tone steady and direct. Forge Master, I've got 15 wood chests and 5 oak chests. Total value far exceeds what you're asking. But there's one condition. Tell me your enhancement method, or enhance a specific item for me. I'll provide the item. I stared at Forge Master's message and frowned. Juan, what makes you so sure I can enhance things? Forge Master, nobody has a blue weapon at this stage. We've tried. You need at least an oak chest to even have a shot at blue quality. If you really opened it from a chest, would you be willing to trade it away? Sharp. I did some quick math. 5 oak chests plus 15 wood chests could net me 25 reward points. Juan, price is too low. Only enough to enhance one thing for you. The dagger's not for sale. To my surprise, he answered without hesitation. Forge Master, deal. The trade went through fast. What he wanted enhanced was an iron hammer. I opened the 5 oak chests first, not bothering to check what they held. Just gathering 10 reward points, then activating the enhancer. Success. Iron hammer quality, advanced. Trait, sturdy. Durability, plus 50%. I immediately traded it back. Juan, done. Take a look. Forge Master, brother, you're a beast. Words can't express my gratitude. Juan, no big deal. Don't spread it around. I ignored his follow-up pleasantries and turned my attention to the 20 chests I'd just received. Open them, break them down. White light flashed one after another. Mostly basic materials and a bit of food and water, but the strength was in the volume, steady and large. Lumber, hemp rope, and metal fragments all got another big boost. I smiled. Enhancement trading really was a good business. The only problem was how hard reward points were to come by. A private message chimed again. Lee C, Brother Juan, I've got all 10 oak chests. Is the dagger still available? Juan, it is. Let's trade. A flash of white light, and 10 oak chests appeared in front of me. After opening them all, my inventory was pretty flush. Lumber X100, hemp rope X80, iron block X12, copper block X20, reward points X35. I also had enough fresh water and food to last 10 days. I did the math. Advanced items were scarce right now, so this was the best time to expand the market. Once they flooded in, the price would drop. Scarcity drives value. Everyone knows the principle, but few actually dare to sell while things are still scarce. I opened the shop and found the dagger crafting template. Unlike blueprints, redeeming a template lets you craft without limit. It cost 15 points. Making one dagger required 1 iron block and 1 unit of lumber. I made 2 first, then spent 20 points enhancing them. Both daggers began to glow with a faint blue light at the same time. I called out in the world channel again. Juan, selling blue daggers. Same as before, 20 wood chests or 10 oak chests. Bulk discounts available. Shrimp bro. Holy crap, holy crap. Bulk discounts. Lord Juan, did you clean out the entire blue dagger stash? Lauda. HSSS. Am I seeing this right? Selling in bulk? How is this even possible? No cilantro, boss. I want one. I'll go bankrupt for it. Can I trade all my chests plus myself? A clearer but still partially obscured photo. Little fairy, don't cry. Sob. Can't afford it. Boss, can I trade something else? I sing really well. Anonymous, he's insane. Either it's Photoshop or he found a bug. Everyone report him. Anonymous, we have to find his location. An existence that breaks the balance. Eliminate it. Lee C. Brother Juan, this is a huge move. I just traded for one, and now you're putting out more in bulk? What's actually going on over there? Apocalypse Maniac. Interesting. Getting more and more interesting. Kid, you've successfully piqued my interest. United Relief Association Resource Division. Mr. Juan, please stop these public sales immediately. You are triggering unforeseeable chaos and vicious competition. Please contact us at once to discuss the reasonable consolidation of supplies. For the survival of the collective, we implore your cooperation. Anonymous, paying top price for the source of blue daggers. Anonymous, boss, let's cooperate. I have special channels to source large quantities of rare materials. I just want a stable supply. Anonymous, don't trust him. It's a scammer's payment before delivery scheme. The channel had completely lost control. The name Lin Huan had, at this moment, truly become the focal point of the entire 114,514 C-zone. I took a happy sip of coconut water. None of it mattered to me. What mattered now was using the resources on hand to get the snowball rolling. The afternoon flew by. I sold 4 daggers, and occasionally did some fishing and hauled in the net. Final tally. Reward points, 70. Lumber, 230. Copper blocks, 30. Iron blocks, 20. Hemp rope, 110. On top of that, the chests had turned up a few bottles of cola, a few cups of instant noodles, and a few cans of food. Sure enough, learning a trade is the fast way to make money. I said to myself, 70 reward points, not far from enhancing something to fine quality. 230 lumber, still 270 short of a level 3 raft. Level up to 3, enhanced to fine. That'd be more than enough to ride out the storm. I checked the time. About 56 hours left. A private message chimed again. No cilantro. Boss Juan. I've saved up 5 wood chests. Could I trade for a dagger? Only half my asking price. I was about to refuse when she sent another line. No cilantro. I've also got a blueprint. Flintlock pistol blueprint. I clicked it open. Flintlock pistol blueprint. Materials. Iron block X3, lumber X2, copper block X1. Gunpowder recipe. Saltpeter, sulfur, charcoal. Arranged weapon. Juan, where'd you get this blueprint? No cilantro. It came out of a chest. I thought for a moment. So it seemed chests didn't just yield items. They could also yield blueprints. In the shop, the flintlock pistol blueprint cost 15 points, and the template was even more, 100 points. Juan, all right, deal. 5 wood chests and the flintlock blueprint, and I'll give you 1 advanced dagger, plus 1,000 milliliters of purified water and a pack of instant noodles thrown in. Remember, don't spread it around. No cilantro. Thank you, boss. I swear I won't say a word. The trade went through quickly. Everyone got what they needed. She traded a blueprint she couldn't use yet for a weapon, food, and water, and I got what I wanted more, information. Night fell, and I opened the world channel again. 2 days and a night had passed, and most people had adapted to life at sea. The quick and lucky survivors had even upgraded their rafts into large ones. I took a swig of cola and scanned the chat scrolling across the screen. Most of it was people worrying about the storm the night after next, afraid their beat-up little rafts wouldn't hold up. I wasn't worried in the least. Upgrading only doubled a raft's durability, but my ship had been enhanced. Durability had shot straight from 200 to 2,000. Plus I had a super trait like Sea God's Blessing, holding down the fort. Just then, A private message lit up in the background. United Relief Association spokesperson. Hello, Mr. Juan. I raised an eyebrow. What did these people want with me? Juan, what is it? United Relief Association spokesperson. We've noticed you have a batch of blue weapons. Would you mind telling us how you got them? Opening treasure chests? Or is there some item that boosts quality? Juan, just got lucky, that's all. United Relief Association spokesperson. Then I'll be blunt. The Relief Association has already consolidated a group of survivors, and we need to arm a guard squad. We'd like to purchase 5 blue daggers from you. You said bulk discounts available. Can we get a deal on this order? A big deal. My heart leaped with delight. Juan, 5 blue daggers. Original price equals 100 wooden treasure chests. For bulk, 20% off. 80 wood chests, 40 enhanced oak chests, or 25 tin chests. United Relief Association spokesperson. Fair price. We'll pay in wood chests, 80 of them, and we can trade right now. The moment the message went out, a trade request popped up. In their column, exactly 80 wooden treasure chests were neatly stacked. Without hesitation, I took 5 faintly blue glowing advanced daggers from the workbench and placed them in my column. Confirm. Trade. United Relief Association spokesperson. A pleasure doing business. Here's a piece of intel as a bonus. It might be useful to you. Juan O. United Relief Association spokesperson. About the storm the night after next. By our calculations, the intensity far exceeds imagination. An ordinary small raft is doomed. You need to upgrade to at least a large raft to even have a chance struggling outside the core storm zone. Also, there are signs that those who successfully survive the storm may receive some kind of special reward. The details are unclear, but it's worth looking forward to. A special reward? My heart skipped a beat. This intel was interesting. Juan, got it. Thanks. I closed the private chat and looked at the little mountain built from 80 wood chests. The corners of my mouth finally curled up. With a sweep of my mind, I frantically opened and broke down the chests. Opening and breaking down wooden treasure chests X80. Lumber X300/hemp rope X120/copper block X20/iron block X15. Reward points X80. Canvas X5. Among the string of prompts, one stood out especially. Obtained, broken compass X1. Quality, advanced, blue. Status, damaged, needle malfunctioning, requires repair. Note, it once pointed toward unknown treasure or a deadly whirlpool. Now only a chaotic magnetic field remains, wailing. Blue quality, the first time it had come straight out of a chest. I stopped what I was doing and carefully cradled it in my palm. It was a size larger than an ordinary compass. The needle inside would sometimes spin wildly for several rotations, sometimes tremble erratically, giving no hint of direction whatsoever. Broken, needs repair. A blue compass. Once fixed, it was bound to have some remarkable effect. Point to a secret realm? Steer clear of danger? Too bad it was just a decoration for now. I'll hold on to it for now. Even broken, it was hope. People are like that. Clutching even a sliver of possibility lets them go further than those with nothing at all. After finishing the tally, the light in my eyes grew brighter. Lumber broke 300. Hemp rope and metal were more than enough. And most crucially, reward points had blasted past the 100 mark in one go. As for the upgrade requirements, those had long been met. Upgrading large raft, LV.2, to small wooden boat, LV.3, requires lumber 500, hemp rope 50, metal block 10. Upgrade. Materials sufficient. Upgrade requires 30 minutes, during which the vessel cannot move. Confirm. Confirm. Half an hour later, the last wisp of white light sank into the hull, and the humming subsided. A brand new vessel lay before me. 8 meters long, nearly 4 meters wide. Thick wooden planks fitted together, reinforced structure, an upturned bow, and even a small cabin. Simple railings even stood along both sides. Still crude, but it was, without a doubt, a real boat now. Current vessel, small wooden boat, LV.3. Durability, 4,000/4,000. Trait, sea god's blessing. Small chance to avoid creature groups of advanced level and below. Durability, 4,000. Excellent. I was overjoyed. Now this was a boat. And it had a cabin. When I slept at night, I'd finally have somewhere to shelter from the wind and rain. This upgrade had pretty much drained my materials, but my sense of security was maxed out. Next, I pulled out Kelly's enhancer and shoved all 100 reward points into it. Enhance the small wooden boat. Success rate 80%. Barring an accident, it would go through. A few seconds later. Enhancement successful. Small wooden boat. Quality fine. Durability 40,000/40,000. Trait: Sea God's Blessing. Certain chance to evade active attacks from marine creatures of fine quality and below. Trait: Wave Tread. Reduced wind and wave resistance. Sailing speed plus 50%. Me. Durability 40,000. I stared at the little boat before me, my mind buzzing. So enhancement multiplies by 10, while upgrading only doubles. Then this boat right now? I silently ran the numbers. Small raft 100, large raft 200, small wooden boat 400. Level 10 would be 51,200. In other words, my purple boat's durability wouldn't be matched until it hits level 10. I sucked in a cold breath. A level 10 vessel. How many astronomical amounts of resources would that take? And I, with a single successful purple enhancement, had gotten a behemoth-tier foundation ahead of schedule. This was no longer just a sense of security. This was strapping on a suit of steel armor ahead of time. In this brutal, man-eating fledgling sea, I forced down the urge to laugh at the sky and examined the two traits carefully. Sea God's Blessing. Unless I ran into some terrifying existence beyond purple, or got myself killed doing something stupid, most sea beasts wouldn't even bother with this hard nut to crack. Wave Tread. Sailing speed straight up by half. Chasing, fleeing, exploring. I'd have the edge in everything. The hull had visibly changed too, though it gave off a deep purple-brown luster. The plank seams had all but vanished, the lines were smooth, and the cabin roof was thick and waterproof. Phew. I let out a long breath, staring at the enhancer in my hand, my gaze burning. Quality. That was the true path. Resources could be stockpiled, blueprints could be found, but this kind of power that directly rewrote the essence of an item, that was my biggest and most singular advantage in this cruel game. But these reward points are seriously expensive. Purple costs 100, orange costs 1,000. I shook my head. Selling one dagger earned just 10 points. Orange would mean selling 100. Even a force like the Relief Association only bought 5 at a time. Orange, don't even think about it for now. Better to thicken up my starting capital first. If only I could enhance vessels for people. Shame we're too far apart, can't get to each other. I smiled. Once people found out an enhanced boat could have 10 times the durability, wouldn't they sell everything they own to come begging? 10 reward points to bump something from common to advanced, taking 50 chests as payment. That's not too much to ask, right? Too bad the whole world was broke right now. Hold it in. I set the thought aside for now and walked into the cabin. Inside came with a bedboard, a few chairs, and a table. Gleefully, I pulled out my flint and lit the fire pit, set up an iron pot, tossed in a few fish along with the pickled cabbage beef noodles I'd just opened, and set a can of cola beside it. Snap a photo. Juan. Pickled cabbage seafood noodles with cola. So good it's unreal. Image. Sharp-eyed players lost it instantly. Was that actually a boat cabin? Most people were still bobbing along on small rafts. Only a few had large rafts. And Lord Juan was already living in a cabin? Shrimp bro, holy crap. A cabin. It's got a roof, walls, a table, and a bed. Lord Juan, did you set up house on a boat? Lauda, impossible. He's cooking noodles on a boat. Pickled cabbage fish noodles with cola, no less. No cilantro. Boss, you still need someone to swab the deck? Little fairy don't cry. So cozy. The noodles look so good. The boat's so pretty. Anonymous photoshopped. This lighting, this composition, survival my ass. This is an island vacation. Anonymous investigate. Thoroughly investigate. This is absolutely a bug. Everyone report him together. Lee C. United Relief Association Resource Division. Mr. Juan, your vessel's development far exceeds the average. It's highly abnormal. For the sake of fairness, please join our technology sharing program. Anonymous paying top price for the shipbuilding blueprint. I'll go bankrupt for it. Anonymous coordinates, please. Let me get on the boat for one look, and I'll give you everything I've got. Shock, an unparalleled shock. The blue dagger represented force, while this boat that could make fire and cook food represented an overwhelming quality of survival. While the vast majority were still huddled on bare rafts, fretting over a sip of clean water or a hard cracker, this photo of mine was like flashing an oasis in the middle of a desert. The channel boiled over completely. Pleading, prying, willing to pay any price just to get on the boat, and look, The private messages blew up nonstop. I unhurriedly lifted a chopstick's worth of noodles. Noodles soaked full of broth, wrapped in pickled cabbage and the taste of fish. I blew on them and slipped them into my mouth. Sour, spicy, and savory exploded on my tongue, and a shock of ice-cold cola made it indescribably satisfying. Full and content, I used the canvas, hemp rope, and seaweed to rig myself a bed. It couldn't compare to a real bed, but compared to when I'd first been transported here yesterday, it was 100 times better and then some. The purple boat, blessed by the sea god, was as steady as solid ground. I lay down and scrolled through my private messages. Forge Master, Brother Juan, did you enhance your boat too? He'd seen through the boat's secret at a glance. I didn't deny it. He'd long guessed I had an enhancement method up my sleeve. Juan, yeah. Forge Master, never expected vessels could be enhanced too. The cost must be steep, huh? Juan, the stats are great. I'll tell you one thing for free. Enhancing from white to blue multiplies durability by 10, and it comes with traits too, just like the weapon I enhanced for you. Forge Master. Juan, so interested. Forge Master, of course. But I'm afraid I can't afford the price. And besides, the world map isn't open yet. We're too far apart. If you can't come over, you can't enhance it anyway. Juan, that's true. I didn't deny it. The cost of enhancing a boat was the same as a weapon, but they were two different things. A boat concerned a person's very life. Forge Master, understood. Once the map opens, I'll be the first to come find you. Someone as strong as you. The storm's nothing to you, but watch out for other survivors too. Juan, thanks, brother. I gave a slight smile and closed the private chat. The rest were basically freeloaders, not worth reading, and I soon fell asleep. The little boat swayed gently on the sea. The night passed without incident. I woke early the next morning, refreshed and clear-headed. Stepping out of the cabin, I gave a big stretch into the sea breeze. A new day, a new stream of income. Out of habit, I glanced at the countdown. Sea Tornado Storm Core Zone, ETA, 37 hours, 48 minutes, and 22 seconds. Probably tomorrow night. I went back into the cabin to deal with breakfast first. I fished a coconut out of my inventory, a rare bit of natural supply at sea. The advanced dagger cracked the shell with ease, and sweet coconut water slid down my throat. The snow-white flesh had a hint of creaminess when chewed, simple but satisfying. While eating, I sifted through the messages that had piled up overnight. Most of it was noise, with a few trade requests as exceptions. Most of them wanted to trade in chests, though some offered metal or special materials as their price. Anything whose use I wasn't sure about, I shelved across the board, taking only the chest deals. Advanced Dagger X1, Wooden Treasure Chest X10. Advanced Dagger X1, Wooden Treasure Chest X8 Plus Enhanced Oak Chest X1. Advanced Dagger X1, Wooden Treasure Chest X10. 3 deals closed in a flash, and I had another 28 with chests and 1 enhanced oak chest in hand. Break them down. Lumber X120/hemp rope X40/copper block X5/iron block X3. Reward points X30. Waterlogged tobacco, small, X1. Tobacco. That got me interested. I picked it up and took a look, soaked in seawater. God knows, the most grueling thing at sea was having no cigarettes to smoke. I lit the fire pit, set up a rack, and carefully placed the tobacco on it to dry. While waiting, I opened the World Channel again. 2 days of sifting, and the people still alive were basically no longer short on water or food. Opening chests, fishing, casting nets, there was always a way. Requests to trade materials for food and water were dwindling. Everyone had started to understand the weight of basic materials. But weapons were still scarce. Making weapons required blueprints, and chests that could yield weapons were rarer still. This opportunity, I couldn't let it slip. I dug out the flintlock blueprint I'd traded for by giving up my cilantro ration. Required: iron X3, wood X2, copper X1. Gunpowder recipe: saltpeter, sulfur, charcoal. I had enough materials, just missing the gunpowder. Easy fix. I just went ahead and forged a few daggers. No enhancement, plain white quality, and listed them straight onto the trading post. Even white-grade blades were useful for close-quarters defense, dressing game, or making tools, all of it. Sure enough, the second they went up, my DMs blew up. At a moment like this, anyone willing to sell weapons was rare as hell. I didn't let the flood of messages go to my head. First, I laid down the rules. I'd only accept requests offering saltpeter, sulfur, or charcoal directly. Everything else was a hard no. My exchange rate was shrewd. 2. One ordinary dagger for at least 3 units of any single gunpowder ingredient, or 1 unit each of all 3. Trading mass-produced white daggers for strategic raw materials, guaranteed profit. Even after filtering, dozens of messages remained. I scanned through them one by one, eyes sharp as a blade, weighing value and authenticity. Saltpeter miner, boss. I dug up some seeping saltpeter soil at the edge of a barren island and refined 9 units of pure saltpeter. Trade for 3 daggers, right now. Sulfur stench. Fished out a busted crate with some natural sulfur inside. Cracked it into 6 units. Trade for 2. Charcoal geyser. Charcoal. Burned it myself. 12 units. Trade for 4. I prioritized the ones with real photos, specific descriptions, and large quantities. The daggers were unlimited anyway, so I wasn't sweating it. 3 deals were locked in fast. 9 ordinary daggers for 9 units of saltpeter, 6 units of sulfur, and 12 units of charcoal. A flash of white light, and the materials dropped onto the deck. Grayish-white saltpeter crystals, bright yellow chunks of sulfur, glossy black charcoal, each giving off its own distinct smell. Materials in hand, I couldn't wait to start crafting. A flash of white light. A flintlock pistol and 6 units of gunpowder dropped into my palm. Ancient, crude, and downright ugly. But it was a ranged weapon. At a stage where everyone was beating each other with boat oars, the words ranged weapon meant invincible. I grabbed Kelly's enhancer and slapped it on. Flintlock, quality, advanced. Trait, rapid fire, 2-round burst capable. Not bad. I stuffed the gun and gunpowder into my pack and was about to grab my fishing rod to reel in treasure chests when Shrimp Bro's DM came crashing in. Shrimp Bro, Juan God. Big news. Juan talk. Shrimp Bro, I've been fishing up treasure chests these past couple days, and I hauled out a map. A treasure map. Juan God, I'll trade it over so you can see. Moments later, a rolled-up sheet of parchment landed in my trade window. The material was old, the edges worn, but the main body was intact. It depicted an island with a distinct outline, shaped like a giant whale spouting water, lifelike. Inside were sketched mountain ranges, forests, and an inland lake. Right at the center of the mountains, a dark red X jumped out at the eye, surrounded by a string of strange, wave-like symbols. No text, no scale. Just this mark and its secret. Whale Island treasure? I raised an eyebrow. The style did look the part. But out here in this eerie, endless sea, what would so-called treasure even be? Coordinates unknown. I could only hold on to it for now. I picked up my fishing rod, sat down at the stern, and happily started fishing. Business was business, but I couldn't forget the grind. By noon, I'd landed 10 assorted treasure chests, netting 15 reward points. I opened the system store, this time with a clear target, straight for the propulsion systems. Steam engine blueprint, 50 points. Diesel engine blueprint, 200 points. Gas turbine blueprint, 500 points. Electric propulsion blueprint, 1,000 points. Nuclear fission engine blueprint, 2,000 points. Me. They actually had it. The entire history of human energy, laid out right in front of a castaway drifting on the sea. Every blueprint was a door, a tier of technology, a way of life. Tempting as hell. Nuclear fission, holy mother of God. I swallowed my throat dry. Never mind the 2,000 points, just the materials, the engineering, the shielding, and the enriched uranium behind it were enough to make any sane person back off 10 steps. For the current me, that thing was no different from a myth. Still, there was no law against dreaming. Even the cheapest, coal-burning steam engine beat a boat, or by a factor of 10,000. I opened up the steam engine's requirement list. It was long enough to make my scalp tingle. Cast iron/low-carbon steel, 200 units. Copper, 50 units. Soft metal, 10 units. Rubber, 5 units. Heat-resistant fiber, 3 units. Hardwood, 30 units. Canvas and leather, 10 units. The bit of metal in my pack couldn't even patch together the boiler's outer shell. Long road ahead. I sighed, though I wasn't discouraged. With the list in hand, the path actually became clearer. I knew what to look for now: metal. Massive amounts of it, in every form. A thought popped up. Maybe one day, this little boat of mine could become a floating factory. A knockoff steam ship, belching black smoke and clanking away, roaring past a crowd of people still relying on sails and oars. Picturing that scene, I grinned again. At noon, I went back into the cabin and picked up the bundle of tobacco that was just about dried. Luckily, I'd gotten a few notebooks from opening chests. I tore off a few sheets, spread them on the table, laid the dried tobacco leaves on top, and crushed them fine with my fingertips. Working off hazy memory, I rolled a lumpy, unevenly packed cigarette with loose ends, licking the paper edge to seal it. I leaned toward the fire and lit up. A dark red ember glowed to life, wisps of grayish-white, smoke curling upward. I couldn't wait. I took a big drag. Cough, 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 cough. A harsh, burning wave of smoke, thick with a rank, grassy stench, shot straight down my throat, choking me until tears sprang out. No filter, low-grade tobacco, and ridiculously strong. But once the coughing subsided, a faint dizziness and a wave of relaxation slowly spread as the smoke swirled through my lungs. Days of tension, anxiety, dread of the storm, and calculations about the future, all of it seemed to disperse a little with that acrid breath. I leaned against the cabin wall and carefully took another drag. This time I was ready, and that rough comfort spread through my chest. Huh, it really works. I smirked at myself. In a desperate situation, a single cheap cigarette could offer such a luxurious comfort. The human craving for familiar stimulation, deep in the bones, this was probably it. The cigarette burned down fast. I stubbed it out by the fire pit and put away the leftover tobacco and paper. Break time over. Boom! Thunder cracked outside without warning. Dark clouds bore down, fat raindrops slammed down, and the temperature plunged. I tossed more wood into the fire pit, boiled some water, and casually opened the world channel. Shrimp bro, holy crap. That lightning just struck the sea right next to me. My raft almost flipped. Seawater splashed all over my face. Big boss, help. Huge wave. My raft's spinning in circles. I can't hold on. No cilantro. Why'd the sky go completely dark? Just lightning now. So scary. Someone please help me. Fairy, don't cry. Boo-hoo. My raft's leaking. My clothes can't plug the hole. Anonymous. Southeast direction. Massive waterspout. About 10 nautical miles from me. It's moving. Anonymous. My raft got rammed by something underwater. Super strong. It wasn't a wave. Least see. Everyone stay calm. Lie low. Hold on tight. Conserve energy. Doomsday zealot. Ha. Here it comes. Hang on tight, you little runts. Let the storm rage harder. Those who survive are the strong. Those who don't deserve to feed the fish. I shook my head. The storm hadn't even arrived, and it was already like this. When it truly hit, how many would die? A large wooden raft was just the bare minimum for survival. One slip, and it'd flip all the same. But my purple boat here was steady as a rock. Holding my hot water, I flipped through the trading post. Material prices had skyrocketed. Everyone had wised up. The raft was the real lifeline. The wood and hemp rope needed for upgrades became hot commodities overnight. I frowned. These scalpers were jacking up prices sky high right now. By the time most people were dead, who the hell would I do business with? Who'd grow me cotton? No, who'd mind me or? With a sweep of my hand, I typed onto the public screen. Juan, I've got extra hemp rope. 1 fish meat or 1 freshwater for 1 hemp rope. Limited supply, first come first served. Direct trades only, 5 units max per transaction. Note, rainwater counts too. The message set off an instant uproar. It was pouring rain outside. Freshwater was practically free for the taking. Shrimp bro. Juan God, am I seeing this right? 1 hemp rope for 1 liter of water? There's a downpour outside, just collect it. Big boss. Juan Lord, are you running a charity? Do you even know what hemp rope goes for right now? No cilantro. Boss, I want in. I've got fish I just caught. Menu. Fairy, don't cry. Boo-hoo. I only have a little rainwater. Is that okay, boss? Anonymous. Idiot, lowballing your own price at a time like this? Anonymous. It's definitely fake. Anonymous. Who cares? Trade fast. Juan God's reputation is solid. Anonymous at Juan boss. I'll give triple the fish for 10 units. Prioritize me. Anonymous. Brother Juan. I'm from the Self-Rescue Committee's Resource Department. We urgently need a large quantity of hemp rope to reinforce our collective raft. Price is negotiable. I ignored the vast majority, filtering only for the DMs offering fish meat or rainwater directly. I had plenty of hemp rope, but it wasn't unlimited. I had to make sure these life-saving goods flowed relatively evenly to the people who actually needed them, instead of getting swallowed whole by resellers. The rules were simple. Prioritize small orders of 1 to 3 units, obviously individuals. Anyone claiming to be a team or demanding large quantities got a flat sold out. Anyone wanting to trade at a markup for other supplies, denied. Requests poured in like snowflakes. I processed them one by one. Trade complete. Hemp rope X2. Silver scale fish meat X2. Trade complete. Hemp rope X1. Rainwater bamboo tube X1 liter. Trade complete. Hemp rope X3. Grayfin fish meat X3. With each deal, I gained a bit more food or a bit more fresh water. And on the other end, those few ropes might just lash down a loose plank tight enough to save a life in the next giant wave. The price of a single rope and the price of a single life. Out here on this sea, sometimes they were the same number. Scattered thank yous started popping up in the channel, quickly drowned out by an even more violent surge of panic. Some clever people caught on, trading easily collected rainwater for hemp rope that could save your life at the critical moment. It was a godsend. A whole crowd frantically dug out every container they had to catch the rain. I didn't stop until the hemp rope ran dry. Enough. I glanced out the window. The storm showed no signs of relenting. The thunder grew denser, and lightning lit the churning sea a ghastly white. The Self-Rescue Committee's resource department sent a few more messages, their tone shifting from negotiation to urgency, with a faint edge of displeasure, as if I should be prioritizing the collective. I only replied with one line. Individual capacity is limited. I've done my best to help those in urgent need. A collective is organized, so it should be better at coordinating. After that, I stopped responding. All right, charity hour's over. I closed the trade interface, quickly prepped the newly traded fish meat, and hung it above the fire pit to smoke. A DM chimed again. No cilantro. No cilantro. Juan God. Thank you for the hemp rope. I want to upgrade to a large wooden raft, but I'm still 20 units of wood short. It's so hard to fish up wooden crates in this weather. Could you lend me some? I'll definitely pay you back after the storm. I thought about it. She'd sold me a flintlock blueprint before, so I wasn't at a loss here. I had 150 units of wood in my pack, and I had no use for it right now. Juan, fine. Don't tell anyone. I traded 20 units of wood over to her. No cilantro. Oh, thank you so much, Juan God. I'll never breathe a word. I'll pay you back double after the storm for sure. Just survive, I murmured and closed the DM. About 100 nautical miles away, the gale howled like a monstrous beast, driving down cold, salty rain in sheets. The rain was so dense you couldn't open your eyes, and every breath came mixed with seawater choking into the lungs. At the heart of the chaos, a slight figure clung desperately to a raft of logs lashed crudely together. The raft pitched and spun wildly in the waves, as if it would fall apart the next second or get slammed underwater by a single crest. The girl was soaked through, her thin clothes plastered to her body, outlining a frame trembling violently from cold and fear. Her long hair was twisted into strands by rain and wind, matted messily against her pale face. She was no cilantro. Behind the ID was a girl who should have just stepped into college, full of hope for the future. But right now, all that hope had been hammered down into four primal words. Don't let go. Don't die. When 20 neatly cut logs appeared at her side, she nearly wept. But the seawater flooding her mouth and nose left her without even the strength to cry out loud. No time to hesitate. Gritting her teeth, she tapped the upgrade icon. The originally grayed out, upgrade to large wooden raft, lit up now that the materials were complete. Upgrade. Now, a layer of white light enveloped the raft beneath her feet, the one on the verge of falling apart. The loose logs were rearranged and reinforced by an unseen force, new thick logs materializing to fill the gaps, locking tightly into the old structure. The raft's surface visibly expanded outward, growing thicker and more solid, the edges even rising into the rudimentary shape of a low railing. A few seconds, the white light faded. Still crude, still without shelter, but it was a large wooden raft now. Longer, wider, thicker. The next, even taller wave crashed down. The raft rocked violently, tilting once to a heart-stopping angle, but it held on stubbornly. It didn't break. It didn't flip. The pitching that once forced her to cling for dear life had now become a sway she could counter with her center of gravity. It worked. She collapsed onto the wet but incredibly solid new raft, gasping for air, the briny rain and tears streaming into her mouth together. The exhaustion of a near-death escape, mixed with disbelieving relief, left her limp all over. She turned her head, looking at the visibly sturdy lashings along the raft's edge, then out at the sky and sea, still grim, but seemingly no longer able to swallow her so easily. A faint but real warmth slowly stirred back to life in her cold, stiff limbs. She had survived. At least, for now, she had survived. Because of the 20 logs Huan God had lent her. Thank you, Huan God. She murmured silently into the raging storm, carving that name and that timely kindness deep into her heart. She remembered her own words, "I'll pay you back double." Originally just a plea born of desperation, it had now become a heavy vow she absolutely had to fulfill. It turned out the deepest gratitude often came not from adding flowers to brocade, but from that little bit of weight someone handed you at the very moment you were about to sink. She struggled to sit up, wiped the water from her face, rain and tears indistinguishable, and began inspecting the new raft. The downpour didn't stop until nightfall. I opened my eyes from resting and looked out of the cabin. The rain had stopped, but the sky hadn't brightened. A leaden gray pressed down on the sea. 24 hours left on the countdown. I knew full well that in these 24 hours, the other survivors would be scrambling like madmen to gather supplies and upgrade their vessels. And me, I didn't even know where the waves had pushed me. I stepped out of the cabin. The next second, I froze. On the sea, about 400 or 500 meters off my front left, it was no longer empty. A small wooden raft bobbed on the residual eddies, only a size larger than the most basic raft, a few logs barely lashed together, with a blurry figure on top. Another survivor. Since crossing over, I dealt with countless IDs in the channel and trading post, but this was the first time I'd seen another living person this close, on the actual sea. Almost simultaneously, that figure spotted me too, spotted this big ship, glinting purple-brown in the dim light, and still fitted with a complete cabin. They immediately waved their arms in excitement. My heart shot up into my throat, and my right hand went to the flintlock at my waist. Out on this sea, where rules had collapsed and human nature was pushed to the extreme, any unannounced approach warranted the highest level of vigilance. Seeing I gave no response, the person paddled hard instead, speeding toward me. The raft was slow, but the distance was shrinking fast. I didn't hesitate any longer. I raised the gun, not chambered, but enough. When they came within 100 meters, I barked in a low voice, "Stop." The raft jerked to a halt, the paddle frozen midair. The figure flung their hands up in panic, and a tearful female voice drifted over from a distance. Don't shoot. I don't mean any harm. Please." A woman's voice. I frowned slightly, but didn't lower the muzzle. "Who are you?" I'm Fairy Don't Cry." Are you Huan God?" Fairy Don't Cry. That ID in the channel that always posted boohoo emotes and used a pitiful tone to trade for supplies. As I recalled, she'd traded collected rainwater with me for hemp rope. I glanced at the edge of her raft. Sure enough, there were freshly tied lashings. "Yeah, raft fixed up." "Yes, I used rainwater to trade for your hemp rope. That's how I got it lashed tight." Hearing me admit it, she visibly relaxed, though she still didn't dare lower her raised hands. Her slight figure swayed on the raft, her gaze drifting toward the heavy cabin behind me, then down at the logs beneath her feet that could fall apart at any moment, her eyes full of envy and fear. She hesitated a few seconds, then, as if she'd summoned up all the courage of her life, her voice thin as a mosquito's whine but staking everything on it. "Huan God, the storm's coming in 24 hours, and my raft won't make it through. Could you let me come aboard to hide for a bit? Just a bit. I'll leave the moment the storm stops. I'll compensate you with supplies. I still have some things." My fingers tightened slightly on the gun. I'd anticipated her begging for food, fresh water, or weapons. The one thing I hadn't expected was for her to directly ask to come aboard for shelter. In the dim light, her face was ghostly pale, her wet clothes clinging to her thin body, trembling in the sea wind. Those eyes brimmed with despair, fear, and one last, humble sliver of hope. For me to coldly refuse right now, to drive away this girl who might be swallowed by the next wave. I couldn't do it. I'm no saint, but I'm no butcher either. Besides, she'd just confirmed my identity, so she counted as half an acquaintance, and we'd just done a trivial little trade. Silence stretched across the sea, leaving only the sound of the water lapping against the boat. I watched the light in her eyes dim inch by inch, her body trembling until she was about to give up, turning her raft around. Fine. The moment those words left my mouth, it was as if she'd heard the sound of heaven. I picked up a coil of hemp rope, tied one end to the mooring post, fastened a metal fitting to the other, and tossed it over. Tie it to your raft and climb across along the rope. Be careful. She fumbled to catch it, tying her small raft down with all her strength, then gripped the slippery rope and inched her way out of that swaying death trap, climbing up onto my deck. The instant her feet touched the solid planks, her legs gave out. She braced against the gunwale, gasping for air, her eyes red-rimmed. Thank you, God. I nodded and sized up this uninvited guest. Early 20s, delicate features, but right now her face was deathly pale, her lips blue, her hair soaked and plastered to her face, her clothes in tatters, the exposed skin covered in bruises and scrapes. Utterly bedraggled, but with the terror fading, there was still a trace of clarity left in those eyes. What's your name? Zhou Shiyun. She wrung her wet hem, answering softly. I made a mental note, then turned and pushed open the cabin door. Warm light and a dry scent poured out. Come in, have some hot water. She looked at the open door, then glanced back at the pitch-black, freezing sea behind her, and nodded firmly, following me in. Inside the cabin, the wood in the fire pit crackled, and the iron pot puffed white steam. I scooped a bamboo tube of hot water and handed it to her. Sit. She took the water, her fingertips trembling, and carefully sat down on the wooden stool by the fire pit, as if afraid to disturb this rare warmth. I watched her steal glances around by the firelight. The cabin was minimalist: one bed, one table, two chairs, with boxes and tools piled in the corner. But the dark cabin walls were sanded smooth and steady, perfectly sealed, shutting the raging storm completely outside the door. Thank you, God. She cupped the tube in both hands, sipping in small mouthfuls, her eyes reddening again as she quickly lowered her head. I sat down across from her. Have you run into any other survivors? She looked up quickly and shook her head. No, I've only seen a few blurry shapes far off on the sea, and none of them came close. You're the first person I've been able to talk to this close up. Then, as if she'd remembered something, an embarrassed look crossed her face. After a moment's hesitation, she set down the tube, tapped a few times on the light screen, and laid out the contents of her pack one item at a time on the table. A few dull seashells, 2 pieces of raw fish wrapped in leaves, already lost their sheen, a bundle of soggy seaweed, 2 thumb-sized rough chunks of copper, and a dozen-odd pieces of ordinary wood of varying lengths. With each item she took out, her head dropped a little lower. These are all the supplies I have, God. I know it's not much. I don't have anything else. Her voice nearly buried itself in her chest. I scanned the odds and ends and fell silent for a moment. Any weapons? No, none. She jerked her head up and waved her hands as if pricked by a needle, explaining frantically. Seeming to feel a verbal guarantee wasn't enough, she bit her lip and made a swiping gesture in front of her, temporarily granting me access to view her personal pack. Out on a sea where everyone feared for their life, this was practically disarming herself. I can open my permissions for you to check. There really isn't any. I was taken aback. I hadn't expected this timid girl to be so decisive. Was it naivety, or sincerity pure to the point of foolishness? Or maybe it was one last shred of trust in her own kind. The cabin went quiet for a few seconds, only the fire crackling. She held the pose, her fingers pressed white. That sliver of sharpness in my heart finally melted away, and I leaned back. No need. I believe you. Put it away. I glanced at the iron pot. I'll cook something in a bit. You're soaked through. Get closer to the fire and warm up. Figure out your wet clothes yourself. She stared at me blankly, then nodded hard after a few seconds, her voice choking. Thank you, God. She put those pitiful supplies back into her pack and scooted closer to the fire. The firelight cast a flush of color over her pale face, and she let out a soft, comfortable sigh. At least for now, on this boat, beside this powerful yet not cruel man, she was safe for the moment. I took out 2 packs of instant noodles and a can of luncheon meat. God, let me do it. She spoke up almost on instinct. I paused and handed her the can and a dagger. She took them, her fingers still a little stiff, but she forced herself steady and carefully pried open the sealed edge with the tip of the blade. The salty aroma of luncheon meat wafted out. She dumped the meat onto the cutting board and sliced it into small pieces, then dropped the noodle cakes and seasoning packets into the boiling water, adding the meat last. The cramped cabin quickly filled with a rich fragrance. The noodles unfurled in the rolling water, chunks of meat tumbling with the broth. When she ladled out the noodles, she pressed her lips together and, with utmost care, scooped nearly all the meat from the pot into one bowl, piling it into a heap, then held it out in both hands and set it in front of me. For herself, she only scooped half a bowl of clear broth noodles, with barely a trace of oil, and was about to retreat back to her corner. I looked at that bowl of overloaded meat noodles, then at the clear broth in her bowl, and fell silent. I picked up my chopsticks. Instead of eating my own, I reached toward that pile of meat, steadily lifted the biggest, thickest piece, and put it straight into her bowl, the one she hadn't yet carried away. Eat some. With that, I lowered my head and started eating my noodles, not looking at her again. She froze, staring dumbly at the glistening piece of meat in her bowl, then looking up at me. I ate fast, my profile looking cold and hard in the firelight. But that piece of meat, her nose stung, and this time the tears wouldn't hold back. Big drops splashed into her bowl, mixing into the hot broth. She quickly ducked her head, picked up the meat, and took a small bite. The salty, scalding juice burst in her mouth, mingling with the fragrance of the noodles and the saltiness of her tears, complex enough to make her heart tremble. She ate small bite by small bite, drinking even the broth clean. The last trace of cold in her body was utterly driven out by this simple but piping hot meal. The meal was finished in silence. The last mouthful of broth drained from the bottom of the bowl, and she was warm through and through. She barely waited for me to set down my chopsticks before standing up to clear the bowls and chopsticks, her movements deft and careful. She didn't ask a single question, as if this were the only way she could express her gratitude at this moment. I didn't stop her. When she carried the bowls over to that hollowed-out log basin we used as a sink, I spoke up. "You can take a hot bath in a bit." Her hands froze mid-motion. She whipped her head around, stunned, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Out here on the open ocean, with a storm bearing down, using precious fresh water for a bath, it was a luxury she wouldn't have dared to dream of. I pointed at the wooden door inside the cabin, the one that was nearly the same color as the wall. "Bathroom's in there. You'll have to heat the water yourself." Out at sea, fresh water and firewood alike were strategic resources you had to ration carefully. But some things are worth more than resources. I got up, dug out a clean, absorbent spare canvas, gave it a tug to make sure it was sturdy, and handed it to her. "Use this to dry off." I glanced at the fire pit and the woodpile. "It's not raining for now. While there's still a fire, dry your wet clothes. Wearing damp clothes will make you sick. Wood's in the corner. Add it yourself. I'm heading out for a bit." Having said my piece, I didn't wait to see her reaction. I turned and walked out of the cabin, pulling the door shut behind me, sealing in both that little pocket of warmth and the girl still standing there frozen in place. Up on deck, I dropped into the chair, staring out at the faint flickers of lightning on the distant sea, and couldn't help but slap myself on the forehead. Where the hell did all this bleeding heart nonsense come from? But still, her image kept surfacing in my mind, unbidden, curled up trembling on that flimsy raft that could have fallen apart any second, her face white as paper, her eyes full of the terror of someone staring death in the face, and one last, humble plea. And the way she'd flushed with embarrassment when she'd pulled out everything she owned, the clumsy way she'd voluntarily opened up her backpack permissions. That wasn't just weakness. There was a kind of all-in trust in it, too. A bet that maybe a little goodwill still lingered among our own kind. Before I got dropped into this hellhole, I was nothing but an ordinary guy scraping by at the bottom of the city. No job, getting by on gaming boosts and odd jobs. And after paying rent and utilities, what was left only covered the cheapest combo meals. But even like that, at the start of every month, when I got that little bit of income, I'd still set aside 500 yuan without fail and donate it to a program funding lunches for kids in the mountains. My friends laughed at me, said I was an idiot, couldn't even guarantee my own next meal, and here I was worrying about whether other people had food to eat. I just smiled. I saw it, and I couldn't just let it go. I don't eat much anyway. Cut a few corners, and it's there. When life grinds a person down long enough, they learn to be cold, learn to look out for themselves. That little can't just let it go gets wrapped up thick in the shell of reality, buried deep. But run into certain extreme moments. like that pure despair in her eyes, and a crack splits open in the shell, letting that faint light leak out. I've always felt that whether a person's willing to reach out a hand when they don't have much themselves has nothing to do with how much they have, only with whether that crack in their heart hasn't been completely welded shut. Honestly, what a defect. I muttered a curse under my breath, not sure whether I was cursing this world or my own untimely softness, and raked a hand through my hair in irritation. About an hour later, the cabin door was pushed open a crack from the inside. I turned my head at once. Zhou Shiyin stood in the doorway, her clothes now mostly dried out, washed clean of grime and sea salt. Her face was much cleaner, the paleness gone, replaced by a healthy flush drawn out by the heat and hot water. A few strands of not quite dry black hair clung to her temples and neck, which only made her eyes look all the brighter and clearer. She still seemed awkward, but the death-scared panic in her expression had faded, giving way to a dazed, made-it-out-alive kind of look. Huanshin, I'm done washing up. Her voice was tiny, her fingers unconsciously worrying at the hem of her clothes. I gave her a quick once-over, confirmed she was doing okay, then looked away, still leaning back against the cabin wall, facing the sea. Want to talk? Huh. She clearly hadn't expected that. She blinked, then hurriedly nodded, like a student called on in class. Sure. What did you do before? I studied clinical medicine. She answered honestly, a trace of bewilderment in her voice at bringing up the past. Just graduated this year. Clinical medicine. My head snapped around. In this survival arena, short on doctors and medicine, where a single wound could kill you, those two words carried infinitely magnified weight. Someone who understood medicine, who could treat wounds, diagnose illness, perform basic first aid. Her value was incalculable. I pushed down the ripple of excitement and let my expression settle back to calm. How well did you do? Ever done any clinical rotations? Not bad. I've got a solid grasp of the theory. Spent half a year at City First Hospital, mostly rotating through surgery and the ER. She answered earnestly. I'd struck gold. Of course, exactly how good she was, that we'd see with time. I set that topic aside and asked something that seemed unrelated. Where's home? Suzhou. She was baffled, but answered honestly all the same. Suzhou. My gaze, just about to shift away, locked in place, and my brow furrowed. I'm from Suzhou too. What are the odds? A thought flashed through my mind like lightning. Maybe the survivors dropped into these waters weren't distributed randomly across the globe, but placed according to real-world geographic ties. People who lived close in reality got landing spots relatively close together in the game. To test it, I immediately pulled up the chat interface, switched to private messages, and sent the same line to a few players I'd dealt with, Brother Shrimp, No Cilantro, and Forge Flame. Sorry to be nosy, but where were you from before you got pulled in? The replies came one after another. Brother Shrimp, huh? Huanshin, why the sudden question? I'm from Wuxi, right by Taihu Lake. You from Jiangsu too? No Cilantro, Shanghai. Something up, Huanshin. Forge Flame, Nanjing. Why do you ask? Wuxi, Nanjing, Suzhou, Shanghai. All in southern Jiangsu and the surrounding area. My theory was tentatively confirmed. I fought down the urge to dig deeper and just replied to all three with nothing, just curious. Thanks, downplaying my intent. But then a thought struck me. All three of them had brought me profit in early trades, and they were all from the same region. It wouldn't hurt to put out a little goodwill and lay another layer of groundwork for future dealings. For someone in my position, a small investment now might pay back in unexpected ways down the line. I opened the trade interface and sent each of the three a request. The item on offer, a standard flint. For me, the thing was practically redundant, but to the vast majority of people still struggling to start a fire, it was a lifesaver. Especially on the eve of a storm, with the air this damp, one reliable flint was worth several stacks of firewood. The requests went out, and in under a few seconds, all three of them lost it at pretty much the same moment. Brother Shrimp, holy crap, a flint. Huanshin, you're my big brother. No, my dad. This is way too valuable. No cilantro. A flint? Huanshin, this is far too precious, Forge Flame, a flint? Good sir, this is... I didn't bother explaining much, just replied to all of them with the same line. Got plenty to spare, no trouble. Storm's coming, take care. Confirm trade. Once that was done, I let out a breath and turned to look at Zhou Shiyin, still standing quietly at the cabin door, equal parts flustered and curious. What a coincidence. I paused. I'm from Suzhou too. Her eyes went wide. The flush on her face seemed to deepen, her lips parting in an expression of disbelief. Oh, really? Her voice pitched up slightly with excitement. Then she caught herself and hastily lowered it. But the light in her eyes had flared to life. Out here on this boundless, danger-filled sea, having just clawed her way back from the brink of death, to suddenly learn that this powerful, unreadable savior in front of her came from the same city. The shock and the sense of closeness were hard to put into words. Gusu, I added something more specific, cementing us as fellow townsfolk. She stared at me blankly, unable to speak for a long moment, her eyes reddening again. She just nodded, hard. I didn't push the topic any further. I stood up and rolled my stiff shoulders. It's getting late. You've been through a lot today. Get some sleep. I paused. You take the bed. I'll keep watch. Huh? No way. Huanshin, I'll sleep on the floor. Or I'll keep watch and you rest. She waved her hands frantically. Taking the only bed while letting her benefactor keep watch and sleep on the floor, she couldn't possibly be at ease with that. I said take the bed, so take it. I added, you need to get your strength back. There may be things to do tomorrow. I'll handle the watch. I'm used to it. That line, there may be things to do tomorrow, hinted she wouldn't just be eating and sleeping for free, and oddly enough, that put her more at ease. Then, thank you, Huanshin. She stopped insisting, thanked me quietly, and carefully walked over to the crude but sturdy bed, lying down still dressed, and pulling the thick canvas I'd tossed her over herself. Warm, dry, safe. It all felt too good to be real, like a dream. She closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling faintly, though her body stayed slightly rigid from the extreme relaxation mixed with lingering tension. I didn't look at her again. I turned my attention back to the endless darkness beyond the cabin and the faint flashes of lightning on the horizon. Early the next morning, Zhou Shiyun was lured out of a deep sleep by an incredibly tempting smell, rich, savory, laced with the aroma of fat. She opened her eyes groggily and first saw the dancing firelight, then the tall, silent figure beside it. I was crouched in front of the fire pit, stirring a small iron pot set over the flames with a wooden stick. The smell was drifting from there. Just then, her stomach let out a very traitorous growl, startlingly loud in the quiet cabin. Her face went red in an instant, and she wished she could shrink right back under the covers. Awake! Hearing the sound, I stopped and turned my head. She hurriedly pushed herself up to sit, dropping her head in embarrassment. She'd taken the man's bed, slept soundly, and now even the smell of breakfast was his. Huanshin, what are you making? It smells amazing. Fish soup. I turned back to the pot. Threw in some spam. It's cold and damp out. Something hot'll warm you up. Thank you. She thanked me softly, threw off the canvas, and got out of bed. A full night's sleep, a hot bath, and a dry bed had a startling restorative power. She felt strength return to her limbs, and her spirits were mostly back. I said nothing more, using a thick cloth to lift the iron pot off the fire and set it on the table. The milky white soup inside was gently bubbling, chunks of soft, tender spam bobbing in it, fat rendered into fine points of light shimmering on the surface, the fish clearly visible. I took out 2 wooden bowls, rinsed them with clean water, and ladled out 2 brimming portions. I pushed one over to her side and picked up the other myself. Eat up. I blew on the scalding soup and started sipping it in small, brisk mouthfuls. She sat down across from me, cupped the bowl in both hands the way I had, took a deep breath of the savory steam, and carefully took a sip. Scalding, salty, savory, carrying the fish's distinctive sweetness and the solid, meaty richness of the spam. It conquered her taste buds in an instant. She couldn't help gulping down another big mouthful, hissing softly at the heat but unwilling to stop. The fish was falling apart tender, melting on her tongue. The meat had soaked up the broth, brimming with salty savor. It was the most meal-like meal she'd had since being pulled into this world. Simple, but immeasurably comforting. She ate it quickly in small bites, draining every last drop of soup, her stomach full and warm, feeling like she'd come back to life. She set down the bowl, looked across at me, already done and wiping the corner of my mouth with a cloth, hesitated, then took the initiative to speak up. Huanshin, is there anything you need me to do today? Eating without working left her uneasy. I thought it over. Today, take my fishing rod and fish for treasure chests. When you catch one, don't open it. Just set it aside. Oh, okay. I nodded. Right now, reward points could only come from treasure chests, and aside from trading, fishing was the most reliable way to get them. I checked the time, about 10 hours until the storm. So I decided to make a few more containers and stock up on water while I had the chance. There was only around 200 liters of fresh water left on the boat. It sounded like a lot, but to weather a storm that might last several days, with an extra mouth to feed now, it was nowhere near enough. Making barrels only needed wood. I churned out dozens of containers in one go, with a capacity of about 300 liters, and hauled them all up to the deck, ready to catch rainwater the moment the storm hit. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyun had already started fishing for chests. Ah, got one. A moment later, she dragged up a dripping wet reinforced oak chest, straining a little. Just put it in the cabin, I instructed, casually opening the world channel. Chatter was all over the place, but a fair number of people had already upgraded to large rafts. The few I knew were no longer buying materials. Brother Shrimp, haha, thanks for that coil of rope yesterday, Huanshin. I upgraded to a large raft too. Sure, I'm still eating wind and rain, but at least one wave won't tear it apart. Huanshin is mighty. No cilantro. Sharing a little reinforcement tip. Use your leftover rope to cross-lash the bottom of the raft. It noticeably improves overall integrity. Hope it helps anyone still working at it. Forge Flame. Observing abnormally rising energy readings to the southeast, accompanied by low-frequency tremors. Everyone nearby, stay on high alert. It may not just be a storm. Big Boss. Anyone have spare rope? I'll trade my last 2 copper ingots. I'm so close. Help. Anonymous. To the east. A massive whirlpool, at least several hundred meters across. I saw a raft get sucked in with my own eyes. Gone in a blink. United Self-Rescue Society. Attention to all members and nearby survivors. Phase 1 of our bedrock shelter camp on the southwestern atoll is complete, with preliminary fortifications and a public supply point. We're now opening the final batch of emergency shelter slots. Requires vetting, a pledge to follow the rules, and a contribution of some resources. Interested parties, PM USRS vetting team. Seeing me staring at the channel, Zhou Shiyun asked, Huanshin, what's wrong? Nothing. I shook my head and glanced up at the sky. It was growing darker and darker. Then I walked to the stern and took a look at her little raft, tied up back there. In weather like this, there was no telling whether the huge waves would smash it to pieces. I didn't know whether the raft breaking would affect the survivor themselves, but it never hurt to guard against the worst. I took out Kelly's reinforcer and fed in 10 reward points. Reinforce Zhou Shiyun's small raft. A few seconds later, reinforcement successful. At the same moment, a prompt chimed in her mind. Ding. Your vehicle has been successfully reinforced. Simple raft, current quality, advanced. Durability, 1000/1000. Trait, Sea God's Protection. At current quality, small chance to avoid creature swarms of advanced tier and below. Zhou Shiyun. The raft got reinforced. It turned blue quality. Durability multiplied tenfold. And it has a trait. She whipped her head around to look at me. It was Huanshin. It had to be him. Only he had this kind of miraculous power. He'd taken her in, given her food and shelter, and now he'd even reinforced her beat-up little raft that probably wouldn't have survived the night. After the enormous shock came a surge of gratitude and an inexpressible ache. Her nose stung, her eyes reddening in an instant, tears welling up in them. I turned my head, met those tear-filled eyes, and said flatly, That raft of yours is too flimsy. One big wave, and it's done. I just reinforced it while I was at it, so it won't be a hassle later. She knew this was in no way as light as while I was at it. Blue quality gear was fought over tooth and nail in the channels, let alone a vehicle. Huanshin. Aye. Her voice broke. Thank you, really, thank you. I'll definitely. She wanted to say she'd definitely repay him, but repay him with what? Enough, don't cry. I cut her off. Just keep this between us. Don't tell anyone I can reinforce things. She nodded hard. I understand. Don't worry, Huanshin. I'll never breathe a word, not even if it kills me. This ability was too unbelievable. She knew full well that the moment it got out, it would draw insane covetousness and danger. That Huanshin was willing to use it right in front of her, and even took the trouble to warn her. That in itself was an enormous show of trust. A trust she would guard with her life. Fairly satisfied with her reaction, I nodded, and turned my gaze back out the porthole. The sky was like a filthy rag that had soaked up ink, so heavy it was suffocating. The cloud layer roiled low, a glossy black. The sea in the distance no longer showed any ripples, just a boiling expanse of murky ink dark, occasionally lit for an instant into a savage silhouette by a silent bolt of lightning on the horizon. All right, I pulled my gaze back. By the look of this sky, the storm's almost here. Stop fishing, pack up your things, and get back in the cabin. The system says there are still a few hours, but the weather doesn't wait for a countdown. It could come early anytime. Get ready. Okay, she answered at once, wiped her tears dry, put away the rod, and retreated into the cabin with me, shutting the thick wooden door tight. The increasingly shrill wind and roaring waves outside were mostly sealed off. Stacked in the cabin were 3 wooden treasure chests and 2 reinforced oak chests. I crouched down and, without hesitation, opened and broke down each one. Obtained, wood times 25. Obtained, rope times 8. Obtained, reward points times 8. Obtained, copper block times 2. Obtained, hatchet times 1 common. Seems like the odds of reliably pulling high-value gear or large batches of reward points from chests weren't high. Chests were more like a steady base accumulation, plus the occasional surprise. To really rack up reward points fast, I'd still have to take on high-end custom orders or get my hands on higher-tier chests. I put everything away and added a few pieces of wood to the fire pit. I had a bit over 100 units of wood left, not exactly flush, but enough. At the same time, rain began to fall outside. First a few scattered drops, then, in a blink, raindrops the size of beans. My boat, after all, was purple quality, with a full 40,000 durability, plus the 2 traits Sea God's protection and wave treading. The hull barely swayed at all. The instant the downpour crashed down, Zhou Shiyun blanched with fear and instinctively clutched the chair for dear life. But a few seconds passed, and the violent pitching and capsizing she'd braced for never came. The hull only rose and fell faintly. She stared wide-eyed, looking at me sitting calm as ever across from her, not so much as a furrow in my brow, then down at her own body, only gently rocking, and the shock inside her hit its peak. This boat, it's way too stable. Were we really out at sea, in the middle of a storm? I, meanwhile, lounged easily back in my chair. It was only the game's 3rd day. Even the fastest-moving survivors, at most, had scraped together a small wooden boat like mine, with durability of no more than 400. And mine was purple. This game, or rather, whatever's behind it, went to all this trouble to throw billions of people in here. Could it really just be to wipe everyone out with a single storm within 3 days? I thought calmly. That'd be too boring and too inefficient. The more reasonable explanation is, this storm is a filter, a mandatory progress check. It had set a baseline. Upgrade your vehicle to a large raft, or go a step further to a small wooden boat. Hit that mark, and it meant you had basic production, gathering, and risk resistance capability, that you'd made an initial adaptation to the rules, and so you had the right, and the odds, to make it through and enter the next stage. And those still stuck on the most basic starter rafts, who'd failed their upgrades, whose resources were a chaotic mess, they were the ones being called cruel, but efficient. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, played out here in full. Just as I was mulling this over, Zhou Shiyun suddenly spoke up. Huanshin, what did you do before you got pulled in? The question tugged me back out of my thoughts. I blinked slightly, not expecting her to ask at a time like this. I looked at her. The girl's face was a little nervous, but her eyes were bright. Beyond curiosity, there was a hint of tentative reaching out, wanting to close the distance. I was silent for 2 seconds. Unemployed drifter. Made a bit of living money doing gaming boosts for people. Huh. She was genuinely stunned, her little mouth parting, her expression a bit dumbfounded. An unemployed drifter? Gaming boosts? That was a world away from the Huanshin in her mind. She'd imagined a retired Special Forces soldier, a wilderness survival expert, even some agent from a secret department. Anything but this, rather ordinary, even kind of shut-in sounding, line of work. But he knew so much, acted decisively out at sea, handled building, reinforcing, and decision-making with total ease. By no means did he look like someone who holed up at home playing games all day. I chuckled and added, in my free time, I liked reading all kinds of odds and ends novels. A little bit of everything. There's a house of gold within books? No, Given my experience, maybe it should be rewritten as, there's a system big brother within books. I didn't say that part out loud. Some things, it's enough to just know them yourself. Oh, I see. Zhou Shiyun's eyes lit up, as if she'd found a reasonable explanation for my quirks. I didn't respond. I pulled a few sea crabs I caught over the past couple of days out of my pack, set up the pot, and poured in water. Then I tore open a pack of compressed biscuits, crushed them hard between my fingers, and scattered them into the pot. The biscuits swelled and dissolved in the water, and the clear liquid instantly turned a milky white with the fragrance of wheat. The dagger flipped in my hand, shelling, degilling, chopping into chunks, all in one smooth motion. Orange-red crab roe and snow-white crab meat went into the rolling porridge base. The sweetness of the ocean and the mellow richness of grain exploded through the cabin. Zhou Shiyun swallowed, her eyes starting to redden again. Huanshin, you can cook too? Live alone long enough, and you can't just gnaw on dry rations every day. I stirred the porridge base with the wooden stick to keep it from sticking, then casually covered it with a wooden board to hold the heat. The only sounds left in the cabin were the crackle of the fire, the soft bubbling of the porridge, and the roar of the wind and rain outside. She hugged her knees, her gaze glued to that pot, as if she could see right through the board. A few minutes later, I lifted the board. Rich aroma billowed out. The porridge had cooked down thick and golden, crab roe and crab meat bobbing throughout. I ladled her a brimming bowl with the most generous helping of ingredients, and one for myself as well. While it's hot, scalding, salty, savory, and sweet, one mouthful, and the warmth spread from her stomach out to her limbs. Simple ingredients, but in this moment they beat any delicacy. She murmured a quiet, "Thank you," Huanshin, bowed her head, and sipped it in small mouthfuls, savoring every one. Both bowls empty, she was warmed clear through, and she got up to clear the dishes. The private message interface lit up. It was no cilantro. No cilantro, Huanshin. It's pouring over here. How about you're in? Huan, just started. You holding up? No cilantro. For now, yeah? Lucky break. My raft got pushed by the waves behind a huge reef, and there's a hollow that blocks the wind. It rocks, sure, but way better than being out in the open. Oh right, Huanji, I opened a chest today and got a pack of seeds. Looks like wheat. Useless to me out at sea, but your boat's big. Maybe you'll find somewhere to plant them down the line. Let me trade them over. They're pure waste sitting with me. Seeds. My eyes lit up. A sustainable food source. Once I found an island with fresh water, or a growing area on some bigger boat in the future, the value of this pack of seeds was incalculable. This was an investment in the future. Juan, I need them. I'll remember this favor. No cilantro, you're too kind. Just glad you can use them. Trading now. I pulled a bottle of cola and a pound of smoked fish jerky out of my pack and put them on the trade panel. Juan, you'll need your strength to get through the storm. Don't turn your nose up at it. No cilantro. This is way too valuable. Thank you, Huanshin. Trade complete. A small, dry, intact pack of seeds appeared before me, and I carefully tucked it into my pack. I glanced at the clock, half an hour left on the storm countdown. As the timer ticked down, the despair on the world channel climbed to a whole new peak. Anonymous, I'm gonna die? This wind. These waves. My raft's falling apart. Help. Anonymous, Mom. I don't want to die out here. Anonymous, anyone got planks? I'll trade all my food for one. Please, I'm begging you. Anonymous, haha. Let it all burn. Let's all die together. A few people were on the same page as me. Bro Shrimp, sweet mother of mercy. What a scene. But a large raft should survive it. Boys, strap yourselves down tight. Close your eyes, and it'll be over before you know it. The big dog. A large raft is the bare minimum. Reinforce it properly, and your odds aren't bad. Small rafts, good luck to you. Doomsday Maniac, a bunch of sniveling losers. I just upgraded my ride to a small wooden boat. This storm's nothing. Once it blows over, I'm coming to clean house. And you, the one named Juan, your boat's already reserved. Haha. I didn't respond. But Zhou Shiyun saw it, and she clenched her fists, trembling with anger. God, Juan, how dare he threaten you? Just a clown. Ignore him. My tone was casual, but inside, a ripple of unease stirred. Upgrading to a small wooden boat this fast. Either his luck was off the charts, or he'd stolen it. I immediately posed a question in my mind. In this game, can you steal someone else's raft? The cold, mechanical voice answered almost instantly. Rule declaration. Without the owner's permission, No unit may directly board, occupy, or control another's vessel. Addendum: if the owner dies, their vessel and any unbound items become ownerless. Any unit may then access and claim them. Warning: a vessel is a player's fundamental anchor and life support device. If it is completely destroyed, the owner is immediately ruled dead. A chill ran down my spine. The rules forbade outright robbery, but they left a bloody loophole. Kill the owner and take the ship. The moment the owner dies, the ship becomes ownerless. Destroy the ship, and its owner dies with it. Attacking a vessel was the same as attacking the player themselves. Under this rule, the Doomsday Maniac's undisguised greed was especially dangerous. Where had he gotten the resources to upgrade? Could some of them have come from other unlucky survivors? That thought only confirmed I'd made the right call, reinforcing Zhou Shiyun's raft. A blue raft with 1,000 points of durability and a bit of protection could withstand the pounding waves and even hostile ramming, far better than those old boards with just a few dozen points of durability. The rules are crystal clear and brutal, I said to her in a low voice. Your raft is your second life. No matter what, protecting it comes first. She didn't fully understand, but seeing how grave my expression was, she nodded solemnly. I'll remember that. The half-hour flew by. The storm arrived. Beyond the porthole, wave crests easily broke past 10 meters, crashing in from every direction like an avalanche, as if they meant to grind and swallow the entire sea along with my boat. But the purple boat beneath my feet showed off performance that was practically a glitch. The hull moved, but its 40,000 points of durability were an almost immovable bedrock. That wave treader trait seemed pushed to its absolute limit. As if the boat had its own built-in navigation, it always cut into the wave troughs and glided over the crests at the trickiest possible angles, deflecting every ounce of the crashing force. Ding. Durability -1. Ding. Durability -1. The system prompts chimed softly, only once every long while. Against a total of 40,000, it hadn't even scratched the paint. More like a symbolic check-in to prove the storm actually existed and packed a real punch. Zhou Shiyun waited for the earth-shattering chaos she'd expected, but it never came. She glanced at her own interface. Her eyes went wide. In an environment this terrifying, her little raft's durability had only dropped by a dozen or so points, and slowly at that. Without the reinforcement, that beat-up raft would have been smashed to splinters on the very first hit. She let out a long breath, reaffirming once more. If God Huan hadn't taken her in, she wouldn't have even survived yesterday. As night fell, the storm grew fiercer. Every so often, I checked in with the others through private messages. Juan, holding up. No cilantro. Hanging in there. This reef shelter's a lifesaver, but the wood burns through fast, constant repairs. Good thing I fished up a few crates during the day, so my materials are just barely keeping pace. Bro shrimp. These waves have me spinning. Raft's still in one piece. Repairing and enduring. Today's crates saved my life. The forge flame, under control. Losses match projections. Reserves are ample. The replies were short, but they all carried the same message. They were still alive. The resources they'd frantically fished up during the day had given them the means to keep repairing and outlast the wear and tear. This was the textbook state of a barely passing player. Rough, but with hope. I felt a little more at ease. My collaborators were safe, for now. Around 7 or 8 in the evening, Zhou Shiyun leaned against the cabin wall, her eyes vacant, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, brow slightly furrowed. She kept sneaking glances at me, opening her mouth as if to speak, then stopping. What is it? I asked without opening my eyes. She jumped, embarrassment flushing her cheeks red. She drew a deep breath, as if mustering every ounce of courage she had, and lifted her head to look at me. God Juan, could I stay on the boat? She spoke faster, afraid she'd lose her nerve if she paused. I don't eat much. Really. And I can work. Cleaning, cooking, tending the fire. I studied clinical medicine, so I know a little about basic wound care and diagnosing illnesses. Her voice grew smaller, her face redder. The deal had been to just shelter from the storm and leave once it passed. But over these 2 days she'd been eating and living here for free, using so much fresh water, firewood, food, and now she wanted to overstay too. However you looked at it, it seemed like she was pushing her luck. But the moment she pictured going back to that flimsy raft, facing this sea that had devoured countless people all alone, A bone-deep terror nearly drowned her. Her ability to gather resources was practically zero. If she left this boat, what awaited her was most likely another dead end. Having said her piece, she lowered her head, not daring to look at me, her heart pounding like a drum as she awaited the verdict. Fine. Her head snapped up, stunned, doubting she'd heard right. I opened my eyes and added, "Your profession is very useful. At sea, where medicine was scarce and injuries and illness were frequent, someone who knew how to clean wounds, bandage, set bones, and diagnose symptoms was invaluable, self-evidently so. That mattered far more than just another set of hands for odd jobs." Keeping her meant the boat gained a medical module, an entry-level version, sure, but with considerable potential. As for not eating much and being able to work, those were secondary. It took her a few seconds to process. It wasn't pity, wasn't a soft heart. It was that she was useful. Her expertise had become her bargaining chip for acceptance. A tangle of emotions surged up, relief, gratitude, and a flicker of fighting spirit. "Thank you, God Juan. I'll work hard. I promise I won't be a burden," she said forcefully, her eyes turning resolute. "Remember what you said. On this boat, you follow the boat's rules. We'll go over the details after the storm. For now, rest and conserve your energy." Yes. While the storm raged, I took inventory of our supplies. Food was quite plentiful, enough for 2 people for half a month. The sea never lacked food. Crates and fishing could easily provide it. What was truly scarce were the various basic materials. They looked like a lot, but once you started using them, you realized it wasn't enough. I had about 120 units of wood left. Since I'd decided to keep her, I had to think about sleeping arrangements. One bed wasn't enough. Using 30 units of wood and 5 iron ingots, I crafted a second bed, then made it up with dried seaweed and canvas. "You'll sleep here tonight," I said, patting the bed. "No telling how long this storm will last. Getting good rest is what matters most." "Thank you, God Juan." Looking at the brand new bed, warmth spread through her chest. Once she was settled, I sat back down by the fire pit and took out 2 green coconuts and several thick, prepared cuts of raw fish. I sliced away the coconut husks with my dagger, revealing the snow-white flesh and clear coconut water. I poured the coconut water into a wooden bowl to set aside, then cut the coconut flesh into thin slices. I rinsed the fish and let it drain. I set the iron pot back over the fire and poured in the coconut water first. As the sweet liquid heated, it released a faint coconut fragrance. Once it began to simmer, I gently added the fish. The milky white flesh gradually firmed and turned opaque in the liquid. Then I scattered in the coconut slices, orange-white and snow-white complementing each other. I covered the pot, lowered the heat, and let them slowly stew together in the coconut water. Soon, a strange aroma seeped out from around the lid. Not simply the freshness of fish, nor the pure sweetness of coconut, but the briny savor of the ocean interwoven with the crisp sweetness of tropical fruit. Utterly mouth-watering. Zhou Shiyun couldn't help sniffing the air, and her stomach growled traitorously again. Her face flushed, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from that little pot billowing with steam. God Juan seemed to be really good at cooking. Half an hour later, the enticing aroma had long filled the entire cabin. I could tell Zhou Shiyun's stomach had already started its traitorous protests. She cradled a wooden bowl in both hands, her eyes practically glued to the steaming iron pot, obedient yet eager. It was about time. Using a thick cloth as a pad, I lifted the lid. "It's ready." Rich steam gushed out with a whoosh, the crisp sweetness of coconut mingling with the savory freshness of fish, washing over us. The broth in the pot had reduced to a thick, tempting milky white. The coconut slices were slightly translucent, their edges curled, and the large chunks of snow-white fish glistened, having soaked up the coconut liquid. The fish had stewed until tender. It fell apart at the touch of chopsticks and melted in the mouth. "Coconut fish," I named it offhand, quite satisfied. I filled a big bowl to the brim for her first. Glistening coconut draped over the snow-white fish, the milky broth nearly spilling over the rim. Then I served myself a bowl. She took it eagerly, ignoring the heat, leaning close to the bowl to take a deep sniff, an expression of near blissful satisfaction on her face. She scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and slipped it into her mouth. Scalding, fresh and sweet. The fish dissolved on her tongue, the freshness of the ocean wrapped and elevated by the mellow sweetness of the coconut. The coconut flesh was tender yet chewy, its fragrance filling her mouth. This wasn't just filling your belly. It was a luxurious feast for the senses in the middle of a desperate situation. I watched her narrow her eyes and let out a faint, contented sigh. While she sipped her soup in small mouthfuls, I reached into my pack again. Then, under her nearly bulging eyes, I pulled out 2 bottles of cola. Is that cola? Her voice cracked, and the wooden spoon nearly dropped into her bowl. Yeah, got it from a crate earlier. I pried off the cap. Hiss. The familiar sound of fizzing bubbles echoed through the cabin, and I handed her a bottle. She took it in a daze, glanced at me as I tilted my head back for a sip, swallowed, and cautiously took a small sip herself, mimicking me. Ah, ice cold and sweet. On this desperate sea of howling wind and driving rain, where survival was never guaranteed, a bowl of steaming coconut fish and a bottle of ice-cold cola. She sipped in small mouthfuls, occasionally stealing glances at me. I pretended not to notice. Get some rest after you eat, I said softly. The storm's weakening, but the turbulence is still fierce. No telling when it'll pass. Huh? Yes, God Juan. Don't call me God Juan. Just call me Lin Juan. She paused, her cheeks warming a little, then nodded firmly and repeated it quietly but clearly. Okay, Lin Juan. The 2 of us soon finished eating, and she gathered the dishes to wash as usual. I went to the bathroom to freshen up, then lay back down on my bed. Once she was done cleaning, she carefully climbed onto the new bed I'd made for her. Outside, the wind howled and the waves surged. But inside the tiny cabin, it was warm as spring. The firelight flickered against the cabin walls, and the atmosphere was quiet and peaceful. Lin Juan, are you asleep? She rolled onto her side. No, what is it? Nothing, it's just thank you. Get some sleep. I closed my eyes. Honestly, even I found it hard to believe. Before the apocalypse, a girl like her should have had a clear, bright future. A top university, clinical medicine, a prestigious hospital, busy and fulfilled in her white coat, maybe with a well-matched boyfriend, living a stable and respected life. She was the classic kid everyone's parents brag about. And me? An unemployed drifter, scraping by on living expenses by fighting for hire in virtual worlds, living in a cramped rental apartment with instant noodles for company, my future like a weed in a corner of the city. We should have been 2 parallel lines that never crossed. But the endless sea had leveled everything. The halo of academic credentials, the prestige of professions, the accumulation of wealth. In the face of the most primitive law of survival, all reset to 0 overnight. Some say fate is fair. Really, it just deals the cards again in a different, cruel way. And now, here we were, lying in the same rocking little boat, separated by a small stretch of warm, dark air. She murmured softly and closed her eyes. Listening to the storm outside, she gradually drifted off to sleep. Hearing her faint, soft breathing, I set my worries aside too. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, I was jolted awake by the sunlight streaming through the porthole. I opened my eyes and, out of habit, looked outside. The sky was clear, as if last night's storm had never happened. It was 7:30. Check vessel status. I recited silently in my mind. Small wooden boat. Quality E excellent. Durability 39,754/40,000. Status: hull intact, minor localized wear, all functions normal. Traits: wave treader, recovering. Sea god's protection, recovering. Only a couple hundred points of durability lost. With a flick of thought, I pulled out wood and repaired the hull. There was a rustling beside me. She was awake. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and gazed out at that unreal, tranquil blue, disbelief written all over her face. When she turned to look at me, she seemed to remember something, and her cheeks flushed faintly. Morning, Brother Juan. Morning, I answered. Take a look at your raft. Use wood if it needs repairs. No, your materials plus some of mine are enough for an upgrade. Just upgrade it straight to a large raft. That's the safer bet. Without waiting for her to react, I set aside a portion of my wood reserves, along with some hemp rope, and traded it to her through the system interface. The amount was exactly enough to cover what the upgrade required. Looking at the materials that had appeared in her trade window, her nose stung and her eyes instantly reddened. She quickly lowered her head. Thank you, Brother Juan. Her voice caught a little. It's nothing. Go on and upgrade. She nodded hard and was just about to start. Ding! A crisp, thunderous prompt exploded in both our minds at once. Global announcement. The first large-scale regional survival event, Genesis Storm Sea Cyclone, has ended. Congratulations to all surviving survivors. You have proven your basic qualification to survive. New features unlocked. 1. Global Positioning Map System. View your vessel's latitude and longitude coordinates in real time. 2. 3. Guild System. Players may create or join guilds to share resources and intelligence and coordinate actions. 4. Next major disaster forecast. Deep sea unrest. Estimated to begin in 144 hours. Current global active players, 5,406,355,010. We wish you all a pleasant game. She and I both froze. The storm had passed, but the game was far from over. It had, in fact, only just begun. And the player count had plummeted from the initial 8 billion to just over 5 billion. 3 billion people vanished from this world overnight. I was the first to snap out of it and pulled up the interface. Sure enough, beside Trade House and World Channel, there were now two faintly glowing icons, Map and Guild. I opened Map. A deep blue background symbolized the boundless ocean, with a green at the center blinking softly. Current coordinates, 120.12 degrees east, 31.45 degrees north. Then I opened Guild. The interface was simple, listing create, search, and list. Creating one required a new resource, a guild token, with harsh conditions attached. By now, the World Channel had erupted. Bro shrimp, holy crap, brothers and sisters. Everyone's still alive, sound off. 5 billion. There were tens of billions yesterday. I'm still alive. Ha ha. The big dog, damn. I actually made it. Spent the second half of the night with my eyes shut, clutching my wood, praying to every god I could think of. This hellish game. Lee survived by sheer luck. New features are open. The game has entered its next phase. Everyone, make the most of your time. Anonymous. This isn't a game at all. It's a massacre. Anonymous. Any big shots building a guild and recruiting? I can do anything. Please take me in. Anonymous. Deep sea unrest? 144 hours? Again, I scanned through it quickly. Just then, a private message popped up at exactly the right moment. No cilantro. No cilantro. God Juan. I made it through. Nearly didn't. Thank goodness the reef blocked most of the impact. Oh, I saw my own coordinates. 120.42 degrees east, 31.45 degrees north. Are you far from me? I paused. Identical latitude, a 0.3 degree difference in longitude. I quickly did the math. At low latitudes, each degree is about 111 kilometers, so 0.3 degrees, 30-some kilometers. Not close at sea, but far from unreachable. A sailboat with a tailwind could make it in a day. Rowing, though, would be a torturous test of endurance. Juan got it. Same latitude, straight line distance of about 30-some kilometers. Rowing by hand would be very difficult. The reply came instantly, brimming with excitement. No cilantro, 30-some kilometers. That's not far. God Juan, there's something. Near my coordinates, there's a little dot on the map. Zoomed in, it's an island. Not big, maybe 20 or 30 square kilometers. The storm pushed me quite a ways in this direction, and I'm really close to it now. I want to head over, rest up on the beach, and see if there's fresh water and fruit. An island. Those two words instantly sharpened my focus. Real land. After drifting for days, the temptation of land was immense. Fresh water, timber, minerals, arable soil, a sheltered harbor. The possibilities were endless. Opportunity and danger, side by side. I barely hesitated. Juan, the island is extremely important. Listen, don't rush inland. Secure the beach first. Watch the tides and weather, and be wary of any suspicious plants or animals. I'm setting out right now. Keep the line open and report constantly. Thinking he probably didn't have a decent weapon on hand, and the island's situation was unknown. Juan, I'll trade you an advanced dagger first. Remember, safety first, exploration second. If anything's off, retreat to the sea immediately, or find cover and hold your ground until help arrives. I opened the trade interface and put up an advanced dagger, designating the trade. No cilantro. An advanced dagger? That's way too valuable. Thank you, God Juan. Don't worry, I'll stay near the beach and wait for you to arrive. I turned to Zhou Shiyun. Change of plans. An acquaintance of mine found an island. It's about 30-some kilometers from us. An island? 30-some kilometers. She was overjoyed. Yeah, but rowing there would take at least a dozen plus hours. Our stamina couldn't handle it. I paused. So, I want to make a simple sail. It won't be a real sailboat yet, but it'll do. With the wave treader trait, our speed can increase by 50%. I opened the system shop. The small sail blueprint cost just 25 reward points. I currently had 13, so it wouldn't be hard to save up. The materials only required 10 canvas, 20 units of wood, and 5 hemp ropes. I had enough canvas, and fishing up a few treasure chests would cover the wood. Really, Brother Juan? That's great. I'll go fish right now. She excitedly grabbed a fishing rod and dashed out of the cabin. Watching her energy, so completely different from yesterday, I couldn't help but shake my head and smile. I was about to follow her out when another private message chimed. This time, it was United Self-Rescue Society. United Self-Rescue Society. Mr. Juan, congratulations on weathering the storm safely. We'd like to discuss a new deal. Would you be interested? A deal? I raised an eyebrow. Coming to me right after the storm. It seemed they hadn't taken much damage and had perhaps already begun a new round of expansion. Juan, what kind of deal? United Self-Rescue Society. Weapons and equipment again. Besides the advanced daggers from before, can you provide other types, Mr. Juan? We especially need ranged options. Bows and arrows would be ideal. Bows and arrows. I was momentarily taken aback. This was a direction I hadn't given much thought to. Daggers were for close combat. Flintlock guns had cumbersome ammunition and a slow rate of fire. Bows and arrows, the classic ranged weapon of the cold weapon era, held unique advantages for survival at sea. Relatively quiet, arrows recoverable, materials easy to obtain, and a serious threat to unarmored targets at close to medium range. I opened the shop and searched. Sure enough, the basic recurve bow crafting template and basic arrow crafting template were 25 points each, 50 total. The bow required 1 wood and 1 hemp rope. 20 arrows required 1 wood and 1 iron ingot. Not much in the way of materials. Juan, I can. How many? United Self-Rescue Society. At least 10 advanced bows, each with 20 arrows. Price is negotiable. We're hoping for a long-term partnership. 10 bows, 200 arrows. Quite an appetite. Enough ranged firepower to arm a whole squad. It seemed this organization's scale and ambitions were growing even faster than I'd estimated. I calculated the cost in my head. 50 points for the templates, not much for the crafting materials. The key was enhancement. Upgrading 10 ordinary bows and arrows to advanced would take about 100 points. Adding the templates, the total cost came to around 150. And the asking price? An advanced dagger had sold for 20 wooden treasure chests before. Bows and arrows were worth more, so the price had to go up. Doubling was a reasonable starting point. Juan, 10 advanced recurve bows, each with 20 finely crafted arrows. Total price, 400 wooden treasure chests, or 200 reinforced oak chests, or 135 iron-plated chests. A sky-high price, but I had grounds to stand firm. First, the value was there. Second, I was certain they urgently needed them. Third, I could guarantee the quality. Opening 400 wooden chests would yield 400 points, far exceeding my cost of 150, a hefty profit. And if they really could produce that many chests, it would neatly confirm their strength, worth keeping an eye on. The other side went silent for a moment. A few minutes later, United Self-Rescue Society. Mr. Juan, could you offer a better price? We're sincere about this partnership, and there'll be many more deals in the future. Haggling. As expected, Juan. The price is based on material scarcity, crafting complexity, and guaranteed quality. Advanced bows and arrows are immensely valuable for exploration, defense, and hunting. I'm afraid I can't go lower. My tone was firm. In business, the worst thing you can do is keep giving ground. Cave once, and you lose all pricing power from then on. Another moment passed. United Self-Rescue Society. All right, we'll go with your price, Mr. Juan. However, mobilizing that much material takes time. We propose paying half up front as a deposit, then settling the balance after inspection. How does that sound? Installments. Reasonable. Juan agreed. Deposit of 200 wooden chests, and I'll start once I receive it. I'll notify you to pay the balance when it's done. United Self-Rescue Society. Excellent. A pleasure doing business, Mr. Juan. The negotiation concluded, and a glint flashed in my eyes. A big deal, one that would send my reward points soaring, was about to close. It wasn't just a massive haul of resources, It meant deeper mutual interests binding me to the most organized power currently in these waters. Whether friend or foe remained uncertain, but for now, it was mutually beneficial. I reined in my thoughts. The pressing task was to make the sail and get to the island. The bow and arrow business could wait until I'd settled down. I stepped out of the cabin and went to the stern. She'd already fished up a reinforced oak chest and was excitedly waving at me. Brother Juan, good start. Nice, keep it up. The 200 wooden chests were soon transferred over. My eyes narrowed slightly. How long had it been since the storm passed? And they could already gather 200 chests. That could only mean one thing. The United Self-Rescue Society either had a lot of people, a lot of territory, or both. This local heavyweight was no simple player. But I didn't hesitate and confirmed the trade. In an instant, white light flashed repeatedly in the corner of the cabin, and the wooden chests piled up out of thin air like a small mountain, an aura of age wafting off them. Good thing my purple boat had been upgraded, or there'd have been no way to fit them all. This many chests. Zhou Shiyun, who'd just reeled in another treasure chest, walked in and nearly bit her tongue. The deposit. I said just 2 words. 200 wooden chests meant at least 200 reward points. My resources were about to skyrocket. I immediately started opening them. Opening and dismantling wooden treasure chest x 200, wood x 680, hemp rope x 320, metal fragments x 155, copper ingots x 12, iron ingots x 8, reward points x 200, compressed biscuits x 35, drinking water x 28, daggers x 2, torn fishing net x 1. First, I spent 50 points to redeem the basic recurve bow template and basic arrow template. There were enough materials to craft 10 bows. I fed in the materials, and out came the finished products, 10 bows and 200 arrows. I wasn't in a hurry to enhance and trade them. Advanced gear had to feel hard-won to the other side. Besides, I still had 163 points left. There was plenty more I could do. Zhou Shiyun, do you know how to use a bow? Huh. She paused. Brother Juan, I was in the archery club at school, but it's been a long time. That's enough. I grabbed a bow and slammed 110 reward points straight into it. Ding. Enhancement successful. Ding. Enhancement successful. Thunderclap recurved bow. Quality. Purple. Trait. Shock arrows. Arrows automatically crackle with lightning upon release, dealing bonus lightning damage on hit. Inflicts paralysis on creatures of purple grade and below. Trait. Precision blessing. Within 200 meters, trajectory autocorrects, virtually ignoring wind and turbulence, dramatically boosting accuracy. One focused on control, the other purpose-built to counter the sway of the sea. I couldn't suppress the delight in my eyes. This single bow was worth 20 ordinary advanced weapons. I turned and held the bow out to her. From now on, it's yours. I looked her in the eye. The shock effect can paralyze enemies and buy you time. The precision enchantment will help you steady yourself against the boat's rocking. Once we hit the island, we'll need ranged firepower, and you're the best fit for it. Zhou Shiyun froze completely. She stared at the faintly imposing blue-violet longbow, then back at me, her mind going blank. Juan, this is too valuable. A regular one would be fine for me. She waved her hands frantically, not daring to take it. Take it. I pressed the bow into her hands. A weapon is meant to protect people, not to be worshipped. You're the only ranged shooter on this boat. Get familiar with it as fast as you can. I paused. Don't put pressure on yourself. Start with stationary targets and get a feel for its power first. The precision enchantment will help you, but your stance and your draw, those are on you. She cradled the bow, which pulsed almost like a living thing, and her eyes reddened again. This time she didn't let the tears fall. She just nodded, hard. Yes, Juan. I won't let it down. I nodded and said nothing more. With the points I had left, I redeemed a small sail template. I fed in the materials, and a fore and aft sail took shape. The boat had no mast, but that wasn't going to stop me. I set my sights on a sturdy crossbeam at the stern, and using freshly forged metal parts, I quickly assembled a detachable auxiliary mast base and nailed it down firmly. The mast itself was a straight length of high-quality timber, fitted at the top with a pulley and a lashing ring. I hoisted the sail, ran the lines over to the main tiller, so one person could handle both sails at once. With a whoosh, the 4-square-meter triangular sail rose to the top of the stern and billowed in the sea breeze. The whole character of the boat changed. I adjusted the sheets a few times, and the boat began to cut through the waves. Our speed nearly doubled compared to rowing alone, over 30 kilometers, and with a tailwind, we'd arrive in 2 or 3 hours. Juan, our boat, it really looks like a sailboat now. Zhou Shiyun's eyes lit up. It's a far cry from one. This is just makeshift. That's what I said, but inside I felt a flicker of satisfaction. It was almost 10. After a whole morning of hustle, we were both starving. I hauled up the fishing net at the stern. It was heavy in my hands. After the storm, the fish were especially active. Several silver-gray wolf-fish thrashed in the net, looking downright vicious. Plump squid tangled their tentacles, and there were bright-scaled sea fish I couldn't name, along with a heap of oysters and scallops. Wow, so many! Zhou Shiyun leaned in, eyes shining, her stomach growling even louder. I got to work on the catch. I cut the fish into chunks, deboned the squid and sliced it into rings, pried open the shellfish for the meat, and rinsed everything in clean water. Before long, a wooden basin was piled high with clean, tempting seafood. I set the small iron pot over the fire pit, added wood, and poured in fresh water. Just before it came to a boil, I dumped all the seafood in at once. The water instantly turned cloudy, but a second later, a bold, savory aroma rose up with the steam, overpowering the salty tang of the sea breeze. No fancy seasonings, just the ingredients themselves melding together in the boiling water. 7 or 8 minutes later, the broth turned milky white, the fish held its shape, and the shellfish plumped up. I sprinkled in a small pinch of dried seaweed powder. There we go, seafood chowder. I ladled out 2 bowls, the milky broth just covering the ingredients. We sat right at the hatch and ate, facing the sea breeze. The fish melted in your mouth, the squid was springy, the shellfish sweet, and the broth was piping hot. One mouthful warmed you all the way down. Zhou Shiyun ate until beads of sweat formed on the tip of her nose, not leaving a single drop of broth. With our stomachs full, we felt recharged. Once we finished, she took the initiative to clean up. I went back to the bow. The outline of the island was already clear. To the northeast, a crescent of white sand beach. Behind it, lush tropical jungle, and farther off, low rolling hills. No man-made structures, just a primal stillness. Half an hour later, the boat slowly pulled ashore. "Is that Juan?" A girl called out loudly from the beach. "That's right. No cilantro." I raised my voice to confirm. Zhou Shiyun stopped what she was doing and looked over nervously. "It's me. Juan, it's really you guys." She nodded emphatically. Identity confirmed. I let out a breath, gave Zhou Shiyun a nod, and the two of us stepped onto the white sand. And in that very instant, ding, Machine-God system, special energy fluctuation detected, analyzing, fragment of the heart of civilization discovered, urgent quest, explore this island and obtain the heart of civilization fragment. Reward points x 300, significant boost to system authority experience. Note, heart of civilization fragments are critical rare materials for system upgrades and feature unlocks, scattered across world fragments and civilization ruins. Treat this with the utmost importance. My heart lurched violently. I nearly cried out on the spot. This was the first time the system had actively issued a quest, and its opening bid was 300 points, nearly equal to everything I'd accumulated before combined. More importantly, there was that one line, the key to upgrading the system. As it stood, the Machine-God system had only a marketplace, and that alone let me crush everyone at my tier. If it could be upgraded, this fragment, I had to have it. At any cost. System buddy, I asked urgently in my mind. What exactly is the heart of civilization? Besides upgrades, does it have other uses? Where does it usually show up? Is it dangerous? Searching. Insufficient authority. Information uncleared. Heart of civilization fragment. Formed from the crystallized spirit, technology, faith, or laws of a lost civilization, containing its core essence and immense energy. Can power advanced creations and mend the world's wounds. For this system, core upgrade material unlocks new features once absorbed. Possible locations, depths of ruins, energy nodes, ritual sites, resting places of important figures, often accompanied by guardian mechanisms or environmental anomalies. Warning, a fragment's energy may attract powerful creatures or distort the environment. Explore with caution. Guardian mechanisms. Environmental anomalies. I calm myself. There's no such thing as a free lunch. A 300-point reward had to come with 300 points worth of danger behind it. Huan, what's wrong? Zhou Shiyun asked with concern. Nothing. I shook my head, tamping down the churning in my mind and regaining my composure. I was so focused on confirming who she was that I forgot introductions. I pointed to myself. I'm Lin Huan. My ID is just Huan. Then I gestured to Zhou Shiyun. This is Zhou Shiyun. ID little fairy don't cry. And you? Nice to meet you, Lin Huan. And you too, Zhou Shiyun. Her voice was crisp, her eyes clear. Even after surviving alone for so long, she'd held on to both her manners and her wariness. Thank you both for coming. And thank you, Huan, for the dagger and the warning you gave me earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even dared to go near this island. Jiang Shui, save the thanks for later. I looked at her. You were the first to land here. Have you found anything? She thought carefully. I mostly stuck to the beach, gathered coconuts, and whatever washed ashore. I didn't dare go into the woods. But she hesitated and pointed toward the depths of the jungle. This morning while I was collecting firewood at the tree line, I thought I saw something glinting far off. It didn't look like water, and it wasn't leaves, more like metal or some very smooth stone. It was too far to see clearly. Plus the birdsong over there was really dense and shrill. It gave me the creeps, so I didn't dare get closer. A glint. Metal or smooth stone. Something clicked in my mind. That was almost certainly the direction of the fragment. Understood, I said in a low voice. First, we'll set up a temporary camp on the beach, restore our energy, then plan out the exploration. Jiang Shui, you know the terrain. Fill us in on the details in a bit. Zhou Shiyun, check your gear, especially the bow. We'll be heading into the jungle soon. Yes. Got it. After a short rest, I spent 10 points to imbue a bow with the precision trait. Just the one trait. But for a novice like Jiang Shui, it was a huge upgrade. Watching me casually pull out yet another blue-tier weapon, Jiang Shui's eyes went wide again. Blue weapons were the rarest of the rare on the market. Beside her, the corners of Zhou Shiyun's mouth curled up slightly, and she quietly straightened her back. After all, she was the one holding a purple weapon. Jiang Shui, keep this bow. Also, as payback for the seeds you gave me earlier. I walked over to her large wooden raft and raised a hand to enhance it. A beam of light descended. The raft leapt straight to blue. Its durability shot up from 200 to 2000, and it came with the sea god's blessing trait. Jiang Shui. She lost her voice entirely, staring at the utterly transformed raft, her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Enhancing a vehicle. In her eyes, this was beyond shocking. It was a miracle. She snapped her gaze to me, eyes full of awe, and a trace of relief. Relief that she'd chosen to trust me back then. Her reaction didn't surprise me. That covers the payback for now. With the raft enhanced, whether you stick with us or sail on your own down the road, you'll have one more layer of protection. Thank you, Huan. She nodded emphatically. Let's go. I drew my flintlock and gripped it in my hand, the two women following close behind with their bows. The three of us stepped into the jungle, and I stamped down on the soil beneath my feet. Soft enough. Hold on. I want to collect some of this soil. Back on the boat, we can grow wheat with it. Zhou Shiyun fished a small wooden trowel out of her pack. Huan, I'll help. The topsoil was deep, and we quickly filled several large bags with quality earth and stowed them in our packs. It took up some space, but thinking of future food supplies, it was worth it. That's enough. Let's keep moving. I stood and brushed the dirt off my hands. Just as I was about to head deeper in, Jiang Shui lowered her voice, brimming with excitement. Huan, Shiyun, look over there. Coconuts. Following where she pointed, several coconut palms rose tall and straight, more than a dozen large green-yellow coconuts hanging at their tops. Near the crowns were messy piles of twigs, bird nests. This island isn't big, but it's got plenty of resources. I sized it up. Coconuts could provide water and food, the nests might have eggs, and the trunks would make good timber. Huan, let's gather a batch first. There are nests up there. Maybe we can grab some eggs. Zhou Shiyun's eyes sparkled. Good idea. After a moment's thought, I nodded. There was no rush on the exploration, and a varied food supply was just as important. I assigned the tasks. Gather materials centered on these few trees, and stay alert for any movement. Zhou Shiyun, you keep watch, and keep an eye out for herbs on the ground. Jiang Shui, watch the treetops and the nests. Look out for large birds. They may be aggressive. First we grab the fallen coconuts. Then we'll see if we need to climb. I pointed at the few hardwoods. We can chop these down too, to stock up on timber. One coconut palm should yield about 30 units. Got it. The two women answered in unison, then split up to work. Before long, Jiang Shui had found several kinds of mushrooms. Huan, Shiyun, look. She dug a few pale yellow, scaly caps out from beside a patch of moss. These are yellow-spotted boletes, edible and very flavorful. Then she found a cluster of grayish-brown ones on the back of a fallen log. This is my take. Makes a good soup. Jiang Shui, you know so much. You can even identify mushrooms. Zhou Shiyun's face was full of admiration. Knowing fish and seaweed out at sea was nothing special, but accurately telling edible fungi apart on land. That was a life-saving skill. Jiang Shui smiled bashfully. Before I ended up here, my family had a little plantation. Never thought it'd come in handy. I nodded to myself. In this wasteland, any skill at all could be the trump card that kept you alive. We gathered for about half an hour before stopping. All right, let's keep moving and see what else this island is hiding. I took the lead, and the three of us formed back up into an exploration formation, pushing toward the island's interior. About 20 minutes later, the terrain changed. The dense forest split open into a clearing, at the far end of which rose a low hill covered in vegetation so unnaturally dark it looked like a scar growing amid the green. This is it. Jiang Shui stopped abruptly and pointed ahead. The flash I saw, it was reflecting from behind there. Zhou Shiyun and I followed her hand. Near the hill's crest, hidden among the gaps in the vines, were several irregular dark shadows. Not quite rock, not quite soil. Target confirmed. Stay close to me. We circled around to the side and pushed aside a cluster of vines. All three of us held our breath at once. In the rock face gaped a pitch-black opening. Arched, 2 meters high, 1.5 meters wide. The stone of the cave walls gave off a dark shimmer in the dim light, the very source of that reflection. I'll go first. Watch your step and your head. I pulled out a makeshift torch, holding the flame in one hand and the flintlock in the other, and ducked inside. The passage wasn't long, about 10 meters, sloping slightly downward. At the end, the view suddenly opened up. A flight of hand-carved stone steps descended along the steep slope, deep underground. The torchlight only reached 20 or 30 steps down. Below that was darkness that swallowed everything. Steps. Someone's been here before. Or something smarter than a person. I crouched and ran my hand along the edge of a step, drew a deep breath, and headed down, torch raised. Shiyun and Jiang Shui pressed close on either side of me. The stairs spiraled down, as if they had no end. About 5 minutes later, we stepped onto level ground. An underground room. Beneath our feet was no longer stone but rotting wood planks, each step kicking up choking dust. In a corner, a few decayed silhouettes vaguely resembled tables and chairs. And on the ruins of one of those tables, a single point of light, quietly pulsing. Not harsh, deep blue, as if an entire starry sky had been compressed into a fragment the size of a thumbnail. It lay spotless on the dust-covered tabletop, giving off a faint pulse of energy, like the only heart still beating in this dead, silent room. The heart of civilization fragment. At first glance, I was certain. What is that? It's beautiful. Shiyun held her breath behind me. A fragment of the heart of civilization, I said softly. Huan, how do you recognize it? What's it for? Jiang Shui leaned in, her eyes full of curiosity. I chose my words carefully. I've had a few strange encounters. This thing is very important to me. It determines whether my abilities can advance to the next level. The two exchanged a glance, both reading the understanding in each other's eyes, but wisely refraining from pressing further. In this precarious world, everyone kept their own trump cards close. Sometimes, holding back your curiosity is the wisdom that keeps you alive. If it's useful to you, then hurry and take it, Jiang Shui said sincerely. Jiang Shui. I looked at her solemnly. Finding this was entirely thanks to your coordinates. I owe you one, and I won't forget it. She quickly waved it off. Without you, I wouldn't even have survived the storm. I'm just glad I could help. I said no more, reaching out my right hand, carefully extending my thumb and forefinger toward that point of ghostly blue. The instant my fingertips touched it, my vision blurred. The rotting room, the flickering firelight, the two people behind me, all of it faded rapidly, like a painting draining of color. A shattered but vivid memory flooded into my mind like a bursting dam. Scene 1. A vast laboratory filled with futuristic technology. Along the silver-white streamlined walls, data streams, and holographic projections flickered frantically, precision instruments emitting a low hum. The air was so clean there wasn't a single mote of dust. This was absolutely nothing the world I came from before could have produced. Several white-coated researchers gathered around a ring-shaped control console, their faces ashen, eyes bloodshot. One of them shouted hoarsely, "We're running out of time. The boundary membrane of the abyss dimension is overlapping exponentially. The collision and erosion are inevitable now. This is our last chance." "The Machine-God system, final calibration," another trembling voice said. "In the name of the Supreme Council of the Human Federation, I hereby request, commit all strategic reserves to the Dawn Project. This is our only ember. This time, it has to succeed." Scene 2. The perspective shifted abruptly. A cramped room, piled with paper documents and ancient instruments. A middle-aged man in thick glasses and a worn research robe, coughing violently, lunged toward the desk. With a trembling hand, he picked up a fountain pen and, on a document stamped with an intricate crest, "The Dawn Project, Final Implementation and Civilization Ember Seeding Protocol," signed his name with the last of his strength. The handwriting was sloppy, yet heavy as a mountain. After signing, it was as if the life had been drained out of him. He slumped listlessly into his chair. The pen clattered to the floor. He looked up into the void, his eyes holding reluctance, regret, and finally settling into stillness. His breathing stopped. Only dust remained, drifting slowly in the faint light filtering through the transom window. The scene cut off abruptly. I sucked in a sharp breath as the vision shattered, the firelight and my companions' worried faces flooding back into view. I staggered, catching myself on the edge of the table to keep from falling. "Juan, what's wrong?" The two rushed forward to steady me. I'm fine." I shook my head hard, trying to shake off the dying researcher's gaze. The Abyss Dimension, the heart of civilization, the Dawn Project, the Machine-God system, the Human Federation. What on earth were these? At that moment, the system's chime rang out in the depths of my mind, carrying a weight it had never had before. Ding. Obtained Heart of Civilization Fragment X1. Hidden Quest. The Lost Civilization's Relic. Complete. Reward. Points X300. Machine-God System Core Energy Replenishing. Core Protocol Verification Passed. Detecting Host Soul Characteristics. Confirmed. Pure-blooded human. Genetic lineage compatibility with the Dawn Project Ember. Extremely high. Upgrade conditions met. Current version. 0.9. First spark of the Ember. Upgrade to 1.0. Fleet Cradle. Requires. Heart of Civilization Fragment X1. Upgrade immediately. Warning. This will consume all fragments. Upgrade Preview. 1.0 Fleet Cradle Unlock. Fleet Management Module. Bind and remotely control multiple vehicles. Establish a coordinated maritime system. Manufacturing Expansion. Unlock more small and mid-sized maritime vehicles and supporting blueprints. Environmental Scanner. Short-range scan, highlighting resource points, energy anomalies, traps, and life signals. Tactical Command Network. Basic short-range, interference-resistant mental communication between fleet units. Estimated duration. 10 minutes, during which most functions will be disabled. Fleet. Blueprints. Scanning. A tactical network. I stared at the prompt, momentarily stunned, then pressed the question in my mind. System. What was that memory just now? The Human Federation, the Dawn Project. What exactly are those? Searching. Critical data missing, link severed. Only this can be confirmed. This system is one of the designated Ember carriers of the Dawn Project, with the core protocol being to assist the host in survival, development, and the continuation of civilization's Ember. Further background is corrupted or encrypted and requires higher version authority or additional fragments to restored. Data missing. I calmed down. It wasn't that the system refused to tell me. It was wounded pretty badly itself. I understand. I drew a deep breath and turned to the two of them. I need to deal with this fragment right away. It's tied to an important breakthrough. The process will take about 10 minutes, during which I may not be able to focus, and there might be some commotion. Stay on high alert. Guard the entrance and that corner. Though full of questions, neither of them hesitated. Don't worry, Juan, we've got it. Shiryun raised the thunderclap bow, turning to face the entrance, her gaze sharp. Leave this side to me. Jiang Shui gripped her bow tightly, forcing down her nerves, and stared into the darkness. Seeing them in position, I hesitated no longer. System, confirm the upgrade. Begin. Command confirmed. Consuming Heart of Civilization Fragment X1. Upgrading. 959 remaining. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Ding. Upgrade complete. Current version 1.0 Fleet Cradle. Core Module Self-Check. Fleet Command Hub. Online. Bindable Vehicles. 2. Manufacturing Library Expansion. New blueprints added. High-Speed Scout Craft. Shallow Water Assault Raft. Light Transport Ship. Simple Dock. Wooden Watchtower. Environmental Scanner. Standby. Active Skin Radius. 100 meters. Tactical Mental Link. Basic Online. Bindable Units. 2. System restored. Enjoy your experience. I let out a breath. Now wasn't the time to play with new toys. Let's go. Shiyun, Jiang Shui, we're leaving here first. The light underground is too poor. If something happens, we won't be able to handle it. Right, let's head up. Shiyun nodded. This place made her deeply uneasy. Huan's right, let's move. Jiang Shui agreed. The three of us retraced our steps, hurrying toward the cave mouth. Only once we were back outside the cave did we finally breathe easy. At that moment, the system alarm blared. Emergency notice. The core stabilization anchor, the Heart of Civilization fragment, has been removed from its original force field node. Warning. This island's geological structure and ecological balance are highly dependent on the stabilizing energy field emitted by the fragment. With the fragment removed, the energy field is on the verge of collapse. Calculation. In 1 hour, plus or minus 5 minutes, this island will suffer large-scale collapse from the loss of core support and sink into the sea. Countdown. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. All units evacuate immediately. The island will sink in an hour. My mind raced. So that fragment wasn't just the key to the upgrade. It was the very foundation holding up the entire island. Removing it was like pulling the support out from under this land. The plan to build a long-term camp was scrapped. Shiyun, Jiang Shui. I turned, lowering my voice. The situation's changed. This island is going to sink into the sea in an hour. What? Sink. Both cried out at the same time. It must be because we took that shard, I explained, motioning for them to stay calm. It was probably the energy source keeping the whole island stable. Once the shard was gone, the island couldn't hold together. The camp plan is off. But inside, my mind was racing. The island's sinking was a disaster. Yet for me, the answer had been crystal clear from the very start. The shard had to be taken. Maybe other shards were propping up other islands, too. Someday, other survivors would stand before the same choice. Take the shard and gain power while watching their home sink, or leave it behind and cling to a false security that someone else would eventually steal. Greed versus reverence. The immediate versus the long game. Sooner or later, this choice would land on everyone's shoulders. And I had a ship. I had a system. The sea was my domain. The land beneath my feet was nothing but a cage. We've only got an hour. Move now. Shiyun snapped out of it first, her eyes already sweeping over the supplies and boats on the beach. Right? We're short on time. We've still got the stuff we gathered this morning. Don't panic, we've got enough. Head for the shore. Jiang Shui, when we hit the water, tie your raft to the back of my ship. Got it. The three of us jogged back to the beach. I boarded, secured the hemp rope, and tossed the other end to Jiang Shui, who lashed it neatly to her raft. Get on board. We're setting sail now. The moment everyone was aboard, I raised the sail without hesitation, adjusted the angle, and threw the rudder hard over. The little boat, dragging 2 rafts behind it, pulled away from the shallows, came about, and accelerated toward the southeast. About 100 meters offshore. A roar like the Earth's own guts being torn apart exploded from the island's core. We whipped around in horror. Where the hills we'd just explored had been, smoke and dust shot skyward. Entire stands of trees toppled as if shoved down by a giant, invisible hand, collapsing in slow motion. Massive fissures split open near the shore, and the sea came flooding in like a madman. The island was breaking apart. About 10 minutes later, the entire island slipped beneath the surface, tearing open a colossal whirlpool. Only because we'd gotten far enough away did we barely escape being swallowed. Not until the island had vanished completely did the three of us collapse onto the deck, letting out long breaths. Juan, it really sank. Shiyun murmured, a mix of loss and relief in her voice. Yeah, I nodded. Take a breather, get some food going. This trip paid off big, thanks to Jiang Shui. I've picked up some new power, but I've still got to figure out exactly what it is first. Oh, right, Jiang Xue. I looked at her. I'm formally inviting you to join us. Shiyun's a medical intern, and you know farming. Your skills mean a lot to us. After coming aboard, Jiang Xue had clearly been won over by the ship's stability and the enhancement abilities I'd shown. She barely hesitated. Huan, surviving alone out here is brutal. I saw the game ad announcing the guild system's gone live. That's basically pushing survivors to team up. Sharp instincts. Exactly. Good on. Then Huan, should we start a guild too? Sounds pretty useful. Shiyun's eyes lit up. I smiled. A guild needs a token, and there's no way we're joining someone else's. But we're not building a guild. We're building a fleet. A fleet. They both froze at the same time, instinctively glancing at our assets. One small boat, two rafts. That was a far cry from a steel armada blotting out the sky. Bewilderment was written all over their faces, as if they suspected they'd misheard. That's right, I said, brimming with confidence. We're weak right now, but I promise, one day, we'll have a super fleet unmatched across the entire ocean. The warship blueprints in the system demanded astronomical amounts of materials. But who could say it was impossible? Especially since the system refreshed spark energy cores, even Poseidon-class aerospace carriers. Someday, our fleet won't just rule the seas. I looked up, gazing at the deep blue sky and the vast horizon, my eyes sharp as a blade about to be drawn. Even the sky will be ours to conquer. The storm has passed, and the island has sunk. But our voyage has only just entered the truly magnificent deep waters. The future is the fleet, the sky, and an era that belongs to us, a new age. Volume 1, Storm Survival, End. Volume 2, Dawn of the Fleet, to be continued. First, I took inventory of our supplies. Between the crates we'd opened and the hull we'd gathered on the island, the stockpile had climbed to a staggering number. Reward points, 320. Wood, 1,500. Copper ingots, 120. Metal fragments, 200. Iron ingots, 80. Hemp rope, 1,000. Upgrading from a large raft to a small wooden boat only required 500 wood, 50 hemp rope, and 10 metal ingots. Even after fully upgrading both Jiang Xue's and Zhou Shiyun's rafts, there'd still be materials to spare. And enhancing from blue to purple cost 100 reward points each time. Worth it. This was an investment in my core members and the first cornerstone of my fleet framework. I gathered my thoughts and looked over at the two of them, just now recovering from the shock of the sinking island and helping tidy the deck. Zhou Shiyun, Jiang Xue, come here. I got straight to the point. We've got plenty of supplies. I'm giving you all the upgrade materials. Upgrade your rafts to small wooden boats right now. Huh. They both blinked. Once you're done, I continued, I'll use my ability to enhance your new boats from blue to purple. Purple. Same as your ship, Huan. This. Huan, this is too much, we can't. Overwhelmed by such a lavish gift, the two of them nearly stumbled over their words. Zhou Shiyun instinctively shook her head. She knew exactly what a purple ship meant. Immunity to storms, the ability to ride the waves in absolute safety, the holy grail everyone on the channel dreamed of. Just a few days ago, she'd been curled up on a raft that could have fallen apart at any second, waiting to die. I raised a hand to cut them off. No need to refuse. Like I said, we're a team. Supplies exist to be shared, to make the whole team stronger, not to be hoarded away to rot in one person's hands. I paused, my tone growing firmer. Without your vigilance and help, I wouldn't have gotten those things, and I wouldn't have unlocked this new power. Your value is worth this investment. I gestured toward the vast sea. Out here, going it alone gets you nowhere. The stronger your ships are, the stronger we all are. This isn't charity. It's for our shared future. Cold logic stripped away the raw emotion. The unease in their eyes faded, replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility. Share the supplies, get stronger together. I made the call. Each upgrade takes 30 minutes. Get to it now. Call me when you're done. In the meantime, I'm going to get familiar with this new power I just picked up and plan out our route. Got it, Huan. Zhou Shiyun was the first to respond, nodding hard, the last trace of hesitation in her eyes hardening into resolve. I'll be as fast as I can. Once mine's upgraded, I want to set aside a space on board for a makeshift medical bay. From now on, I'll make my ship the fleet's medical supply vessel. Caught up in the moment, Jiang Xue took a deep breath. Huan, thank you for trusting me. I come from a farming background. A ship's got way more space than a raft, so I want to set up a planter box or a hydroponics area on the deck and start with some fast-growing vegetables. From now on, my ship will be the fleet's mobile farm, the provisions vessel. Something clicked in my mind. This was exactly what I wanted. Not just stacking numbers, but division of labor, complementary functions, the seed of a genuine, highly coordinated microfleet. Good. Now that's what I call a team. I smiled. Everyone in their role, everyone playing to their strengths. Medical ship, provisions ship. Down the line, we'll have scout speedboats, gunships, heavy transport vessels, even. My gaze swept past the horizon, reaching somewhere far beyond. On that planet from my past life, the ultimate symbol of naval supremacy surfaced in my mind. A mobile fortress combining air strikes, long-range early warning, and integrated resupply. Even a carrier strike group that commands the whole board, holding both air and sea superiority. My voice was quiet, but as certain as if I were simply stating fact. The two of them were stunned by the term all over again. But this time, there wasn't a shred of absurdity in their shock. Watching my calm eyes, burning with ambition, and remembering everything I'd shown them, a thought crept up from the bottom of their hearts. One even they found crazy. Maybe it really was possible. The blueprint is far off, but the road starts at our feet. I clapped my hands. Go upgrade the boats first. I'm going to study my new toys. See you in 30 minutes. Yes, they answered in unison, each rushing off to their vessel. I turned and walked into the cabin, found a quiet corner, sat down, closed my eyes, and let my consciousness sink into that core I'd just lit up, shining like a new star. Mecha-God System 1.0, Fleet Cradle. Outside the window stretched endless blue. Inside, a dream of a fleet was quietly taking root. Resources secured, blueprint in my heart, companions in place. The next step was to explore, to grow, to take a solid first step toward that dream, one that seemed impossibly distant, yet somehow within reach. While the two of them wrestled with their rafts, I woke the fleet cradle. Beside the store icon, a new standalone module had appeared, Fleet Command Nexus. At a touch of thought, the module unfolded, and a virtual space spread out before me. 3 faintly glowing 3D ship models hovered at the center. The largest was my small wooden boat, flanked by 2 planar-looking large raft holograms, both labeled upgrading. Fleet status. Current deployable units. 3. Fleet synergy effect activated. When 2 or more vessels of the same fleet operate cooperatively within a 1 nautical mile radius, the following bonuses trigger. Production efficiency, resource gathering, construction, and repair speeds increased by 50%. Enhancement tendency guidance. The commander can set a warship's orientation, influencing the probability of related attributes appearing in subsequent enhancements. Fleet consciousness link. Unlocks an encrypted communication channel that ignores normal distance limits, interference-resistant, and eavesdrop-proof, providing an absolutely secure channel for internal command and intelligence sharing. So that's it. This is the true meaning of the Fleet Cradle. A glint flashed in my eyes. What excited me most was that Fleet Consciousness link. Distance-defying, encrypted, and jam-proof. Its strategic value was incalculable. Even if the team split up to explore, we could stay in touch instantly. If someone hit trouble, they could call for backup in a heartbeat, and against other factions down the road, it would guarantee secure command. System, pre-register Zhou Shiyun's and Jiang Shui's vessels into the fleet. Name it, set sail. Command received. Targets are currently upgrading and have been listed as reserve units. Once the upgrades are complete, owner confirmation is required before they can be officially registered into the set sail fleet and enjoy the full synergy effects. Note: after official formation, the commander can view each ship's status, issue rally, follow, and patrol commands, and share encrypted nautical charts. I closed the Nexus and browsed through the newly unlocked features. Several new blueprints had appeared in the store. High-speed scout boats, shallow water assault rafts, light transport ships, along with a few supporting modules, simple hydroponic trough, basic medical workbench, basic marine furnace. These modules only worked when installed on vessels of a specific tonnage. I also activated the basic multi-mode environmental scanner. Centered on me, a semi-transparent holographic map with a radius of about 120 meters overlaid my vision. The hull structure beneath my feet, the arrows of nearby currents, the undulations of the underwater terrain, all crystal clear. Even the two green auras of life, representing Zhou Shiyun and Jiang Xue, not far off, were faintly visible. First, I'll make good on my promise. Enhancing both ships costs 200 points. That leaves 120. I calculated. Once I close out the United Rescue Association's order, I'll have 20 left. When their 200 crates of final payment arrive, that's another 200 points coming in. Without hesitation, I pulled out the 10 finished bows and Kelly's enhancer. Enhanced them all. A 90% success rate, yet one still failed. It cost 110 points total, the rest all succeeded. I opened my private chat with the United Rescue Association. Juan, all 10 blue bows are done. Trade now? United Rescue Association, that fast. Mr. Juan, your efficiency is astounding. I'm ready whenever you are. A trade request popped up. Both sides laid out their items, confirmed, and the deal closed instantly. United Rescue Association, pleasure doing business. One more presumptuous request. Would Mr. Juan be interested in joining our United Rescue Association? With your abilities, you'd be made vice president upon joining, with resource allocation authority second only to the president. We've already gathered nearly 500 survivors and are organizing systematically. We're sure to claim our place in these waters. 500 people? Already assembling? The number sent a chill through me. The storm had barely passed, yet they'd already built the framework of a 500-strong group and begun coordinated operations. Remembering how they'd handed over 400 crates without batting an eye, their cohesion far exceeded my estimate. This was no longer a small survival group. It was a budding regional power with real ambition. Anyone who could rally 500 people at a time like this had no ordinary organizer behind them. My mind raced, and I replied politely but firmly. Juan, your association's scale and drive are impressive, but I'm used to going it alone. For now, I have no interest in joining any organization. I'd rather focus on improving myself and the companions at my side. I left the door open. Juan, of course, your association is an important partner of mine. Should there be a need for deeper cooperation down the road, I'll give you priority consideration. Dangle a carrot first. Keep the relationship warm. They held resources and immense potential. There was no reason to make enemies now. Sure enough, they seemed to have anticipated it and replied without missing a beat. United Rescue Association, understood. An expert like you, Mr. Juan, surely has your own considerations. Our doors are always open. And if you ever come across word of guild tokens, rare blueprints, or special resources, feel free to reach out. We'll offer prices you'll be more than happy with. Ending the chat, I let out a soft breath. Juan, that's a ton of crates. The two of them finished their raft upgrades and returned to the cabin, only to find the crates piled high again. Yeah, cleared out the Rescue Association's final payment. You both done upgrading. Done. Juan, it feels totally different. Zhou Shiyun gestured excitedly. Going from a raft to a boat, it's way steadier, way roomier, 4,000 durability points, so many times better than my old little raft. Then something occurred to her, and she asked curiously, "Oh right, Juan, I noticed that upgrading a raft to a boat took the durability from 200 to 400. That's double. But when you enhance my raft to blue, it went from 100 to 1,000, 10 times over. So upgrading is linear growth, but your enhancement is exponential." I nodded. Exactly. System upgrades boost the framework and capacity. It grows gradually. My enhancement directly optimizes the vessel's structure, material density, and energy compatibility. It's an energy level leap. In a word, upgrading is growing up, enhancement is evolution. Every enhancement is tenfold. Beside her, Jiang Xue was utterly dumbfounded, her mouth an open circle. She'd assumed her raft going from 200 to 2,000 was a special case of a first enhancement. Hearing me confirm it was a universal rule flipped her understanding on its head. Exponential growth. It meant that as long as I was willing, I could build monster vessels with durability in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. That went beyond impressive. It was enough to shatter the balance of power across these entire waters. Watching Jiang Xue's worldview crumble, I chuckled and didn't explain further. Let's not get into that now. I'll open the crates, restock our resources, then enhance your ships. I walked over to the pile of treasure chests. Opening and dismantling wooden treasure chests x 200. Reward points x 200. Wood x 680. Hemp rope x 320. Metal fragments x 155. Copper ingots x 12. Iron ingots x8. Reward points climbed back to 400, and the material stockpile surged again. Resources are set. But before I enhance you, there's one more thing. With a flick of thought, I sent each of them a formal fleet registration invitation through the fleet module. As commander of the set sail fleet, I'm formally inviting you to join. Once you accept, you'll get a first taste of the fleet system. I gestured for them to look at the interface. The advanced templates and core exchange permissions stay with me for now, but you can browse. Look carefully through those function modules and think about how to combine them with your specialties to make your ship one of a kind. Whatever catches your eye, if permissions allow, tell me, and I'll get it for you first. Understood, Huan. Zhou Shiyun confirmed eagerly. In that instant, she felt a thread, incredibly fine but perfectly clear, form between her ship, me, and Jiangxue. An interface labeled Fleet, Set Sail, unfolded in her mind. She opened the Fleet Store preview. The next second, it was as if she'd stepped into a virtual temple of technology. Countless glowing blueprints hovering in midair. Basic hydroponic planting trough, small, indoor soilless cultivation. 25 reward points. Basic sterile medical workbench. Basic surgical care and medicine preparation. 30 reward points. Simple fish processing station. Improves processing efficiency, small chance of bonus byproducts. 25 reward points. Ship structural reinforcement frame type 1. Slightly boosts durability and structural strength. 50 reward points. An endless, dazzling array. Zhou Shiyun was completely floored, her breathing quickening. This, you can trade for blueprints with just reward points. Her understanding of the world had been overturned. In the rules of these seas, there was no such thing as a system store. Every tool, weapon, and blueprint could only be obtained by desperately fishing out crates, braving ruins, or trading precious resources with others. Even the most ordinary white dagger could fetch a fortune on the trading channel. But in my fleet store, the template for a white dagger cost just 15 points, plus a block of iron and a piece of wood to make. That cost, that efficiency, it was a dimensional stomp. No wonder I could casually trade away blue weapons and calmly promise to enhance their ships to purple. The resource channels I controlled were on a completely different level from ordinary players. Jiangxue was equally staggered, her eyes shining as she was already scheming in her head how to remodel her new ship. You'll get familiar with the fleet features over time. Right now, let's take care of business. I pulled the two of them back to reality. Stand on your ships and get ready for enhancement. They immediately stepped onto their respective new boats. I took out Kelly's enhancer. Enhance, target, Zhou Shiyun's small wooden boat. Enhance, target, Jiangxue's small wooden boat. Command confirmed. Cost, 200 reward points. Success rate, blue-purple approximate 80%. Confirm. Confirm. Purple light blazed, lasting nearly a full minute. When the light finally faded and fully merged into the hulls, two utterly transformed boats sat quietly on the water. Small medical support vessel, purple, Zhou Shiyun. Durability, 40,000/40,000. Attribute, Poseidon's Blessing. A certain chance to avoid creature swarms of fine grade and below. Attribute, Steady Footing. Greatly reduces rocking from wind and waves, providing a stable environment for precision operations. Small eco-agricultural vessel, purple, Jiangxue. Durability, 40,000/40,000. Attribute, Poseidon's Blessing. A certain chance to avoid creature swarms of fine grade and below. Attribute, Endless Vitality. Slightly accelerates crop growth aboard the ship and enhances disease resistance. 40,000 durability, with dedicated attributes. The two of them were so thrilled they nearly jumped. Now our set sail fleet finally looks like something. I looked at them and smiled. 3 purple ships, even if they were still small, held survival power and potential that already surpassed the vast majority of survivors in these waters. The open sea and boundless sky were never about how fast one person could paddle, but about a group of people willing to paddle in the same direction. Ships enhanced, fleet assembled. I gazed at the horizon. Next up, time to test out the new toys and plan our real first fleet operation. I'd just finished enhancing Zhou Shiyun's and Jiangxue's 2 new ships to purple quality when the world channel blew up again. Brothers, 70 hours left till the next storm hits. Report your vessel progress. Idiot upstairs? Who's gonna flash their underwear for you to see? Looking for a team. There's a reef near coordinates XXX that can shelter from the storm. Can't hold it alone. United Rescue Association recruiting. Strict discipline. Shared resources. PM to apply. Doomsday Berserker. A bunch of cowards. The storm's coming. Perfect time to reshuffle the deck. That guy Juan. If you've got the guts, come try me. I glanced at the top right corner of the channel. Over 5 billion surviving players. After the seawater tornado sifted through everyone, this batch of survivors had basically gotten their footing. The real slaughter was only just beginning. I closed the channel and turned back to the two girls still poking around their new ships. You pick out your templates? Anything you especially want. Pick them out, Juan. Zhou Shiyun's eyes lit up. The small integrated medical bay, 25 points. Folding beds, sterilization equipment, medicine cabinet, surgical table frame. It's got it all. The materials are just wood, metal, and fabric. We've got all of it in the warehouse. Jiang Xua pointed at her own interface. I want the modular hydroponic cultivation bay, also 25 points. Adjustable layout, temperature and humidity control, circulating nutrient solution. I'll use the good soil we gathered on the island as the growing medium and start with a batch of fast-growing leafy greens. She paused. But hydroponics is short on fresh water. So I've also got my eye on a small high-efficiency water purifier. It treats seawater directly, produces purified water daily, and the byproduct is even salt. Medicine, food, fresh water, all three landed squarely on the team's survival lifeline. And they weren't expensive, either. Good eye? Those three, then. Without dragging it out, I used my commander authority to exchange for them directly. 25 reward points consumed. Small integrated medical bay, template acquired. 25 reward points consumed. Modular hydroponic cultivation bay, template acquired. 25 reward points consumed. Small high-efficiency water purifier, template acquired. Reward points remaining, 150. 3 glimmers of light flew toward the two of them. The templates are yours. Wood, metal, hemp rope from the shared warehouse. Take whatever you need. Get the core functions on your ships up and running as fast as you can. Got it. Thanks, Juan. They answered together and turned right to work. With that settled, I calmed my mind and ran through the new features of Mecha-God System 1.0. Once more, the environmental scanners mode switching and power consumption, the communication range of the fleet consciousness link. The more I tested, the more hooked I got on these new toys' potential. Before I knew it, noon was near, and hunger came surging up. I opened food storage. The virtual list spread out, reassuring to look at. 35 assorted canned fish and meat, 20 cans of luncheon meat, 12 packs of compressed biscuits, 15 kilograms of dried fish and jerky, and a good amount of fresh sea fish. 18 coconuts, 3 jars of dark purple berries, a little bit of mushrooms and wild greens. 5 packs of beef jerky, 3 packs of pork floss. 500 liters of stored rainwater. The food was more than enough to sustain 3 people for half a month. It was the water that was a little tight, between supplying the hydroponics bay and daily consumption. My gaze fell on that water purifier blueprint. An idea popped into my head. Reward points balance, 150. Investing in infrastructure, worth it. I pulled out the blueprint and fed it into Kelly's enhancer. Enhancement target, water purifier. Boost base performance and output efficiency. A deep blue stream of light poured into the schematic. It was as if the ordinary tech diagram had been infused with a soul. The structure reorganized itself, and several new efficiency-boosting components appeared in the materials column. As luck would have it, the warehouse had substitutes on hand. Enhancement successful. Acquired. Ocean Vitality High-Efficiency Water Purifier / Desalinator. Quality. Excellent. Base performance. Steadily purifies 50 liters of seawater daily, producing drinking-grade fresh water. New entry out elemental analysis. During purification, additionally separates salt and trace minerals. Extremely low chance of extracting rare crystalline particles. 50 liters a day, and it produces salt too? My eyes lit up. Way beyond expectations. The water output was more than enough for 3 people plus 2 functional ships, with some to spare. The salt solved seasoning and preservation. And those rare crystals, they might have some special use. Core infrastructure, 1 down. I saved the enhanced blueprint to the shared library and set it so both of them could view it. This purifier would be installed on the flagship, serving as the fleet's central water treatment hub. The hunger hit harder now. I I rolled up my sleeves and headed for the kitchen. Pan-fried fish, soup, and let's crack open the coconuts. I pulled out a few plump ocean fish and expertly went to work with the knife, then grabbed the wild greens and mushrooms Jiang Shui had picked that morning. Soon, the savory aroma of frying fish and the fresh scent of vegetable soup filled the cabin. I pried open 2 coconuts and poured the sweet, clear juice into cups. Zhou Shiyun, Jiang Shui, chow time. Eat first, then we get back to work. Coming. 2 cheerful voices answered. Sunlight streamed through the porthole, casting warm patches on the table. Outside the cabin lay the endless, danger-filled sea. Inside was a small fleet that had just set sail, brimming with hope. Jiang Shui was clearly starving. Zhou Shiyun had at least eaten 2 hot meals on my ship. But Jiang Shui had been scraping by on scavenged raw seafood and dry rations from crates ever since she'd crossed over into this sea a few days ago. Now, facing that plate of golden, sizzling fish, that bowl of hot soup topped with vibrant green vegetables, and that cup of sweet coconut juice, her eyes were like a starving wolf catching sight of meat. Eat up, don't hold back. Zhou Shiyun picked up the fattest piece of fish belly and placed it in Jiang Shui's bowl, adding a crab claw too. Thank you, Shiyun. Jiang Shui nodded emphatically, dropping all pretense of politeness as she took a big bite. Crispy outside, tender inside, seasoned with nothing but sea salt, which actually drew out the fish's full sweetness. The simplest preparation, the most authentic flavor. She gulped down some vegetable soup, and warmth spread through her whole body from her throat. A long-lost sense of satisfaction welled up, and her eyes actually grew a little hot. So even in a world this hopeless, moments like this were still possible. I ate while running through my strategy in my head. After you finish, you 2 keep working on the ships. I'll get back to business, I said, swallowing a mouthful of fish. Diving and scavenging on the islands ourselves is too slow. Trading my enhancement ability for the crates other people have stockpiled, that's the fastest way to build up resources. I paused, but I'm adjusting the strategy this time. Besides taking high-end equipment orders, I need you 2 to keep an eye on the trading post and the world channel. Watching for what? Zhou Shiyun looked up. Rare resources, I said. Gunpowder and the raw materials for making it. High-quality metal ingots, steel, that kind of thing. Even fragments of the heart of civilization or rumors about ruins. I set down my chopsticks. My ship is the flagship, the heart of the fleet. It can't just be a mobile base. It needs enough deterrent power. When necessary, it has to tear through enemy defenses and drive off attacking sea beasts. Flintlocks have limited range. We need heavier firepower. So cannons have to move up the agenda. And the foundation for all of it is gunpowder. Got it, Huan? Zhou Shiyun agreed instantly. I'll watch the trading post and see if anyone's selling gunpowder materials. I'll help watch the channel. Jiang Shui jumped in eagerly. There's always someone trading rare materials for food and tools. Good. After the meal, the 2 of them raced to wash the dishes, then dove back into their respective ships with full energy, banging away as they built up the medical core and the eco-agriculture core. I went back to my cabin and opened the trading post. Food and water were still hard currency, though prices had dropped. Basic materials were plentiful and stable, the mainstream of the market. White-tier tools like axes and pickaxes were flooding in. Plenty of people had made it past the first hurdle of barehanded survival. But weapons, especially high-quality ones, were still scarce goods at the top of the pyramid. I scrolled through quickly. White-tier weapons showed up sporadically, priced at several times the material cost, and got snatched up the moment they were listed. The survivors' hunger to arm themselves was plain to see. Blue weapons? Not a single one. Occasionally a listing had blue in the title, but clicking in revealed either overhyped white gear or an outright scam. Real blue weapons were held only by a tiny handful of top-tier powers, clutched tight as strategic assets. They never circulated at all. A market gap is a value high ground. I made my call in an instant. Those blue bows I'd sold to the United Self-Rescue Society earlier, 40 crates each. Looking back now, that was practically a giveaway. No wonder they'd been so happy to close the deal. Scarcity drives value. Wholesale deals could offer discounts, but on the open market, facing hungry retail buyers, the price had to reflect the scarcity, hard. Balance, 150 points. Enhancing 1 blue bow, 10 points. Go all in. Enhance, list anonymously, test the waters, and jack up the market's price expectations while I was at it. No sooner said than done. I burned through all 150 points and got 15 blue recurve bows, plus 300 arrows. System, list anonymously. Fine recurve bow, blue quality, each with 20 refined arrows included. Price, 60 wooden crates. Limit 1 per person. 15 units listed. Command confirmed. Anonymous listing successful. Item has entered the weapons arranged category. The instant it went live, the transaction notifications exploded like mad. Transaction successful. Transaction successful. In under 2 minutes, all 15 blue bows were snapped up. A massive haul of 900 wooden crates flooded into my anonymous account. I opened and dismantled every one of them. An enormous quantity of basic materials, plus a full 900 reward points credited to Maine. And the storm the listing had kicked up in the trading post was only just crashing ashore. A bulk anonymous dump of blue gear like that landed like a bomb in the entire Survivor community. The World Channel went completely nuts. Bro shrimp, holy, guys, the trading post. Someone listed blue bows. 15 of them. With arrows. I was 1/10 of a second too slow and got nothing. Who's this big shot? An anonymous? Big boss, saw it. 60 crates each, worth it. A seller who can put out that many blue items at once either dug up a ruins vault or knows a crafting method the rest of us don't. Unfathomable. Anonymous, I got one. Blue recurve bow. High durability, and it's got a precision entry. I feel like I could shoot a seabird in the eye from 100 meters. Worth emptying my whole stash. Anonymous. Who the hell is this? If you've got skills like that, why go anonymous? Come out and benefit everyone. Anonymous. Benefit everyone? Wake up, buddy. 60 crates is enough to keep an ordinary person alive for a month. This seller's got a black heart. United Self-Rescue Society, official. This society solemnly declares that this anonymous transaction has nothing to do with us. We have always upheld fair mutual aid. Any hoarding for profit or undermining of unity is unacceptable. Doomsday Fanatic, blue weapons? Interesting. Hey, little anonymous mouse, you got the guts to come out and test yourself against me. Some people reassessed the weight of weapons. Even more grew endlessly curious about and wary of that mysterious seller. Before the clamor had even died down, a private message from Forgefire popped up. Forgefire, that batch of blue weapons on the trading post, that was you, right? Juano? What makes you say that? Forgefire, come on. At this stage, other than you, who could dump 15 standard-issue blue items without blinking? The United Self-Rescue Society might have stock, but they'd never sell. Arming their own people matters way more than trading for crates. You've got your own channel. Juan, you could say that. So you came to me today not just to interrogate me about my supply. Forgefire, of course not. The United Self-Rescue Society invited me to join. Their terms weren't bad. I turned them down. Turned them down? That surprised me a little. An organization that size should have huge pull for technical talent. Juan, why? Was their offer not enough? Forgefire, generous enough. But I'm more interested in what you mentioned before, helping me enhance vehicles. A mature but rigid organization versus a partner holding unknown tech with bottomless potential. I'll take the latter. Higher risk, but a much higher ceiling too. Forgefire, give me your coordinates. If it works for you, I'll come find you, or you come find me. We'll talk about the partnership face-to-face, and you can check out my technical capital while you're at it. I mulled it over briefly. Forgefire was upfront. Sure, but you can never be too careful. I gave a set of coordinates that were off from my real position, but not too far away. Juan, 122.13 E/32.40 N. Forgefire, 100 plus nautical miles, not too far. My speed's mediocre, so it'd take me a day or two. Or should I come to you? Juan, no rush. Once I've wrapped things up here, I'll come to you. Out on the open sea, having a clear destination isn't a bad thing. Juan, oh right. Since you're the technical type, take a look at something for me. I opened the trade interface and sent over that damaged compass I'd gotten from a crate earlier. Juan, this thing isn't simple. Doesn't look like an ordinary navigation tool. Shame it's broken. See if you can fix it or figure out what it is and what it does. Get it done, and we'll talk payment. Forgefire, received. I'll take a look. Stay in touch. The private chat ended, and hundreds of nautical miles from the coordinates I'd given, on a stretch of calm sea, a small wooden boat drifted quietly. Its whole body was a dull metallic color, clearly reinforced and modified many times over. It had no sail, At the stern, a crude paddle wheel turned slowly, providing tireless power. Inside, the light was bright. The workbench was piled high with metals, crystals, and beast bone components no one could name. A young woman sat at the bench, an open white lab coat thrown carelessly over her blue work overalls, her sharp black hair cut short, a few strands stuck to her temples with sweat. She was forge fire. She turned the damaged compass over between her fingers. Energy residue is very weak, but stable. Structure contains a non-standard alloy, ancient craftsmanship. She murmured to herself, her eyes gleaming with the excitement of discovering an interesting problem. Wholesale's blue gear on a whim. Interested in relics of civilization, highly guarded, yet willing to spend on tech. Looks like turning down the United Self-Rescue Society was the right bet this time. She looked up, her gaze seeming to pierce through the cabin wall, toward where I was. 100+ nautical miles, not far. First, get this compass sorted, a solid token of good faith. She spun around and threw herself into the workbench. On the sea, two ships that had never met. Two people each harboring their own skills and ambitions. Because of one transaction and a broken compass, the threads of fate quietly wound themselves together. Juan, we're done. Zhou Shiyun's shout crashed in from outside the cabin. She and Jiang Shui stepped onto the gangplank, one after the other, boarding my flagship again. Juan, how'd your business go? Jiang Shui's eyes were full of curiosity. Went smoothly. I smiled. Listed 15 blue bows anonymously, gone in seconds. Reward points recovered to 900, plus a batch of basic materials. Another big harvest. I paused, but the reward points stay untouched for now. I checked the system. Going from purple enhancement to orange legendary quality costs 1,000 points per attempt, with only a 60% success rate. If it fails, we can't afford the loss. This power needs to be saved for something more critical. I looked at the two of them and lowered my tone. We can sell blue weapons, but we can't dump them in bulk like today ever again. Scarcity drives value. A few a day, a steady trickle. That way we pull in resources without showing our hand. Right now, the top priorities are still 3 things. Gather intel, stockpile supplies, find resource sites. Once our foundation is solid, we'll have the confidence to move forward. Got it, Juan, they said in unison. Oh, right. Jiang Shui seemed to remember something. While I was sorting through the channel info, I dug a message out of a pile of nonsense. Someone opened a crate and got an ancient parchment map, not a sea chart, more like a legend. It mentioned a place, the Void Clear Sea. The Void Clear Sea? The name hooked me. Yeah, the records were vague. It only said that stretch of water wasn't like an ordinary ocean. The seawater shimmered with a strange, clear, luminous color, like it could reflect the starry sky. More importantly, legend has it there's some kind of mysterious material there, and it even mentioned space fragments. Too bad it didn't say how to get there. It reads more like an ancient navigational warning. Space fragments. Mysterious material. The Void Clear Sea. I turned those words over in my mind. Ever since I'd gotten the Heart of Civilization fragment and learned about the Dawn Project, I'd been especially sensitive to legends about lost civilizations like this. This sea was too unusual. It was almost certainly connected to the Heart of Civilization or some other relic of an advanced civilization. Looks like we're not the only ones with secrets hidden in this sea. I gave a slight smile. Some people's luck or exploration progress isn't slow either. Jiang Shui, write it down and put it on the priority target list. I looked up at the gloomy sky beyond the porthole. Less than 2 days until the deep-sea turbulence stormed the system forecast. 3 purple-quality ships should have no trouble weathering it. It might even be easier than last time. But we can't be complacent, and we definitely can't let our guard down. A storm is a crisis, but also an opportunity. The last storm brought us together and led us to the island and the fragment. What this one will sweep in, what it'll dredge up from the seabed, nobody knows. What we have to do is get ourselves into peak condition before it hits, and prepare everything we possibly can to the max. Both of them turned solemn. Yes, Juan, report your progress. Zhou Shiyun spoke first. The frame for the small medical bay and the basic operating table are built. The equipment's still crude, but debridement, suturing, immobilization, and treating minor ailments are all doable. As for medicine, the herbs I have plus my personal first aid supplies can handle ordinary situations. The most crucial part, once Jiang Shui's weed is ripe, we can try to refine alcohol. With alcohol, Our disinfection and drug-making capabilities jumped to a whole new level. Also, that life resonance entry on the medical bay really works. Inside the bay, wounds heal and stamina recovers faster than outside. Jiang Shui picked up. The first phase of the modular hydroponics bay is built. I mixed the good soil I brought back from the island with treated sand and sawdust to make the substrate, and planted the wheat plus several of the hardiest, fastest-growing leafy greens and herbs. For fertilizer, I'm using fermented fish guts and seaweed liquid. Should work well. I can feel the endless vitality entry. The seeds sprout faster than normal. She added, I'm watching the trading post for other seeds too. Whoever's selling, I'll find a way to trade for them. Good. I nodded, satisfied, then laid out the pre-storm assignments one by one. Zhou Shiyun, do a final check on the securing of all the medical bay equipment and supplies. Nothing can get damaged in the storm. And use the fleet's production bonus to prep extra batches of basic dressings and hemostatic agents. Jiang Shui, reinforce the hydroponics bay, especially the lighting and water supply systems. Keep watching the trading post too. Seeds, special soil, fertilizer, and any news touching on the void clear sea, space fragments, or rare minerals. The moment you spot something, tell me. I'll handle the flagship's final inspection and course adjustment. We'll head for waters away from the main ocean currents, with a gentle seabed where it's easy to observe the storm. Remember, we're one unit. The fleet channel stays open at all times. Anything abnormal, report immediately. Now, everyone to their tasks. Yes, they boarded their ships again, their steps even crisper than when they'd come. I sat back down at the chart table, pulled up the system map, and started planning our shelter route. We stayed busy until dusk, when the setting sun dyed the sea a golden red. At one point, I slipped away to the trading post and traded surplus food for a few bolts of soft, thick linen and several pieces of plain, sturdy cotton canvas. Making use of the last of the daylight, I got to work with my own hands, using the new fabric with the leftover dried seaweed to sew each of them a thicker mattress and pillow, and made 2 blankets as well. Night deepened, and the sea breeze turned cool. In the flagship cabin, the fire pit was lit again, driving back the damp chill. Zhou Shiyun helped me prepare dinner, smoked fish, vegetable soup, warm toasted coconut flatbread. After the meal, she dawdled over the dishes, her eyes drifting now and then toward me as I browsed the trading post. Jiang Shui took the hint, said she was going back to her ship to check the hydroponics bay's nighttime insulation, and left first. Only the 2 of us were left in the cabin. She finally sidled up next to me, her voice thin as a mosquito's. Juan, see, can I sleep over here again tonight? Huh. I backed out of the trading post, a little surprised. Before, it was because her raft was small and beat up, liable to fall apart any second, and she'd just been rescued, still shaken. But now her ship had long since been upgraded to a purple-tier medical support vessel. More spacious, sturdier, more comfortable in every way, better than my compact flagship in some respects. She had no reason to squeeze in here. It's she Ed for a good while, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes, unable to squeeze out a single decent reason. Finally, as if giving up on herself, she blurted out, safety. Yeah, safety. 2 people keeping watch beats one, right? The moment she said it, she froze up. The 2 ships were moored right together. She could call for someone on the channel anytime. If something actually happened, it'd take seconds to reach each other. There was no need to cram together to keep watch. She was so embarrassed she wanted to bury her face in her knees. Watching her put on a calm front, even though she was clearly scared out of her mind, I was speechless at first, and then something in me stirred a little. I'm not made of wood. Her attitude was changing, from the initial gratitude and awe to the trust and reliance that came after braving danger side by side. And now, there was something more, something I couldn't quite name. Maybe she hadn't sorted it out herself. Maybe it was just an instinctive attachment to a protector in a hopeless situation. Reason told me I should send her back to her own ship. Keep the lines clear, stay focused on the team's efficiency. But looking at her slightly trembling shoulders and the flush at the tips of her ears, the refusal on my lips got swallowed back down. When you're living day to day with no guarantee of tomorrow, a little sense of security sometimes matters more than rigid rules. As long as it doesn't get in the way of the real work. Fine. I nodded and lowered my head again. Your old bunk's still there, get it set up yourself. I'll keep watch the first half of the night. When you wake up in the second half, take over from me. Huh? Oh, right. Thank you, Juan. Her head snapped up, light bursting into her eyes, and she practically skipped back to the corner, fumbling to spread out the new mattress. Just then the cabin door was pushed gently open, and Jiang Shui poked her head in. Shiyun, Juan, everything's checked over on my, She saw Zhou Shiyun cheerfully making a bed in my cabin while I kept my head down and instantly understood something. It's nothing. Zhou Shiyun's face went red again, and she waved her hands frantically. It's getting late. Time to rest. Jiang Shui, you should sleep early too. We're busy again tomorrow. Okay, Juan, Shiyun, good night. Jiang Shui pressed her lips into a knowing smile and considerately closed the door. The cabin quieted down. Zhou Shiyun didn't dare look at me. She finished making the bed, grabbed a towel, and headed for the bathroom. Juan, I'll go wash up first, and I'll heat the water for you while I'm at it. When I'm done, it'll be just right for you to wash too. Sure, I'll wait for you outside. I got up and walked out of the cabin, sitting down casually on the deck and lighting a hand-rolled cigarette. Honestly, I'd never had much to do with women, let alone anything between a man and a woman. My only understanding came from screens back in that old world. And Zhou Shiyun, in looks and figure, far surpassed those airbrushed images. I'm a normal man. Did I have no thoughts about it? Impossible. But can't take advantage of someone's vulnerability. I murmured to myself, my voice dissolving into the sea breeze and cigarette smoke. I took a hard drag, letting the acrid heat circle in my chest, as if to burn away certain untimely thoughts. I knew perfectly well that with my current strength and resources, women willing to attach themselves to me on this sea were a dime a dozen. On the channel, people trading themselves for supplies were everywhere. The world had changed, and power had become the only hard currency. But the more that was true, the more clearly I had to think it through. What a person truly wants. Is it submission trampled underfoot, or a companion who can survive at your side? What I want to build is a fleet that can survive on this sea and go farther. People I can trust, people who can watch my back. Compared to romance, how to lead this newly formed fleet through the storm and seize opportunities was what I should be pouring all my focus into right now. Creak, the door behind me sounded. I turned back. Done washing? Is the water still hot? Yeah, still a little warm. Her voice carried a trace of steam and a hint of awkwardness. Juan, go wash up. Okay. I got up and walked into the cabin. By the time I'd finished washing and came out, Zhou Shiyun had already lain down. Unlike the previous 2 nights, tonight she'd pulled the blanket up high, with only the top of her head showing. Hearing me come out, that little head shifted, sliding up to reveal a pair of eyes fixed on me. I smiled at her. Get some sleep. I'll keep watch the first half of the night. Her voice was soft and sweet. Juan, you rest early too. Good night. I answered, walked to the middle of the cabin to stoke the fire pit, then asked Jiang Shui on the channel. Juan, Jiang Shui, do you need firewood over there? Jiang Shui, I've got enough. Juan, plenty. Juan, all right. I went back to bed and gazed out at the ink-black sea beyond the porthole. The night passed without a word. Early the next morning, I opened my eyes. I'd only dozed for a little while, but my energy was decent. Outside, the sky was overcast. I instinctively checked the time. Time until storm arrival, 22 hours, 46 minutes, and 38 seconds. Less than a day. Zhou Shiyun was awake too. Sometime in the second half of the night, her head had somehow turned toward me. She opened her eyes groggily and ran right into my gaze. Her face flushed instantly. Juan, morning. Morning. I withdrew my gaze. Sleep well. Huh? Yeah, great. She didn't dare admit she'd stayed awake until nearly the second half of the night before falling asleep. Acting as if I hadn't noticed her little thoughts, I got up out of bed. There's more to do today. Let Jiang Shui sleep a bit longer. She's the only one who really got a good night's sleep. Go make breakfast. The ingredients are in the fleet warehouse. I'll knock out today's orders first. The storm's less than a day out. I've adjusted our heading, and we should reach the shelter this afternoon. Okay, Juan. Hearing there was real work to do, her nervousness finally settled. While she went to cook, I got to work. I had a bit over 900 reward points left. Today, I'd only make 10 blue bows, barring surprises, a net profit of 500, bringing me to 1,400. With those points, there was a lot I could do. I opened the system store and went to the weapons page. It was full of all kinds of weapon templates. I'd already figured out a pattern. Crates could yield blueprints, but not templates, while the store had both. Templates cost several times more, but blueprints were single-use, while templates could be used infinitely. I'd thought it through thoroughly. Right now, the most profitable thing for us was selling weapons, especially enhanced ones. I was going to be an arms dealer. In this world, the most profitable, most irreplaceable trade was arms. And I understood one principle clearly. A business lasts not by wringing everything out in one go, but by always holding a generational edge. You harvest the leaks batch by batch, slowly. In the end, I zeroed in on one package. Fleet-exclusive naval gun system. Price, 500 reward points. Contents, bow-mounted light smoothbore cannon, template ×1. Broadside swivel ballista, template ×1. Basic ammunition, solid shot, /explosive shell, /chain shot. Crafting template set, simple fire control and ammunition feed system concept diagrams. Features, modular design, can be adapted and installed according to ship tonnage and structure, requires corresponding vehicle tier. System growth, this system serves as a core framework. Further reward points and special materials can be spent to unlock and upgrade additional weapon modules, heavy cannons, rapid-fire guns, early rockets, depth-charge launchers. Ultimate vision, the theoretical upgrade path points toward advanced energy weapons, shipborne laser point defense, electromagnetic railguns, and space-based kinetic strike modules, requires supporting technology and facilities. Fleet synchronization, once unlocked, qualifying ships within the fleet can install the same weapons for an additional cost. This is the one. My heart leaped with joy. This was practically a firepower foundation package tailor-made for me. 500 points was a fortune, but the return was unlimited. It not only solved the flagship's urgent lack of ranged firepower, it gave me a complete, clear, powerful, and growable firepower system, starting from the most basic smoothbore cannon and ballista, upgrading all the way to things that had only existed in fantasy. And it could arm Shiryun's and Jiang Shui's ships at the same time. Just imagine, 3 ships, uniformly standardized, cannons constantly upgrading, sailing out together. What a deterrent that would be. The materials list popped up. Wood, large amounts of metal, simple mechanical parts, a bit of sulfur and saltpeter. Some were scarce at the moment, but the basic framework and solid shot could be built right now. With clear demands in mind, I could go post targeted bounties on the trading post to collect them. Investment. I have to invest. I didn't hesitate any longer and confirmed the exchange. 500 reward points consumed. Fleet-exclusive naval gun system successfully exchanged. Relevant templates have been stored in the fleet warehouse. Juan, breakfast ready. Fish soup and grilled fish. Zhou Shiryun's voice sounded beside me. I snapped back and turned my head. A steaming breakfast was already set on the small table. Her color had returned to normal, her eyes clear. She'd clearly gotten her composure back. Eat first. I sat down at the table. After we eat, we've got a new toy to study. Where's Jiang Shui? Call her over too, and we'll have a quick meeting while we're at it. I'll go right now. Curiosity flashed in her eyes. A big toy. I took a sip of the hot soup, warmth flowing down into my stomach. A sharpness I'd never had before kindled in my eyes. A big toy that'll make our words carry more weight on this sea. Before long, Jiang Shui had been called over. Sleep well? I asked. Amazing. Juan, seriously? Thank you, she answered earnestly. I could tell she'd genuinely gotten a good night's rest. Ever since she'd been dumped into this endless sea, she'd been curled up on that raft every day, terrified that one wave would smash the whole thing to pieces. I knew that feeling well. Good. Eat first, we'll talk while you eat. Okay. Thanks, Juan. Thanks, Shiryun. She sat down and popped a piece of pan-fried fish into her mouth. Juan, what exactly is this big toy? Zhou Shiryun couldn't wait any longer. I didn't keep them guessing. I pulled the blueprint straight out of the fleet warehouse and laid it on the table. This, the fleet naval gun system. They both opened the stats, and their little mouths dropped into perfect O's. Bow light smoothbore cannon, white grade. Damage, 200 durability / rate of fire. 5 rounds per minute / range. 1,500 meters. Side-mounted multi-barrel rotary ballista, white grade. Damage, 50 durability / rate of fire. 10 rounds per minute / range. 800 meters. T200 damage. One shot could blow apart an entire large raft. Zhou Shiryun gasped. 5 rounds a minute? And it can fire chain shot and explosive rounds? And this is just the basic white version. Jiang Shui was stunned too. Watching them practically bounce out of their seats, I let a grin tug at my lips. Easy now. The stats are good, but don't forget, these are naval guns. They need reinforced mounts, dedicated operators, a stable platform, and above all, ammunition. And gunpowder ingredients? We're desperately short. I paused. So they're our trump card, our deterrent, not an endless supply of bullets. We need to get muzzle loaders sorted as soon as possible, even if it means solid shot for now. Meanwhile, keep gathering sulfur and saltpeter. Understood. They both nodded hard. After the meal, the fleet continued toward our destination. Along the way, my private message channel flickered. Shrimp bro. Shrimp bro. Juan the legend. You there, you there? Sorry to bug you. Here are my coordinates. Check how far apart we are. If we're close, we can look out for each other when the storm hits. I pulled up the map and entered the coordinates. A green dot lit up to the northeast. I calculated the straight line distance, over 300 nautical miles, and almost the exact opposite of our southwestern heading. Juan, got it. Not close, over 300 nautical miles. We're heading southwest to a sheltered spot, so we'll only get farther apart. Storm's coming. I'd suggest you find shelter fast too. Ideally a spot with an underwater ridge or a leeward bay. Shrimp bro, ugh. I knew it. This storm. You'd need at least a small wooden boat to ride it out, right? My big raft's reinforced, and it still feels sketchy. I mulled it over. His instincts matched mine. Last time the waterspout set large rafts as the survival line. 6 days on, the difficulty was bound to ramp up. Small wooden boats as the new baseline made sense. Shrimp bro. Oh right, Juan. Gotta report something. The United Self-Rescue Society reached out to me. Terms aren't bad. Drifting alone out here isn't a long-term plan, so I gave them a tentative yes. They said they'd coordinate people to reach me before tonight, band together to weather the storm. The United Self-Rescue Society again. I raised an eyebrow slightly. The organization was expanding even faster than I'd expected. First technical talents like the Forgefire guy, now active players like Shrimp Bro. Looks like they were casting a wide net for any survivor with a name or potential. In this phase, with no guild tokens and no way to enforce anything through the system, pulling people in with promises of mutual aid really was efficient. Juan, not a bad move. They've got numbers and reach. Mutual support beats going solo. With them nearby, your odds of getting through this jump quite a bit. Shrimp bro. Heh, Juan, you're a real one. But honestly, they don't even have a shadow of a token. Even if they do form a guild, I can bail anytime. I figured it out. Banding together at sea is a must, but it all depends on whether the group you join is solid enough. Shrimp bro. Juan, give me the inside scoop. Those blue weapons in the trading hall, especially those 10 anonymous bows that popped up this morning. That was you, wasn't it? Besides you, I can't think of anyone with the muscle and the nerve. I laughed. This shrimp bro seemed all rough and careless, but the mind was sharp, and the guess was spot on. Juan, as long as you know, keep it to yourself. Don't go running your mouth. Tall trees catch the wind. Shrimp bro, relax, relax. You've been this straight with me. You think I'm the kind of guy who doesn't know how to act? A knife at my throat, and I still won't spill a word. Then came another message. Shrimp bro, it's settled then. After the storm, we're definitely meeting up. I'll treat you to the fattest fish I've caught. Juan, sure, we'll see after the storm. Stay in touch. Stay safe. Shrimp bro, you got it. Hearing that from you, I feel a lot steadier. You take care too. I ended the chat, leaned back in my chair, and tapped the armrest with my fingertips. People's hearts are hard to read, but watching what they do is more reliable than listening to what they say. That was the first lesson this sea taught me. The water's 300 nautical miles away. An unusually sturdy large raft rose and fell with the waves. It was lashed with extra driftwood and rope, and at its center stood a triangular lean-to made of canvas and wooden poles. Beside the lean-to, a figure sat leisurely on an upturned wooden barrel. Not the rough-hewn man you'd imagine. It was a woman, tall and striking. A head of eye-catching pink hair pulled into a high ponytail, bearing an elegant neck. She wore a fitted leather vest and hot pants, one leg crossed over the other, a fishing rod lying beside her. Her peach blossom eyes were half-lidded. This was Shrimp Bro. Had done. She lifted her chin smugly at the empty air, her pink ponytail swaying. As long as I hug Juan's golden thigh tight, what do I have to fear out here? United Self-Rescue Society? Scary-sounding name. I'll milk them for a round of supplies and manpower first, get through the storm, and figure the rest out later. She lifted a water cup made from half a coconut shell and took a sip. Storm's coming? Bring it. Let's see whether your waves are tougher, or my luck and my eye are tougher. She stood and walked to the edge of the raft, stretching lazily. Juan, just watch. I'm not some sidekick who only knows how to spam GG. I hit the 500-point exchange blueprint and started building immediately. A flash of white light, and a cannon appeared at the bow of the small wooden boat, with ballistae mounted on both sides. I didn't waste the remaining 400 points. I fitted both Jiang Shui's and Zhou Shiyun's boats with simplified versions of the naval gun system. Their medical bay and hydroponics bay took up too much space, so simplified versions were all they could manage for now. The three of us looked at this firepower that outstripped our current stage, and our hearts were positively giddy. All right, weapons are set for now. Next we just accumulate resources and upgrade, and we're almost at our destination. Before I could finish, the system blared. Warning. Environmental scanner has detected a hostile life signal approaching at high speed. Target, snout shark, white, / estimated durability, 300 / threat level, low. Almost simultaneously, 100 meters off the starboard bow, a gray-black triangular fin sliced through the water, charging straight at us. Less than 30 meters from the flagship, the sea's surface erupted. A massive shark nearly 6 meters long leaped clear of the water. Its streamlined body was covered in coarse placoid scales, and the front of its spindle-shaped head bore a long snout lined with white razor teeth, gleaming coldly under the overcast sky. Bang! It slammed its hammer-like snout squarely into the flagship's starboard waterline. The hull rocked. Starboard struck, durability -3. Current, 39, 997/40, 000. Up. Zhou Shiyun, on the medical ship, was dumbfounded. Something that big. How is its attack power this weak? Shiyun, you forgot. Jiang Shui reminded her. Huan's ship is purple grade, 40,000 durability, and the structure's been energy reinforced. On someone's white grade little boat, a hit like that would knock off 100 plus at least. 3 or 4 hits, and it'd fall apart. But I wasn't disappointed in the slightest. If anything, excitement flared in my eyes. This is our first encounter with a sea beast that attacks on its own. Perfect chance to test the new toys. Combat formation, spread out. Free aim, prepare for a volley. Yes. The two of them instantly shook off their tension. Fired up by me, itching for action, they steered apart to open up tactical spacing. All three of us pulled up the newly activated tactical panel. Centered on 3 points of green light, the environment was sketched out in simple lines, and the red, now diving again, readying another charge, was clearly visible. Lock onto it. 3 targeting reticles snapped around the red dot. Lock successful. Distance, 85 meters. Relative speed, 22 knots. Flagship smoothbore cannon, ready dot. Port ballista, ready dot. Starboard ballista, ready dot. Fire. Boom. Twang. 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 The sea's surface, until now filled only with wind and waves, exploded with a deafening roar and a shriek of tearing air. The flagship's cannon muzzle spat orange fire and thick smoke, and a black iron ball ripped through the air, hurtling toward the snout shark just as its head broke the surface. Almost simultaneously, both boats' ballistae loosed. Several barbed bolts thick as a man's arm streaked out as black lines, weaving a net of death that blanketed the water around it. Squelch, boom, thock, thock, thock. The solid shot smashed dead-on into its raised spine, and with a tooth-grinding crack of bone, placoid scales and muscle blew open into a wound the size of a wash basin. 2 bolts drove deep into its body and side fin, ripping out great gouts of flesh. The water turned red in an instant. Snout shark -200. -50. -50. The shark, ferocious and blazing just moments ago, didn't even manage a cry of pain. Its enormous body gave a violent spasm, then sank limply into the blood-red depths, leaving only a spreading murk and scattered scraps of flesh. Instant kill. The 3 boats floated silently on the water. That was amazing, Zhou Shiyun cried excitedly over the channel. The power and coordination of that single volley had far exceeded her imagination. So this is the fleet volley? Jiang Shui murmured, her palms damp with excitement. We only have 3 cannons and 4 ballistae, just a rough prototype. But this concentrated firepower is nothing a single boat could ever match. It's terrifying, and it's so reassuring. Standing at the bow, gazing at the reddened water and the sinking shark carcass, I smiled. Firepower unleashed, the target shattered in an instant. A perfect confirmation of my vision. No matter how strong one person is, there's still just one person. But twist that strength into a single rope, and it's a whole different story. All right, battle's over. Recover the spoils immediately. I put away my smile and switched back to a commander's tone. Shark meat is quality protein. The skin, fins, snout, and teeth could all be useful. Waste nothing. Move fast. The storm won't wait. Yes. They both answered in unison, steering closer, lowering hooks and net baskets to begin the haul. This volley was only the beginning. I could almost see the future. Dozens, hundreds of steel behemoths armed to the teeth, forming a battle group like a moving nation, sweeping across this endless blue in overwhelming numbers. Carrier planes screaming into the sky, missiles tearing across the heavens, railgun slugs ripping through enemy vessels at several times the speed of sound. That was the ultimate form of the set-sail fleet in my heart. The road is long, but the first step's been taken, and we planted it firmly. With the hooks and net baskets, the snout shark's remains were quickly carved up and hauled in. Obtained. Snout shark long snout X1. Obtained. Intact shark fin X1. Obtained. Quality shark meat X 800 units. Obtained. Rough shark skin X several slash shark teeth X dozens. Wow, that's so much meat. Zhou Shiyun stared at the meat category in the warehouse, eyes shining. Sea beast meat, and white grade at that. She'd never tasted it, but the fine texture and faint energy sheen made it obvious this was no ordinary seafood. This fight, the haul far exceeded expectations. I picked up the snout, half as long as a person, and hefted it. Weighty, hard as anything. White-grade biological material, naturally armor-piercing. Perfect for special arrowheads, short spears, light armor-piercing weapons. Fit a few of these arrows to your Thundercall bow, and its power climbs another level. I handed the snout to Zhou Shiyun. Hold on to it for now. Look into how to process it later. All the shark meat goes into the warehouse. Sea beast meat has a long shelf life and high value. Whether we eat it ourselves or trade it for scarce resources, it's a hard currency. I looked toward Jiang Shui. The leftover skin, bones, and organs. See if you can grind them into powder or ferment them into high-grade organic fertilizer for the cultivation bay. Should beat ordinary fish scraps. Got it, Huan. They both answered and split up the work. Zhou Shiyun carefully stowed the snout, while Jiang Shui went to study the byproducts. I sat back down at the workbench and pulled up the trading hall. Sure enough, as the deep-sea turmoil countdown drew closer, basic resources were once again surging in a panic. Wood, hemp rope, metal scrap, canvas. These shipbuilding and repair essentials were generally 30 to 50% more expensive than yesterday. Good thing we're flush right now. The massive haul of treasure chests from dumping 2 waves of blue weapons had opened up countless basic materials. Now the warehouse held nearly 3,000 units of wood, with hemp rope, metal scrap, and canvas all breaking into 4 digits, and copper and iron ingots totaling 300 blocks. It was a fortune that would make any small faction green with envy. I opened the upgrade interface. Current, small wooden boat medium sailing ship. Required, wood X2, 000/metal blocks X, 500/canvas X, 200/hemp rope X1, 000. Additional, requires a stretch of calm water. Upgrade takes about 1 hour. Movement not possible during that time. Enough, just enough to upgrade 1. My eyes lit up. A medium sailing ship. That was a qualitative leap. More space, a stronger structure, higher speed, better seaworthiness, and room for more heavy equipment. I opened the fleet channel. Jiang Shui, Shiyun, our reserves are just enough to upgrade the flagship to a medium sailing ship. The upgrade takes an hour, and the ship can't move. I'm thinking we wait for the storm to pass and find a safe anchorage first. What do you think? A medium sailing ship? They were both startled, then overjoyed. No objections, Huan. Zhou Shiyun spoke up first, her tone firm. The flagship is the core. The stronger it is, the safer the whole fleet. This is the optimal choice. Shiyun's right. Jiang Shui nodded too, her reasoning clear. We're a team. Resources should be concentrated where they generate the most benefit. Upgrading the flagship helps everyone. I agree. They both understood. In this team, the flagship was home, the sharpest spear and the sturdiest shield. Resources are limited, so you spend them where they count most, a truth that holds in any world. All right, it's decided. With their unreserved support, I felt at ease. We upgrade the moment the storm passes. After that, our range of operations will expand dramatically. I glanced at the sky outside the window, then checked the time. Business is settled. Busy all morning, and a battle to boot. Time to reward ourselves. I stood and rolled my wrists. Lunch, a shark feast. I'm cooking myself, and I'll show you too what I've got. Wow, Juan's cooking. Zhou Shiyun immediately cheered, not hiding her anticipation in the slightest. She'd sampled my skills before. We're in for a treat. Jiang Shui pressed her lips into a smile too, her eyes full of expectation. I turned and stepped into the little compartment that doubled as a kitchen, taking out a large slab of pink shark belly, marbled with fat and lean, then dug out the spices I'd been saving. Wild scallions, ginger, a few dried chilies, and sea salt. 3 dishes today. I worked the fish deftly while talking to Zhou Shiyun, who was assisting. Pan-seared fish steak, cured with sea salt and wild scallion. Eat it plain to taste the fish itself. Meatball and wild vegetable soup, light and fresh. And a charcoal-grilled rack of ribs, charred outside, tender inside. Soon the cabin filled with a rich, commanding aroma. The seared scent of meat, the fresh fragrance of soup, the complex notes of spices coaxed out by heat, all woven into a symphony that whetted the appetite. When the 3 dishes were set on the wooden table, the 2 of them couldn't help swallowing. Golden, lightly charred fish steaks, tender white meatballs bobbing in emerald soup, the charcoal-grilled ribs glistening with a honey-colored sheen. Dig in. I picked up a piece of fish steak first. I'm digging in. Both eagerly reached out with their chopsticks. The fish met the tongue without a trace of fishiness. Only the ultimate sweet, tender smoothness, with the springy bite unique to sea beast meat. The simple technique preserved its natural flavor to the fullest, every bite packed with energy and reassurance. The 3 of us sat together, eating heartily. Outside the cabin, the sky darkened further, the wind and waves growing fierce. Inside, the food's fragrance drifted and soft laughter lingered. Hello, we're the United Self-Rescue Society's 3rd Search and Rescue Squad. We received the coordinates and came to rendezvous. May I ask, are you Shrimp Bro? Several reinforced small wooden boats, flying a unified insignia. A rough wooden placard painted with 2 clasped hands, struggled through the ever more violent waves and reached the target waters. Everyone aboard was exhausted, but their eyes were resolute. Survivors sifted out of the storm. The man in the lead raised a crude megaphone and was about to call out, but his voice caught the instant he made out the figure on that sturdy raft. On the raft, that person sat casually on an upturned barrel, a whetstone in hand, sharpening a fishhook. Long pink hair drifted in the sea breeze, slender legs crossed, an air both languid and indefinably sharp. That face, striking features, a bright and radiant smile, simply did not match the rough guy ID Shrimp Bro, no matter how you looked at it. Where did this beauty come from? In a knockout, with a jaw-dropping figure and a commanding presence. The whole squad froze, eyes glazed, all their rehearsed lines jammed in their throats. A strange silence hung in the air. Yo, finally here. I've been waiting all day. Shrimp Bro seemed utterly oblivious to their shock. Her eyes lit up, she rose briskly, dusted off her hands, and strode to the edge of the raft with an outstretched hand, as familiar as old friends reuniting. Come on, come on. Don't just stand there like idiots. Wood, hemp rope, metal blocks. Hand them over first. I'm in a hurry to upgrade. This junk raft won't survive the storm. Only then did they snap out of it, exchanging glances, and beneath the surprise and doubt lurked a trace of hard-to-hide amazement. The captain steadied himself. The image didn't match, but the coordinates and the ID did. This had to be right. Okay. Shrimp Bro ma'am. Unsure how to address her, he signaled his men to load the bundled wood, hemp rope, and a small, heavy sack of metal blocks onto the raft. This is the first batch of supplies, per the needs you mentioned earlier. If you need more later, or run into trouble, call anytime on the internal channel. We've got people nearby too. Thanks. Shrimp Bro accepted it without ceremony, nodding with satisfaction. Then, as if just remembering something, she inspected the wood without looking up. Oh, you guys asked earlier what I did. A doctor. Graduated from a proper medical school. A doctor. You're a doctor? Really? At that, the squad members completely lost it, their shock instantly replaced by wild joy. In an age of scarce medicine and rampant injury and disease, the value of a real doctor was worth more than a pile of weapons. This was someone who could save lives and hold up the morale of an entire team. No wonder Command had repeatedly ordered that this shrimp bro be protected at any cost. Here was the reason. That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. The captain's voice trembled with excitement. Ms. Shrimp. No, doctor. Your joining us is our greatest fortune. During the storm, we'll protect you with our lives. Ask for anything you need. The others chimed in one after another, their eyes full of eagerness and respect. Whatever muttering there'd been about sharing supplies with an outsider had long since evaporated. Unnerved by all the fervent stares, Shrimp Bro rubbed her nose and mumbled a couple of vague mms, secretly puzzling to herself. Did these guys misunderstand something? She'd only said doctor. She never said what specialty. But judging by their reaction, a veterinarian counts as a doctor too, right? Either way, it's all treating illness and saving lives. People, animals, close enough? Probably. She decisively skipped over that detail and waved a hand. All right, I appreciate the sentiment. Now go find somewhere to shelter, the storm's getting closer. I've still got to reinforce this thing after I finish upgrading. I'm busy. Yes. We won't keep you. Dr. Shrimp, please take care. We'll gather behind the reef about 5 nautical miles to the southwest. Contact us anytime. The captain hurriedly gave an awkward, ill-fitting salute, then led his squad away, steering off with more than a few backward glances. Only when the small boats had vanished behind the waves did Shrimp Bro let out a long breath and plop back down onto the barrel, her pink ponytail swishing. Phew, scared me half to death. Thought I'd been busted. She patted her chest, then broke into a smug grin, picked up the sack of metal blocks, and gave it a kiss. A vet's still a doctor. Bluff my way through first. Materials in hand, upgrade in sight. United Self-Rescue Society, I'm counting on you for now. Wasting no more time, she pulled up the system interface and stuffed all the materials in. White light enveloped the raft, and its structure began to stretch and reshape. While she waited, she went on sharpening her fishhook, her gaze drifting now and then toward Lin Huan's fleet, a sly smile playing at the corner of her mouth. Huan, oh Huan, you owe me one. Once the storm passes and I've finished upgrading my boat, I'll come find you for a nice long chat about veterinary, no medical, professional matters. What? Say that again. That Shrimp Bro. No, Miss Shrimp. She told you herself she was a doctor before crossing over? The United Self-Rescue Society's Sea Command Post was pieced together from several large rafts. Behind a makeshift table piled with odds and ends, the vice chairman in charge of recruitment shot to his feet, his voice pitching high with excitement, nearly knocking over the wooden cup in his hand. He was in the middle of a private message conversation with the squad captain. Why yes, Vice Chairman. We just met her. She said it herself, graduated from a proper medical school. The captain affirmed confidently. A doctor. Actually a doctor. The vice chairman repeated under his breath, an irrepressible joy bursting in his eyes. On this precarious sea, he knew all too well what a professional doctor meant. It wasn't just treating wounds, it was disease prevention, emergency care, an anchor that steadied people's hearts. It had taken enormous effort to recruit even a few nursing students and barefoot doctors. A properly trained one was a rare stroke of luck. And the captain paused, lowering his voice with the unspoken understanding between men. This Miss Shrimp, she's a young woman. And she's quite beautiful. The kind of beautiful you can't forget. What? The vice president had just raised his cup to steady his nerves with a sip of water, but it went straight down the wrong pipe. He erupted into violent coughing. A girl? And gorgeous too. Are you sure? Absolutely certain. Pink hair, tall, a real standout. The whole squad saw her, the captain added. Vice President, think about it. A girl that's striking, anyone can tell she's no ordinary person. Why would she lie about something like this? She said she's a doctor, so it's gotta be true. Once the vice president finished coughing, the shock, elation, and doubt on his face finally hardened into resolve. He slammed his hand on the desk. Excellent. Heaven smiles on our organization. a professional doctor, and a female member with a striking presence to boot. The value she brings to our appeal, our cohesion, our public image, it's immeasurable. He immediately turned to the young man taking notes and issued his orders. Relay my commands. In the name of headquarters, issue a top priority directive to every one of our squads in the region where Ms. Shrimp is located. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly, word by word. First, ensure Ms. Shrimp's personal safety and the safety of her vessel at all costs. During the storm, she is authorized priority access to our reserve supplies to meet her reinforcement and upgrade needs. Second, elevate her communication clearance immediately and open up some non-core intelligence sharing to her. Third, make proactive contact. Learn about her specialty, her current medical equipment and supplies, and her views on and needs from our organization. Accommodate her as much as possible. Your attitude must be respectful and sincere. Fourth, he paused. At the right moment, tactfully mention that our organization is establishing a medical logistics division and urgently needs talent like her to lead it. Compensation and resources are negotiable in person. Yes, Vice President. I'll relay it right away. The young man scribbled it all down and hurried off. The Vice President settled back into his seat, the delight lingering on his face. He could already picture it. A beautiful, highly skilled doctor with a striking presence anchoring the organization. How many survivors would flock to them by reputation alone, and how many anxious hearts would she put at ease? Oh, right, he said, suddenly remembering. You said she was in a hurry to upgrade her raft? Did you give her enough materials? We did. Top-tier standard. Lumber, hemp rope, metal blocks. Enough to upgrade to a small wooden boat with plenty to spare. Very good. Dispatch another squad to stand guard nearby. Make sure her upgrade goes undisturbed, and be ready to reinforce her the instant the storm hits. Remember, Ms. Shrimp's safety is now your top priority, above resource gathering. Understood. We'll get it done. The Vice President gazed out the window. That wall of gray-black cloud bridging sky and sea no longer seemed quite so hopeless now. Meanwhile, out in distant waters, Shrimp had just finished upgrading her raft into a wooden boat and was gleefully looking over her brand-new, roomy hull. She had absolutely no idea that a single offhand remark, "Doctor," combined with her all-too-conspicuous appearance, had triggered such a chain reaction within a fledgling survival organization, or that she'd been slapped with the label of valuable talent. She looked at her new boat, then at the storm clouds bearing down and the extra supplies in her backpack, and grinned. Chumps. No. Wait. Generous aid from a friendly organization. Sweet. Now let's see how this girl, this doctor, puts on a good show in the storm. Meanwhile, aboard my flagship, the three of us finished that lavish shark feast, thoroughly satisfied, and finally sailed into the relatively calm waters shielded by the undersea mountain range. After letting out a breath of relief, I immediately set to work on the final pre-storm inspection, paying special attention to the newly installed cannons and ballistae to make sure they wouldn't come loose in the rough seas. Just then, a private chat pinged. It was Firesmith. Firesmith. Juan, I did an initial inspection on that busted compass you gave me. Weird construction. It's not purely mechanical guidance. There's a faint psionic circuit inside, along with some kind of directional crystal. It's fixable, but the tricky part is I'm missing a few key replacement parts. Juan, figured it wasn't simple. What materials do you need? Anything I've got on hand or can get my hands on, just say the word. Firesmith. A few precision conductive bearings, and a replacement filter made from psionic resonance crystal. This stuff. I doubt there's any ready-made version out in these waters right now. The compass is blue quality. The core parts need to be at least blue-grade material to match, or else even a repaired one will underperform, maybe even fail outright. I mulled it over for a moment, then cautiously typed. Juan. No ready-made parts then, but what if I could supply blue-quality raw materials? Like blue copper blocks or iron ingots. Could you machine them into the parts you need? There was silence for a few seconds. Firesmith, huh? Blue raw materials? You actually have those. Wait, your enhancement ability. You can even enhance base materials. I understood his shock. Enhancing finished equipment was already unbelievable. If I could raise the quality of raw materials too, that was practically turning stone into gold. Juan, haven't tried enhancing base materials, but in theory it should work. Firesmith. If you can really get blue metal stock, I can give it a shot. Didn't you have me enhance a hammer earlier? Blue hammer plus blue material, plus the tools I've got. Hand grinding, quenching, shaping. I'm confident I can replicate usable replacement parts. Won't match the originals, but restoring basic function is no problem. Let's start with the simplest one, the conductive bearing. Give me a blue copper block. Copper's got good ductility, perfect for bearings. The moment this storm passes, I'll get to work. Juan, deal. I'll figure out how to get a block after the storm. Need any other tools? Firesmith. I've got workarounds for most tools. I can jury-rig what I need. If I'm really missing anything, a set of micro-engraving needles and a small furnace that can hold a steady high temperature would make things a lot easier. But that's wishful thinking for now, so don't worry about it. Give me the blue copper block, and I'm 60% confident. Juan, noted. Focus on riding out the storm first. Stay safe. We'll figure out the compass afterward. Firesmith. Got it. You be careful too, Juan. This storm doesn't look ordinary. Let's talk more once it's over. I ended the call, deep in thought. Repairing the compass was both harder and more valuable than I'd expected. And the technical skill and pragmatic attitude Firesmith showed only confirmed it for me. This was someone worth getting close to, maybe even recruiting down the line. True strength has never been about shouldering everything alone. It's about bringing the right people together. As evening approached, the leaden clouds thickened until they seemed close enough to touch, swallowing the last of the daylight. Between sea and sky, only a heart-stopping shade of ink blue remained. The wind no longer moaned. It had become a sustained, piercing shriek, savagely tearing at the rigging and hull, whipping up waves as tall as buildings that crashed against the ship with thunderous, muffled booms. The tension mounted to a breaking point. Crash! Without warning, rain slammed down like a heavenly river bursting its banks. In an instant, the entire world was swallowed by a curtain of rain, visibility shrinking to under 100 meters. Raindrops the size of beans hammered the deck, the cabin, the sails, the crackling roar merging into a wall of sound that nearly drowned out the howl of wind and waves. Water sluiced and sprayed off every surface like a waterfall, white mist rising from the sea until visibility dropped to almost nothing. Jiang Shui, I shouted over the fleet channel. Open every freshwater collection device on your ship right now. Catch the rain at maximum capacity. This is the first supply wave from the storm's leading edge. Don't waste it. Secure yourself and stay safe. Understood, Juan. Jiang Shui had already positioned every usable container on the eco ship. Empty wooden barrels, ceramic jars, waterproof canvas catchers at the collection points. Zhou Shiyun. I ordered next. The rain's too heavy. The deck's too slippery. Get back into the flagship cabin. Seal the medical bay to prevent flooding. Then help me monitor the flagship's status. Yes. Juan, on my way. Without hesitation, she leaped aboard the flagship, and I reached out through the hatch and hauled her in. Dry off quick. Don't catch a chill. I tossed her a thick, dry cloth, then slammed the heavy hatch shut, shutting most of the raging downpour and wind noise outside. The cabin fell relatively quiet. The rain still pounded the hull with a roar. The structure still groaned under the strain, but at least we had a relatively dry, safe refuge. Zhou Shiyun swiped haphazardly at her face and hair. Ignoring the misery of being soaked through, she immediately huddled up beside me. I glanced at the timer. Time to deep-sea turbulence, storm energy peak, 12 hours. Just then the hatch was pulled open again, letting in a gust of cold, wet air as Jiang Shui slipped inside. She was drenched too, hair plastered to her cheeks and dripping, but her face wore the ease of a job well done. Juan, got them all filled. Every usable container is full, at least 200 extra liters of clean rainwater. On top of our existing stores and the purifier's output, our freshwater reserves are plenty comfortable now. As she reported, she took the dry cloth Zhou Shiyun handed her and vigorously rubbed her hair. Good work. Dry off first, don't catch a cold. I nodded. Right then, Zhou Shiyun, who'd been watching the system interface, suddenly gave a startled cry, her voice full of astonishment. Juan, Xiao Shui, look at the World Channel. Something huge just happened. Jiang Shui and I immediately stopped what we were doing and pulled up the channel. A gold-bordered, bolded server-wide announcement hung at the very top, and the flood of messages below had already blown up. Global announcement. Congratulations to the survivor organization, United Self-Rescue Association, for successfully obtaining the first guild token. The first player guild in the game has been officially established. United Self-Rescue Association. Guild ID 001. Guild Creation Rewards. Basic Base Ship Construction Blueprint. 1 time, times 1. Guild members' vehicle upgrade base material cost minus 5%. Unlocks an independent guild channel. Unlocks the guild basic quest board. Activates the guild reputation system. The moment the announcement dropped, the world channel instantly exploded. Envy, jealousy, awe, longing, provocation, every emotion sweeping in like a tsunami. Shrimp. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Badass. Our United Self-Rescue Association got the first kill. First guild. Ha ha ha. This girl's instincts were right after all. Big boss. Damn it, they actually pulled it off. Cheaper upgrades and a free base ship blueprint? Are they still recruiting? Is it too late for me to join? Anonymous. Just dumb luck. Who knows if that token came out of a loot box? If you've got the guts, publish how you got it. Anonymous. Are the big shots at the Self-Rescue Association still recruiting? I can do anything. I've got coordinate intel. Please take me in. Doomsday Fanatic. Humph. A pack of lucky nobodies. Snag one first kill and start strutting? We, the Doomsday Association, will pay double to buy that guild token. PM me if you've got one. Don't be stupid enough to refuse a good offer. Anonymous. The first kill reward is crucial, especially that basic base ship blueprint. This could be the turning point where the game shifts from drifting at sea to fixed strongholds. The Self-Rescue Association is way ahead. The channel was in an uproar. Nearly every survivor's attention was riveted to this news of the first guild being born. The age of chaotic individual survival was ending, faster now. Organized groups had stepped onto the stage. Inside the cabin, Zhou Shiyun finished reading the announcement but frowned slightly, looking at me in confusion. Huan, these guild perks, compared to our fleet system, don't they feel kind of low tier? She put it bluntly, even with a touch of insider superiority. Jiang Shui looked over too, clearly sharing the sentiment. I smiled, closed the noisy channel, and looked at the two of them, my voice calm. You're right, but not entirely. In terms of organizational looseness and functional depth, the current guild system really is rudimentary. I gestured at the announcement. These so-called perks are mostly incentives and conveniences. Save a little material, get an extra channel. At its core, it's still a loose collection of people, a resource coordination platform. It lacks the core mechanism to deeply integrate members' strength and forge them into a single unified force. Our fleet system, I said, shifting gears, was built from the start as a combat survival unit with professional specialization, coordinated firepower, and unified command. Dedicated weapons, production bonuses, encrypted comms, environmental scanning, plus a clear tech upgrade path. And most crucial of all, the qualitative leap that Kelly's enhancer brings. This isn't just banding together. It's a systematic reshaping of strength. I paused. So if you're just comparing perk lists, our fleet is far superior to the guilds at this stage in terms of quality. The Self-Rescue Association got the first kill token, winning reputation, and a base ship blueprint. The strategic significance really is huge. They might get a stable stronghold sooner. But, out on this sea, what decides who goes further isn't who slaps on the guild label first, or who gets a fixed deck first. It's who has stronger survival capability, more efficient resource conversion, a clearer evolutionary path, and a more united, more professional team. A blueprint can be caught up to. But us, we're already on the road to building a true maritime power. What's more, this road is one of a kind. Listening, the competitive edge in Zhou Shiyun's and Jiang Shui's eyes gradually faded, replaced by deeper agreement. That's right. What they had was a fast-growing, one-of-a-kind fleet, not a simple guild. Titles and blueprints could both be chased down. Only the potential of the system and the team was the true foundation for survival, the thing that would let them laugh last. Night fell. Inside the flagship cabin, the firewood in the pit blazed away, orange flames dancing, casting warmth across the entire space. Zhou Shiyun sat cross-legged on the firm mat, holding a cup made from half a coconut shell. She took a big gulp of the cool coconut water and let out a contented sigh. Ah, so good. Outside, the wind shrieked, the rain lashed, the massive waves pounded. But in this tiny cabin, there was fire, food, and reliable companions, and with them, an indescribable sense of security. Jiang Shui leaned against the side, sipping hot soup in small mouthfuls, the day's exhaustion melting away in the warmth. I sat across from them, poking at the fire with a thin stick. Suddenly remembering something, I set down the stick and fished a small cloth pouch out of my backpack. Hold on, let me show you two something good. Juan, what is it? Zhou Shiyun leaned over, curious. I untied the hemp cord and poured out a small handful of dark brown round pellets, a bit smaller than mung beans. A sharp, pungent, aromatic scent instantly filled the air. Is this black pepper? Jiang Shui's eyes lit up. She was the most sensitive to spices. Really good quality. Where'd you get it? Got it from a treasure chest a while back. Just this one little pouch. I smiled. Shame it's already been roasted, so it can't be used as seeds. Otherwise I'd hand it to you. You might have cultivated a new plant. I stared at the black pellets in my palm, my eyes brightening. But it'll come in handy tonight. There's still good meat left from the shark feast. I'll make you two a real dish. Black pepper seared shark steak. Wow, really? Zhou Shiyun instantly sat up straight. I'd almost forgotten this flavor. Juan, you were actually hiding this treasure. Perfect. With this to season it, it'll definitely be a whole level up. Jiang Shui clapped excitedly. Just wait. I put the pepper away and headed to the small partitioned space that doubled as a kitchen, taking out the last few of the fattest, most tender shark tenderloins. I gave them a simple cure with sea salt and chopped wild scallions, then placed the precious peppercorns on a flat stone and crushed them into coarse grains with the handle of my knife. Hot pan. Add oil, steaks and sizzle. The aroma of meat rose up. Once both sides were golden and crisp, I evenly sprinkled on the coarse pepper and pressed lightly, letting the spice seep into the meat. The charred fragrance of the meat mixed with the fiery kick of the pepper, boldly filling the entire cabin. Almost done, get the bowls and chopsticks ready, I said without turning, flipping the steaks. But right at that moment, ding, warning. Environmental scanner has detected an unidentified vessel signal approaching rapidly. Bearing, southeast, relative angle 105 degrees. Distance, approximately 1.2 kilometers, closing steadily. Target, small wooden boat, white quality, single vessel. Status, unstable navigation trajectory, appears to be fighting the wind and waves, drifting toward us. Threat assessment, unknown. Cannot rule out loss of control leading to collision or hostile intent. In the storm, ranged weapon accuracy and range will be significantly reduced. The sea charts synced to the tactical panel in front of the two women. My gaze sharpened. Almost instantly, I turned the stove flame down low, pushing the half-cooked steaks to the edge of the pan to keep warm, and lunged to the panel by the porthole. Zhou Shiyun and Jiang Shui immediately set down what they were holding and gathered around, faces taut. On the semi-transparent map, the green dots representing our three ships clustered in the sheltered zone, while about 1.2 kilometers to the southeast, a red dot staggered like a drunkard through the chaotic ripples, struggling, but moving toward us with determination. One boat. White quality. Showing up here at a time like this. Zhou Shiyun stared at the red dot, her voice tight. With a storm this fierce, a white-grade boat appearing in the deep sea was already deeply abnormal. Was it blown over here? Or is it deliberate? Jiang Shui analyzed in a low voice, her fingers unconsciously tightening. I mulled it over for a moment. 1.2 kilometers. In this storm, the cannon's accuracy and range are both severely degraded, the ballistae even more so. Firing rashly would expose us and could hit them by mistake. But if we let it get too close and they've got bad intentions, or they lose control and ram us, either way it's trouble. I swept my eyes over the panel, then looked out the porthole at the terrifying ink-black sea, lit only by the occasional lightning flash, and made a swift decision. Zhou Shiyun, Jiang Shui, get back to your battle stations immediately. Flagship, go to Condition 2 combat readiness. Load the bow cannon with solid shot, muzzle tracking the target, but keep the safety on. Broadside ballistae on alert. No one fires first without my order. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, the two women grabbed their rain ponchos and gear and rushed out the hatch, sprinting to their respective ships. I stayed at the panel, locking dead onto that ever-closing red dot, my finger hovering above the virtual trigger. In sea survival, the one thing you can never gamble on is a stranger's goodwill. Aboard that small wooden boat. Damn it. This god-awful weather. These cursed waves. Where the hell are they going to blow us off to? A bald, thuggish man with a jagged scar on his left cheek gripped the helm for dear life, cursing wildly into the ink-black darkness. "Boss, calm down." Crouched in the corner was a short, wiry man with shifty eyes. His mouth offered comfort, but his gaze scanned the surroundings warily. "Didn't Boss Fanatic say so himself? We're in a small wooden boat now. Just steady on, and we'll ride out the storm no problem. Might even score some extra loot." At the word loot, greed flashed in his eyes. This boat, and the fairly decent gear on their bodies, hadn't exactly been come by honestly. Damn right." Scarface spat. His snarl eased a little, even curling into a smug, vicious grin. "Robbing's faster. Those spineless cowards, guarding a pile of junk lumber like it's treasure. One swing of my blade, and they hand it right over." They were lackeys under the doomsday fanatics, preying on lone or weak survivors to seize resources and arm themselves. This white boat was their latest trophy. The short one was about to fawn some more when Scarface happened to glance up at the porthole and suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Holy crap. Number 2. Look over there. Is that a ship? And not just one." The short man scrambled over to the window, straining to see. In the instant a pale flash of lightning tore across the night sky, 3 distinct ship silhouettes appeared amid the churning ink-black waves, sitting steadily in a patch of relatively calm water. What made his heart lurch even harder was that those 3 hulls, in the play of light and shadow, seemed to faintly shimmer with a deep purple-brown halo. "It really is. 3 of them. Boss, your eyes are sharp." Number 2 exclaimed, then scratched his head. "But that color's kinda weird, huh? Purplish, and it reflects light? They didn't paint him, did they?" At their level, decent quality vessels were still far beyond their reach. "Who gives a damn what color they are?" Scarface's breathing turned heavy, greed practically spurting from his eyes. "They look different. Definitely got goods. Way richer than those broke bastards we robbed. Might have high-grade gear, tons of supplies. Getting blown over here. It's a gift from heaven. They're anchored, riding out the storm. They'll never expect someone to sneak up." Number 2, get ready. We slip in quiet. I take the lead. You use the grappling line to climb up from the side. Catch him before they react, and take him in one stroke. Grab the boat and everything on it. And when Boss Fanatic hears about it, big rewards. "You got it. Whatever you say, boss." Number 2's eyes were already piled high with resources and new weapons. At that same moment, aboard the flagship, I issued orders over the fleet channel. "Zhou Shiyun, Jiang Shui. The target is accelerating toward us. Check your weapons. Once it's in range, fire a warning shot. Everyone, Condition 1 combat status. At sea, I trust no stranger but each other. Besides, they've got a small wooden boat, which means they've got survival capability and resources. In this storm, that kind of survivor should be hunkering down, not deliberately approaching an unknown force." So, I paused. "The odds their enemies are extremely high. Be ready to sink or capture. No boarding without my order. Our advantage is firepower and range, not close combat." "Understood. Understood." Huan. Zhou Shiyun took down the thunderclap bow, her focus honed to the extreme. Jiang Shui locked the enemy boat on the combat panel. The little wooden boat, still completely oblivious, kept accelerating toward us. "Huan, in range." Zhou Shiyun called out. "Fire." I didn't hesitate. Without a second thought, Zhou Shiyun released her fingertips. Twang. The sound of splitting air pierced through the layers of rain. The arrow, defying wind and gravity, became a dead-straight black line tearing through the darkness, streaking toward the blurred silhouette 650 meters away at a speed the eye could barely follow. Its trajectory was terrifyingly steady, as if guided by an invisible hand, the precision trait on full, vivid display. In the instant Scarface glimpsed the arrow's shadow by the lightning's light, his pupils shrinking. Thunk. The muffled crack of splintering wood mixed with metal punching through. The arrow, charged with the fearsome kinetic force of the purple bow, sliced through the flimsy starboard side like a hot knife through butter, leaving a hole the size of a bowl, cold seawater flooding in wildly. The arrow's momentum didn't stop. It drove hard into the inner support structure, its tail still buzzing and trembling. Enemy small wooden boats, starboard waterline pierced by the thunderclap bow. Durability -300. Structure severely damaged, flooding rate, fast. Current durability, 100/400ths. What the hell just hit us? The vicious grin froze on Scarface's face, leaving only shock and bewilderment. The hull shuddered violently, cracking sounds bursting out, icy water pouring down over his head. He staggered to the edge of the hole and stared at the seawater rushing in and the arrow still quivering there, his mind going blank. What the hell kind of arrow was that? How could it shoot so far, so accurately, so viciously? One shot, and it was about to tear the boat apart. The short one, number 2, was scared out of his wits, slumping down into the ankle-deep water, babbling incoherently. "We're leaking. Boss, it's a huge hole. It's an arrow. Shot from over there." Only now did they understand. The fat sheep they'd had their eyes on was a truly terrifying existence. "Retreat. Turn around now. Run." Scarface finally snapped out of it, shrieking as he fumbled to wrench the helm. But the hull was critically damaged, flooding fast, spinning in place like a drunk in the wind and waves. Retreat was easier said than done. I watched the enemy's durability bar plummet into red on the panel, a cold light flashing in my eyes. "Zhou Shiyun, Jiang Shui. The target has lost both mobility and offensive capability. Fire at will. Sink it. Stay sharp in case of accomplices or a dying counterattack." "Understood." The thunderbow sang its lethal note once more. The second arrow tore through the air and struck true, punching into the fragile base of the mast. Under the relentless barrage and the seawater flooding its hull, that white ship couldn't even manage a proper struggle. With an ear-splitting crack, it snapped clean in two amidships and was swiftly swallowed by the inky waves, leaving behind only a few pieces of wreckage and two figures thrashing in despair, who vanished into the storm an instant later. Threat neutralized. Stay alert. Scan the surrounding waters. My voice returned to the channel, as if what had just happened were nothing more than target practice. "Yes, sir." The power of a purple-grade weapon, the power of a coordinated fleet, and that decisive, ruthless command. All of it gave them a deeper understanding of this fleet. "Shiyun, that shot was so badass. It was like lightning. I couldn't even see it." And boom, the ship blew apart. So this is what a purple weapon can do. It felt even cleaner than the flagship's main gun. Jiang Shui's voice came over the channel, brimming with admiration. Through the curtain of rain and darkness, the sight of the enemy's durability bar evaporating in an instant was seared into her mind. Just got lucky. Found my rhythm, that's all." Zhou Shiyun's voice carried the slight breathlessness of post-combat and a hint of pride she couldn't quite hide, before quickly turning composed again. "Don't forget, this thunderbow is purple grade, with precision and shock bonuses. The smoothbore cannons and ballistae on our ships are still just white grade base models. Their range, accuracy, and firepower haven't been unlocked yet. Once we've got enough reward points to upgrade them to blue and purple, that's when the fleet gets its real fangs." She saw it clearly. Individual prowess mattered, but the strength of the system was what truly counted. Zhou Shiyun's right. I picked up the thread. The fleet is the cornerstone of our survival and growth, the ultimate deterrent when facing bigger threats. But personal gear is just as indispensable. In the corners the ship's guns can't reach, in narrow caves and complex ruins, in those critical moments that call for a stealthy or precise kill, a good bow or a sharp blade could be the difference between life and death. I paused. So personal refinement and fleet upgrades have to move in lockstep. Neither can be neglected. We're going to arm ourselves, and every single ship, to the teeth, with no weak links. This was just the beginning. We'll face stronger enemies down the line. Remember this feeling, but don't get complacent. A true powerhouse never lets down their guard after a single victory. All right, that little interlude's over. Jiang Shui, Zhou Shiyun, head back to the flagship. We haven't even had dinner yet. "Yes, sir," the two women answered with a laugh. Just then, Zhou Shiyun, who'd been keeping an eye on the channel, let out a soft gasp. Huan, Xiaoxue, quick, check the world channel. That ship just now, weren't they people from the Doomsday Society?" Jiang Shui and I immediately pulled up the world channel. Sure enough, it had erupted again, the focus being the very intruder we'd just taken out. "Doomsday Fanatic. Which blind son of a bitch dared attack our Doomsday Society people? Tired of living, huh? Anonymous Popcorn. Whoa, Fanatics blowing up? Who's got the guts? Bro Shrimp. Yo, Fanatic, how do you even know it was your own guys who got hit? From this far away, telepathy. Doomsday Fanatic, humph. I've got my ways. Their last transmission mentioned an arrow, 3 ships, and purple light. At this stage, a bow that can wreck a small wooden boat with one shot is blue grade at least. And who can field 3 ships moving together? The Joint Self-Rescue Association. Was it you hypocrites? Think grabbing some crappy token gives you the right to touch my people? Joint Self-Rescue Association I official. Mr. Doomsday Fanatic, please watch your language. Our association conducts itself with integrity and has never launched an unprovoked attack on non-hostile survivors. We regret what happened to your members, but this matter has nothing to do with us. Please refrain from baseless accusations that undermine survivor solidarity. Anonymous Analyst. A blue-grade bow? That sounds familiar. Those anonymous blue arrows this morning. Doomsday Fanatic. Cut the act. Who else could it be? With blue weapons and the ability to organize a fleet, who besides you? Won't own up to what you did, huh? I'm keeping tabs on this debt. Bro Shrimp. IO. Fanatic, don't lock yourself into it. What if your guys just had bad luck and ran into someone tough? Out here on the sea, there's more than one heavy hitter, you know. The arguments and speculation in the channel fermented rapidly. Doomsday Fanatic had aimed his spearhead squarely at the newly formed Joint Self-Rescue Association, who flatly denied everything. Watching the chaos, a cold smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. The Doomsday Society's hostility and the suspicion cast on the Joint Self-Rescue Association could both draw attention away from us, buying this fleet, hidden beneath the surface, more cover and more time to develop. Just then, a private message from Bro Shrimp popped up. Bro Shrimp. Haha, Juan the God. Quick question, just between us, was that you guys? Those 2 poor bastards just now walked right into your line of fire, didn't they? Followed by a sly winking emoji. Juan. How dare you slander an innocent man out of thin air? Bro Shrimp. But still playing coy with me. Relax, I'm no blabbermouth. Who's good to me? Who's got the real skills? I know it all. I'll act like I know nothing about this. It'll rot in my gut. I chuckled. This Bro Shrimp was an interesting one, neither confirming nor denying. Juan. The storm hasn't let up. Get some rest early. Take care. Bro Shrimp. You got it. Stay safe too, Juan the God. Once the storm passes, I'll hit you up for a chat. Night. Ending the private chat, I looked up at the 2 who had already gathered around the pot, waiting eagerly for dinner. Doomsday Fanatic holds grudges over the smallest slights. Losing men this time, he'll never let it go. He's aiming at the wrong target right now, but that's all the more reason for us to stay vigilant. From here on, we operate with even greater discretion. Understood. Both women nodded, their expressions turning serious again. They knew that survival at sea never meant you could rest easy just because one fight was over. All right, forget about them for now. I walked toward the reheating stove, my tone easing. Let's eat first. A full stomach gives us the strength to deal with whatever trouble comes next. The storm isn't over yet, and the real show is still ahead. With the black pepper seared shark steak in our bellies, our stomachs were warm, and so were our hearts. Jiang Shui hurried to clear the dishes with Zhou Shiyun, then stood up and, quite tactfully, found herself an excuse. Juan, Shiyun, I'm heading back to my ship first. I've got to keep an eye on the temperature in the hydroponics bay overnight, and I'll wash up and rest while I'm at it. Today was a really good haul. Her gaze darted quickly between me and Zhou Shiyun. She threw on her rain poncho and pushed the door open. Go on. Hold tight to the ropes. I nodded, then added, don't skimp on the firewood. We've got enough resources now. Keep the fire strong to drive out the damp. It's safer that way, too. Got it. Thanks, Juan. The door closed, leaving only Zhou Shiyun and me in the cabin. The hardwood in the fire pit crackled and popped, stretching our shadows long and flickering against the cabin walls. Warm, dry, still carrying the lingering aroma of food. It was a world apart from the pitch-black, cold, roaring one outside. My gaze settled on her. She was tilting her head down slightly, fingers unconsciously curling the hem of her clothes. The fire had baked one side of her face red, even tinging her earlobes crimson. All that decisiveness and focus from the battle was gone now, leaving only a small animal kind of helplessness. Sensing me watching her, her body seemed to stiffen even more. Her voice was thin as a mosquito's whine, yet she was clearly trying hard to sound natural. So, I'll go wash up first. Juan, it's pouring out there. Don't go outside. Just stay in the cabin. It's fine. Her words didn't quite hang together. but the meaning was crystal clear. She was staying, and she'd conveniently found me a reason to stay too. After these days sharing a ship, and especially spending tonight here again, she'd probably come to treat this cabin as some kind of safe house. The option of going back to sleep on her own, more spacious medical ship seemed to have been automatically filtered out of her mind. Watching her, so nervous she could hardly stand it, yet forcing herself to make arrangements anyway, I felt a little like laughing, and also a little, something I couldn't put a name to. Awkward. I rubbed my nose and gave a vague I hadn't planned on going out into the rain in the first place, but the way she'd put it made the atmosphere all the more delicate. To break the awkwardness, and to give myself something to do, I turned and walked toward the workbench. I'll go check the World Channel and the Trading Post for any news. Okay. Reprieved, she practically shuffled toward the bathroom door with her arms and legs moving in sync, slipped inside, and with a soft click, gently shut the door. One door between us. The water rushed. I stared at the scrolling info in the Trading Post, but not a single word about resource prices rising and falling or factions blustering registered in my brain. My ears, on the other hand, were unusually keen. The sound of water splashing against the wooden bucket, the sound of cloth being wrung dry, all of it came through clear as day. It was a strange feeling. Only after the water had stopped for a good while did the door open a crack. Steam poured out. Wrapped in damp hair, head bowed, cheeks and neck still flushed from the bath, she darted back to her corner like a startled rabbit, burrowing under the covers and wrapping herself up tight. I didn't turn around, but I no longer had any interest in the Trading Post either. Silence returned to the cabin. Only the fire, the rain, and the deliberately hushed breathing of two people remained. Get some sleep, I said softly toward that tightly wrapped bundle. Then I tossed a few more slow-burning hardwood logs into the fire pit, returned to my own bunk, and lay down in my clothes. The night was still long, and the storm was far from over. Some kinds of peace can only be endured through the breathing of the person beside you. Zhou Shiyun wasn't asleep. Her body was exhausted, the day's fighting, the busyness, plus the relaxation of the hot bath. But her mind was as clear as a sea churned by a storm. Eyes closed, she worked hard to steady her breathing, yet her ears pricked up beyond her control, catching every faint sound in the cabin. The rhythmic crackle of firewood in the pit, the rising and falling duet of wind and rain outside the porthole, and, a few meters away, that extremely light, even, and long breathing. He was asleep. Having confirmed it, she waited quietly a moment longer before very carefully inching the covers down from over her head. First her forehead emerged, then a pair of eyes flickering with complicated emotions in the firelight. She turned her head, peering across the short distance, stealing a glance at that sleeping figure. He lay on his back, hands resting naturally at his sides. The firelight traced the clear, resolute contours of his profile, the straight bridge of his nose, the slightly pressed lips, and between his brows, a trace of steadiness and alertness that lingered even in sleep. His chest rose and fell gently with his breathing, forming a strange contrast with the raging world outside. He just lay there, yet he seemed like the most solid anchor on this tossing little boat. Phew. Watching that serene sleeping face, the heartstring she'd kept taut was gently plucked by something, and she let out a long, silent breath. In that breath was the relaxation of confirming he was safely asleep, a sense of relief, and a flutter she couldn't quite explain even to herself. What's going on with you, Zhou Shiyun? She asked herself inwardly, with a trace of chagrin. Her cheeks started to burn again. Luckily, the firelight was dim. She buried half her face back into the covers, which carried the scent of sunlight and soap, leaving only her eyes exposed. Her thoughts drifted back to that nightmarish beginning. Suddenly thrown into this godforsaken, endless sea, the initial confusion and terror had nearly swallowed her whole. No food, no water, only a pitifully crude little wooden raft. She'd picked up seashells like a caveman, fantasizing that they might buy her a sliver of a chance to live. She remembered how she'd cried out humbly in the World Channel, hoping to trade those worthless shells for even a single mouthful of water. All she got in reply was dead silence, a few malicious jeers, and even more blatant transactions. In that moment, she truly believed she would die on this unfamiliar sea without a sound. Then, before the first sea tornado hit, a man named Juan appeared. He used precious wood and resources to trade for the most worthless thing in the hands of destitute survivors like them: rainwater. It had already begun to rain by then. Rainwater was practically inexhaustible. Many people laughed at him for being a fool, but she'd clung to it like a lifeline, frantically collecting rainwater, trading it for that crucial batch of wood, barely managing to reinforce her rickety raft that could have fallen apart at any moment. And that was how she'd survived that catastrophic storm by sheer luck. To this day, she remembered how, upon receiving that heavy batch of wood, she'd crouched on her leaking raft and cried like a child. And then came the fated encounter. Her raft had been drifting through the wreckage left by the storm, and just as she'd nearly given up hope, she saw that little boat glowing with purple light. Summoning her last bit of courage, she'd sent out a distress signal. Originally, she truly only meant to stay for one night. She had even prepared herself to pay any price, including her own body. But he hadn't. No contempt, no pity, no taking advantage of someone in dire straits. He gave her a place, gave her trust, gave her a chance to grow stronger. He helped her upgrade her vessel, gave her weapons, turned her from a burden into a useful medic, into a member of the fleet. Later, she met Jiang Shui, and they explored the island together, obtained the Heart of Civilization fragment, and founded the Voyage Fleet. Life was still perilous, but every step felt solid. There was a direction, there were companions, and there was him. Huan no Lin Huan. The name rolled across the tip of her tongue, carrying an unfamiliar solemnity that made her heart burn. He was no longer merely that powerful, mysterious leader, but a flesh-and-blood man who had given her a new life and dignity. "Thank you." In a breath of voice only she could hear, she gently spoke those 3 words toward that sleeping figure. Those 3 words held so much. Gratitude for that foolish trade at the very start. Gratitude for the shelter and respect that night. Gratitude for the trust and strength he'd given. Gratitude for leading her and Jiang Shui out of a hopeless situation. Her eyes grew hot, but she held it back. She knew now was not the time for weakness. Perhaps a person's true strength isn't never being fragile, but knowing when to put that fragility away. She rolled over to face the cabin wall, pulled the covers up higher, leaving only a wisp of black hair exposed. Sleepiness finally washed over her like a gentle tide. The storm still raged outside, yet her heart was calmer than it had ever been. She knew tomorrow the storm might be fiercer, the enemy might draw nearer. But she also knew she was no longer alone. She had companions to protect, teammates to stand alongside, and a captain worth following, worth being grateful to, and, perhaps, one wrapped up in some other feeling she couldn't yet untangle. Meanwhile, in the cabin of the eco ship Everlasting, Jiang Shui wasn't asleep either. Compared to the flagship's compactness, her ship, after securing the hydroponics bay, had an even simpler living area. But the warmth of the fire pit filled the whole space just the same. She'd just enjoyed a good hot bath, washing away the exhaustion, the blood, and the tension of combat clinging to her body. The cabin was dim, the orange firelight outlining the neat contours of the planting racks. Amid the black substrate, a few extremely fine, tender green sprouts had already stubbornly pushed their way up, trembling faintly in the warm, humid air. That was the wheat she'd planted yesterday. Under the boost of the everlasting trait and her careful tending, it had actually sprouted. On this violent, stormy night, this touch of new green seemed especially precious. She turned onto her side, her gaze falling on those specks of green, but her thoughts churned like the wind-whipped waves outside her window, rising and falling. Thrown into this hopeless game just the same, she too had nearly collapsed in those first struggles. She still remembered huddling on her leaking raft, staring at the last blackened half loaf of bread and the water pouch scraping empty, that bone-deep cold. She'd even seriously considered trading the stockings she was wearing in the World Channel for a tiny bit of food or water. Looking back now, it still filled her with shame. That had been the most unbearable thought of a well-educated person who'd once lived a respectable life, driven to the brink by survival. Then the storm came. The raft tossed and threatened to break apart in the wind and rain. She was soaked through, so cold she nearly lost all feeling. Swallowing her pride, clinging to one last shred of hope, she'd sent Lin Huan a private message, hoping to borrow some wood for an emergency. Her fingers had trembled as she typed, and she'd already braced herself to be refused, or even to have him seize the chance to name a price. Maybe it was because she'd gotten a flintlock blueprint from a crate earlier and had given him priority in trading it, earning a sliver of trust. In any case, he'd agreed. He didn't just lend her wood. He gave practical advice too. It was thanks to that batch of wood that her raft made it through the first storm, and she'd remembered the name Juan. Then came the coordinates of that mysterious island, the turning point that changed everything. She'd worked up the courage to share her location and met Lin Huan and Zhou Shiyuan. Everything began to accelerate, heading in a direction she'd never imagined. The fleet was formed. She got her own eco-ship, upgraded to purple. A fully functional hydroponics bay was built aboard, and she planted her first batch of crops. From a castaway living hand to mouth, nearly forced to trade her dignity for her life, she'd become the fleet's indispensable agriculture officer. Listening to the never-ceasing howl of wind and waves beyond the porthole, she softly asked herself a question from beneath her warm covers. Without Lin Huan, relying on myself alone, could I have upgraded my vessel to a small wooden boat before this deep-sea upheaval? She carefully recalled the resources an upgrade required: over 1,000 units of wood, dozens of metal blocks, a large amount of hemp rope and canvas. The answer was clear and cruel. No. Relying on one person fishing painstakingly every day and occasionally getting lucky with a crate, who knew how long it would take to gather such an astronomical sum. And the storms kept escalating. That was practically slow death. What about other paths, then? Like the Joint Self-Rescue Association, pooling manpower and resources, prioritizing a select few at the core? But as a woman alone, how would she keep herself safe in an organization like that? How would she avoid becoming a sacrificial pawn? Or like the Doomsday Society, relying on plunder and violence, snatching from other survivors? That thought made her shudder. The heaviest thing she'd ever held in her life was probably a farming tool. Asking her to rob, to hurt people, she couldn't do it and couldn't even picture herself that way. Besides, a woman with no combat power walking that path would likely only fall from hunter to prey all the faster. On a sea of pure survival of the fittest, her bit of farming knowledge might, at first, be worth less than a single sharp stone axe. At that thought, a warm current mixed with lingering fear, relief, and gratitude wrapped around her heart. It was Lin Huan who, with that incredible enhancement ability, had quickly amassed the resources to get started. It was he who'd laid out a clear plan, leading them to explore the island and obtain the key items. It was he who'd built the fleet, letting everyone put their strengths to use and grow stronger safely. He'd given shelter, shared resources, and offered dignity, hope, and genuine, tangible strength, not charity and not exploitation. She didn't have to tread carefully within some big organization, didn't have to eke out survival in the shadow of a violent gang, and above all, didn't have to sell the most precious thing she had. She could grow food with her knowledge, honestly and openly, contribute to the fleet, and earn respect and a place of her own. So the deepest sense of security a person can have was never about being protected by someone. It was finally being able to stand firm on your own abilities. Thank you, Captain. She buried her face in the sunlight-scented pillow and spoke in a voice only she could hear. Thank you for reaching out a hand when I was most desperate, without demanding a price. Thank you for seeing my worth beyond my gender and giving it soil to grow in. Thank you for leading us across this cruel sea, not just to survive, but to live with dignity and hope, sailing toward a better future. Drowsiness slowly welled up. In the warm, safe cabin filled with the scent of new plants, accompanied by the roar of the storm outside her window, Jiang Shui slowly closed her eyes, full of anticipation for tomorrow. In the morning, I was woken by the system's alert tone. Global announcement. The deep-sea upheaval storm has reached peak energy. It has officially entered the rampage phase. Warning, all survivors will endure sustained high pressure, massive wave impacts, and a sharp drop in visibility. New threat. During the storm, ocean currents are in chaos, and deep-sea creatures show abnormally heightened activity. Sea beasts may launch active attacks at any moment. Warning, the flagship voyage is under storm impact. Durability -1. Durability -1. I opened my eyes and felt the ship shudder. Far more violent than last night. But that was all it amounted to. I glanced at the status bar. 39, 997 40ths, 000. 39, 996/40, 000. Some effect, but not much. I rose and walked to the porthole. Outside, it was already an apocalyptic scene. The curtains of rain I could still make out yesterday had now merged into gray-white walls of water connecting sea and sky, spinning wildly, crushing visibility down to less than 50 meters. Waves dozens of meters high rolled in like moving mountains, crashing down layer after layer, kicking up towering mists that were instantly shredded by the howling wind. And my three little ships didn't budge an inch. Even in a storm like this, we sailed as steady as walking on solid ground. Zhou Shiyun woke up then, rubbing her eyes as she sat up and saw me standing at the window. Huanji, did the storm get worse? Yeah. There was a server-wide announcement. The deep-sea turbulence has hit its peak. Get ready. The announcement said sea beasts will come knocking during the storm. I immediately switched to the encrypted channel and called Jiang Shui. How's the eco-vessel holding up? If you can move, come rendezvous with the flagship. Got it, Huanshin. On my way. The ship's totally stable, crisp and prompt. While Zhou Shiyun freshened up, I opened the world channel. Sure enough, it had become an ocean of despair, the messages scrolling by at a terrifying pace. Anonymous, help. My ship's falling apart. The wood's cracking. Anybody got lumber? I'll trade all my food for it. Anonymous, I can't take it anymore. Mom, I want to go home. Big boss, damn it. My small wooden boat is losing durability too. This storm just won't end. Anyone got metal blocks? I'll pay top dollar. Anonymous, didn't they say upgrading to a small wooden boat would get us through? Is this a storm a human being can even survive? United Self-Rescue Society. Members, please stay calm. Converge on the designated coordinates and support one another. Unity is our only way out. Doomsday fanatic, go ahead and die, all of you. Useless trash. Garbage that can't even survive a storm doesn't deserve to live. Even upgraded to a small wooden boat, without enough materials to make constant repairs, weathering this kind of relentless pounding was like dancing on the edge of a knife. I calmly scanned through the messages, closed the channel, and sent a private message to both Fireforger and Shrimp Bro. The replies came fast. Shrimp Bro, hee, don't worry Huanshin. The United Self-Rescue Society treats me like a treasure, sent 2 reinforced boats to guard me, and they've got blue bows and arrows on board. Solid as a rock. Fireforger, safe and sound. My ship has been retrofitted many times. Its wave resistance is decent, and I have a surplus of materials. Sea beasts? A blue stone hammer will suffice. No need to worry. Hundreds of nautical miles away, in another stretch of sea ravaged by the storm, a small wooden boat cut through the towering waves. Inside the cabin, a tall woman stood by the porthole. Her long, dark chestnut hair was casually pinned up with a hairpin, a few strands falling against the side of her neck, her features cold and aloof. It was just the thing she held in her hand that looked out of place no matter how you looked at it. Sea beasts, she murmured. Come on. Perfect timing to test how it performs in a real fight. She swung the stone hammer lightly, the whoosh through the air steady and powerful. At that same moment, on my flagship, Huanji, Shiyunjia, I'm here. The cabin door swung open and Jiang Shui rushed in, tossing off her rain poncho and shaking the water droplets from her hair. Perfect timing. I turned from the chart table. I'll go make breakfast. Zhou Shiyun, check the thunder bow. When the sea beasts come into range, you handle the first round of precision sniping. Jiang Shui, take the gun position after you eat. My tone was as easy as if I were saying, today you water the flowers, she sweeps the floor. Huh? Huanji, at a time like this, shouldn't we be a little more tense? Out there it's, Jiang Shui blinked, pointing at the storm outside. By any reasonable standard, shouldn't everyone be on high alert right now? Braced for battle? How is there still leisure to make breakfast and draw up a duty roster? Tense about what? I shrugged and casually projected the private messages onto the central tactical board. On the screen were a few eye-catching transaction summaries. United Self-Rescue Society, urgent purchase. Mr. Huan, our forward squad has run into a swarm of sea beasts and urgently needs ranged firepower. We'd like to buy 10 more blue recurve bows, double arrows, at 70 wood crates each. Is that okay? It's urgent. Huan, sure. 10 bows for 700 crates. I'll arrange it right away. Fireforger, if you have blue copper ingots, prepare them in advance. Delivery after the storm. Compass repair looks promising. Beside it was a tally I'd jotted down. 700 plus 800 is equal to 1,500 wood crates. Net profit about 1,300 reward points. See, I said, rush order, 10 bows. Market price is 60, but I bumped it to 70 since they're desperate. And I haven't even listed the other 10 on the trade market yet. One quick move after breakfast, and that's another 1,000 plus points in the bank. Plus I'll set aside copper ingots for Fire Forger. As I spoke, I turned and headed toward the little alcove that doubled as a kitchen, muttering, running low on bird eggs, but plenty of smoked fish. Throw some extra veggies in the soup, just waiting on Jiang Shue's wheat to ripen. My figure disappeared behind the door, and soon came the clatter of cookware and the sound of the burner igniting, a warm breakfast aroma spreading through the air that left the two girls staring at each other. Outside, the storm roared, sea beasts prowled hungrily. The world channel was full of wailing, and countless people teetered on the edge of collapse. And their captain, having finished the duty roster and deciding everything was under control, just calmly went off to make breakfast, casually closed two arms deals on the side, and even remembered to prep materials for a partner. Zhou Shiyun burst out laughing, her tension completely melting away. She took down the thunderbow and focused intently on checking the string and arrows. Jiang Shui snapped out of it too, patted her own cheeks, torn between exasperation and amusement, but her eyes lit up. She walked over to the tactical board to get familiar with the gun controls, muttering, "Honestly, but I guess he's not wrong. Eat when it's time to eat, fight when it's time to fight, make money when it's time to make money." With Huanji, things always play out in the most unexpected way. Fear is never overcome by sheer grit, but by confidence. A person with real confidence can smell breakfast even in the middle of a storm. A little while later, I came out carrying 2 steaming wooden trays. Eat while it's hot. I set the trays down on the wooden crate that served as our dining table. 3 fried bird eggs, edges golden and crispy, centers still trembling with runny yolk. Beside them, several thick-cut shark steaks with charred brown grill marks and glistening fat, the meat firm. Another deep bowl held a creamy white soup with emerald wild greens and tender mushrooms bobbing in it, dotted with drops of golden oil. And at the very edge, 3 bowls of instant noodles cooked in fish broth, garnished with chopped scallions. "Go easy on the bird eggs," I said, handing out bowls and chopsticks. "We've still got plenty of fish, and this storm's sea beasts might just restock our supply." "Wow, it smells amazing," they exclaimed almost in unison, eyes shining. Zhou Shiyun picked up a fried egg, watching the golden yolk slowly ooze out and coat the crispy edge, and squinted her eyes in bliss. Jiang Shui took a sip of the hot soup first, the savory warmth soothing all the way from the tip of her tongue down to her stomach, and let out a contented sigh, then picked up a piece of fish and nodded again and again. I ate with plenty of relish myself. "Huanji, it's a real shame you don't run a restaurant with cooking like this," Zhou Shiyun half-joked. "Back in the old days you could have drawn quite a crowd. Right, this soup is better than a lot of restaurants." Jiang Shui nodded emphatically, blowing gently on the scalding noodles. "Just practice makes perfect." I smiled faintly and ladled a bit more soup into their bowls. "Eat up, build your strength. We've got a tough fight coming." Breakfast didn't last long. After the last sip of soup, I wiped my mouth. "All right, we're done. Zhou Shiyun, take the firing position. Jiang Shui, get the gun ready." "Got it." Zhou Shiyun grabbed the thunderbow and strode briskly to a firing port with a wide view and reinforced plating for cover. She drew the bow smoothly, knocked an arrow gleaming with cold light, slowed her breathing, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. Jiang Shui quickly sat down at the control console and swung the cannon's targeting line onto the slowest moving, largest red dot on the tactical board. "Free fire once they're in range. Pick your targets at will," I told Zhou Shiyun, then looked at Jiang Shui. "Xiao Shui, you handle the harvesting." "And you, Huanji?" Jiang Shui asked, unable to resist as she adjusted the focus. "Me?" I pulled up the crafting and trade interface. "Naturally, I'll go fill some orders. And take a look, at a time like this, whether there are any anxious friends in the trade market still in urgent need of a little peace of mind." With that, I upgraded 10 ordinary recurve bows to blue quality and listed them on the trade market. Sold out the instant they went up. All 10 bows were snatched in a flash. 800 wood crates in the bank. Just as I was about to close the interface, a temporary encrypted private message, one that only shows the buyer's ID to the seller, popped up. The sender's ID was, astonishingly, Doomsday Fanatic. I paused slightly. He's coming to buy weapons from me too? Doomsday Fanatic. Where's the goods? Got any more? Blue bows? Or something even nastier? I'll take it all. I'll pay 30% extra. Cash on the barrel. Juan. First come, first served. Today's blue bows are sold out. Doomsday Fanatic, sold out. Are you kidding me? Damn it. These things crawling up from the deep have thick, tough hides. White weapons are barely a tickle to them. I'll pay more. Partner with me, and I guarantee you'll make way more than selling scraps to those broke losers. I've got plenty of ways to scrounge up resources. Oh, I stroked my chin. Seems these lawless raiders had taken a big hit in the face of the sea beast swarm. The melee plundering and ordinary weapons they relied on were utterly useless against the swarming, thick-skinned, high-health sea beasts. This was a fine chance to profit off their misfortune. Juan, ran into trouble? Materials are scarce right now. But since you seem sincere, I can rush 3 blue bows with 60 arrows. Flat price, 300 wood crates. Miss it, and it's gone. I typed it out with a cold smile. Blue weapons? Once my reward points pile up, and I upgrade my ship's cannons to purple, or even unlock orange, building real shipboard heavy guns, rapid-fire autocannons, energy weapons, the little junk you're all fighting over won't even be worth scraping the paint off my fleet. To my surprise, Doomsday Fanatic replied almost instantly. Doomsday Fanatic, 300 it is. Deal. Hurry up. Looks like he really was cornered. I said no more, forged 3 blue bows and 60 arrows, and initiated the trade through the anonymous channel. The other party immediately put up 300 wood crates. Confirmed. Done. As I closed the interface, Zhou Shiyun, who'd been staring out the window the whole time, asked softly, Huanji, aren't those sea beasts out there a little strange? They're circling the fleet, but it's like they don't dare come too close. I looked up. Amid the churning, ink-dark waves, a few massive, streamlined black shadows lingered 200 or 300 meters out, hissing, yet clearly wary of these 3 ships glowing with purple light. I understood at once and smiled faintly. That's right, they're hesitating. Don't forget, our ships have the sea god's blessing trait. It slightly reduces the hostility of marine creatures. I paused, but deterrence isn't absolute. If there are enough of them, or if they're provoked, they'll still attack. That's actually a good thing, though. The initiative is in our hands. Jiang Shui, don't rush to fire. Zhou Shiyun, hold steady too. Whoever shows a clear intent to attack first, we kill first. Got it. The two nodded, a fresh wave of security welling up in their hearts. Everyone else was fighting for their lives against the enemy, while we could sail smoothly right through a swarm of sea beasts. Before long, I'd filled all the orders. A total of 1,800 treasure chests. After deducting 230 points for upgrades, a net gain of 1,670 reward points. And breaking down those 1,800 treasure chests inflated my base resources to a terrifying degree. Lumber X 6,000. Copper ingot X 200, iron ingot X 150, metal fragment X 800. Hemp rope X 1, 200, canvas X 300. Assorted basic tools, scattered food, and various medicines. Special item, plump rice seeds, small pouch, X1. Blueprint, universal vehicle enhancement blueprint, white blue, X1. Lumber approaching 10,000, metal ingots over 500, plenty of hemp rope and canvas. That pouch of rice seeds was a pleasant surprise. Handed to Jiang Shui, and the fleet's staple food supply would grow richer from here on. My eyes fell on that blueprint. Universal Vehicle Enhancement Blueprint, Single Use, Blue. Effect, upgrades any white vehicle to blue. Restrictions, only works on vehicles. Cost is 10x the base materials required to upgrade the vehicle to its next tier. Enhancement trait is randomed. Description, a blueprint recording ancient shipbuilding craft and energy infusion techniques. A vehicle enhancement blueprint? I was momentarily stunned, then it dawned on me. So treasure chests could even yield precious blueprints that directly upgraded quality. Seeing the conditions, I shook my head. Take a small wooden boat. Upgrading to a medium sailing ship requires 2,000 lumber and 500 metal blocks. Using this blueprint to enhance it costs 10 times that, 20,000 lumber, 5,000 metal blocks, not even counting the hemp rope and canvas. And every tier after that would be an astronomical drain. Compared to Kelly's enhancer, this is like starting a fire by rubbing sticks together. My enhancer only burns reward points, and its efficiency completely blows this blueprint away. But this junk, to me, was priceless to 99.9% of the survivors on this sea. They didn't have a Mecha-God system. If they wanted a blue vehicle, this was probably their only path. For instance, the United Self-Rescue Society? An idea took shape in my mind. They'd just obtained the basic base ship blueprint. If they could enhance the base ship to blue, its defense, functionality, and even cohesion would be utterly transformed. To them, this blueprint would be more tempting than 100 blue bows. I'll sell it for a good price later. I put the blueprint away, feeling pretty pleased with myself. Just then, the fleet alarm blared. Warning: high-energy life form detected approaching. Target locked. King crab quality. Blue status. Enraged estimated durability. 1,500. Traits: extremely hard shell, immense strength, pincer strikes carry a crushing effect. Partially resistant to deterrence. Threat level, low. A king crab? And a blue one at that. My eyes lit up. Amid the waves, a behemoth rivaling a small wooden boat came crashing through. Its entire body was ink blue, its shell thick and jagged, its edges protruding like a saw's teeth, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the lightning. Most terrifying were the pair of anchor-like giant claws, one gaping open to reveal a fearsome saw-toothed edge, the other clamped tight, as if it could shear through steel. 8 thick legs paddled through the water at astonishing speed, and 2 searchlight-like, ghostly green eye stalks fixed dead on my flagship, brimming with fury and greed. Now that's a monster. So huge. Far from panicking, I was secretly delighted. Dinner's covered tonight. Shiryun, shoot it. Yes. Zhou Shiryun had long since drawn the bow to a full moon, the ghostly blue electricity crackling and sparking on the arrowhead as it instantly locked onto that massive form. The king crab had already surged to within 10 meters of the starboard side. Its body suddenly twisted, and the clamped giant claw smashed viciously toward the waterline. Bang! Starboard struck by heavy pincer. Crush effect triggered. Durability -100. Current 38. 950/40 000. Almost in the same instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! The bowstring released. 2 arrows wreathed in leaping electricity tore through the rain like blue lightning, striking with pinpoint precision into the joint gaps of the king crab's right legs. Zap! Zap! Sparks burst out. The king crab let out a shriek like grinding metal, its massive body lurching to one side. The 2 struck legs convulsing as its charge stalled. Critical hit. Durability -800. Right front leg damaged. Movement speed reduced 20%. Briefly paralyzed. Beautiful. I immediately ordered. Jiang Shui, aim the ballista at its left eye stalk. Fire. Zhou Shiryun, pin down its legs. Got it. Jiang Shui operated the side-mounted ballista, its 4 arms slowly rotating toward that swaying green dot. The king crab recovered from its paralysis, more enraged than ever. It no longer charged blindly but moved sideways, trying to sweep its giant claw across the hull. But its injured leg made its movements far more clumsy. Just as it extended its left eye stalk again, trying to spot Zhou Shiryun's position. Fire! Jiang Shui hit the launch button. Thwack! 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 For heavy bolts scattered at a slight angle, blanketing the eye stalk region. The storm threw off the accuracy, but 2 still slammed hard into the base of the thick eye stalk, while another grazed it, drawing a trail of blue blood. SSSS. The king crab howled in agony, its left eye stalk thrashing wildly before retracting into its shell, its vision severely impaired. Durability -500. Now's the time. Shiryun, the finishing blow. Zhou Shiryun had already knocked her 3rd arrow, and the bowstring sang again. The arrow drove straight through its mouthparts, piercing the soft internal tissue. The king crab gave one last twitch and lost all signs of life. Its massive body slowly rolling onto its side, floating on the waves, its ink-blue shell reflecting cold light beneath the lightning. Successfully slain the deep-sea king crab. Done. I laughed. Jiang Shui, grappling hook. Drag this big guy to the lee side and break it down. Zhou Shiryun, keep watch. See if there are any other fools that don't know better. Yes, they answered together, their voices full of anticipation for the spoils. I walked back to the workbench to check the hull. King crab black iron heavy pincers, blue. X2, complete carapace armor, blue. X1, premium crab meat X1, 500, Crab Row X 200, Rare Pearl X1. The truly strong never prey in the storm. They turn the storm into their own fishing grounds. Looks like tonight, we get an extra course. The next few hours became pure hunting time. By high noon, the storm had cleared. Besides that blue king crab, we bagged a blue lobster and 2 white sea fish. The meat units in our storehouse instantly approached 10,000 servings, and all kinds of rare materials were piled high. Zhou Shiyun, Jiang Shui, and I had just finished tallying the spoils before we could even catch our breath, when a string of server-wide announcements exploded in our minds. Global announcement. Congratulations to all you resilient survivors on successfully weathering the deep-sea turbulence trial. Based on the progress of the civilization's spark and an assessment of survivors' capabilities, the following function modules are now unlocked. Function 1: Sea Beast Swarm Dungeon. Consume base resources daily to launch challenges simulating sea beast swarm attacks of varying intensity. Successful defense yields experience, materials, blueprints, and skill card fragments, with a small chance of directly dropping a completed skill card. Difficulty and rewards adjust dynamically based on vehicle level and combat history. Solo or team play available. Function 2: Personal skill system. Obtain skill cards through high-quality treasure chests, elite/boss sea beasts, civilization relics, and other means. Divided into 3 types: attribute cards, active skill cards, and passive skill cards. Function 3: Secret Realm Exploration. Preview. Unstable fluctuations have appeared in this sea's spatial field, suggesting an ancient secret realm entrance is about to manifest. The first regional exploration eligibility opens in 10 days. The secret realm holds ancient technology, lost knowledge, rare resources, and unknown dangers. May all survivors sail unobstructed and never cease exploring. Dungeons, skills, secret realms. Zhou Shiyun furrowed her brow slightly. This game seems to have gotten more complicated. I walked to the tactical panel and pulled up the announcement details. Complicated, but the path is clear. I pointed at the screen. Dungeons handle steady output, skills determine your specialization, and secret realms are phase-based opportunities and trials. 3 lines, none can be skipped. So we have to do both dungeons and secret realms? Jiang Shui asked curiously. We have to do both. I lowered my voice. The fact that I could get an enhancement blueprint means others are starting to find ways to grow stronger too. It's just, I paused. Their efficiency is too low. And the most important thing is, we have the fleet mall. Now that a global skill system is open, our exclusive supply channel is probably due for some new stock. The 2 girls' eyes lit up instantly. I opened the system mall. Blink, active, legendary. Instantly teleport in a designated direction, up to 30 meters, can pass through solid obstacles. Cooldown 5 minutes. Requires 1,000 points. Battle Surge, attribute superior, permanently increases strength by about 10%. Requires 200 points. Basic Water Mastery, passive, common, improves breath holding, swimming speed, and water pressure adaptation. Requires 50 points. Precision Instinct, passive, superior, improves ranged weapon accuracy and critical hit rate. Requires 250 points. A dazzling array, covering survival, combat, exploration, and production. The high-quality ones were staggeringly priced, but there they were, clearly marked. As long as you had the points, you could redeem them directly. Holy crap! You can buy skill cards too? Zhou Shiyun and Jiang Shui both went wide-eyed at the same time, mouths agape in perfect O shapes, stunned for several seconds. I understood what shocked them. While others were fighting to the death over a single white skill card, we, as long as we had the money, could equip purple or even orange straight away. I finally couldn't hold back a laugh. See that? I pointed at that dazzling screen of light. Others stake their lives on it. We make our money on it. The laughter faded and I turned serious. But points are hard currency. We just made a fortune off this storm, but we can't spend it carelessly. We have to budget carefully. Got it, Huanji. So what do we redeem now? Zhou Shiyun could hardly wait. We've got 1,600 points right now. The cannon system upgrade costs 3,000. Out of reach, but we'll upgrade the ballistae and bore cannons first. Those are the core of the core. We've got plenty of base resources, so all 3 ships can upgrade to medium sailing ships and double their mobility. I looked between the 2 of them. Skill cards are different. Either don't redeem, or when you do, Do it right in one go. Blink for survival. Everyone gets one. Zhou Shiyun, you redeem the legendary tier Eagle Eye. It can pinpoint enemy weak spots. Jiang Shui leans toward the mental type. Wait a bit longer for a suitable one. I clench my fist. Remember, a blade can carve out a bloody path, but money can pave a road straight to the heavens. Yes, Huanji. The upgrades began at once. The 3 ships took turns, and by the time everything was done, more than half the base resources in the storehouse were gone. But the cost was worth it. Durability shot straight up to a staggering 80,000 points. Upgrade complete. Current vehicle, medium sailing ship. Next tier, small speedboat, high-speed assault type. Requires metal fragment X2000, copper ingot X200, iron ingot X300, and a core component. 1 power engine, steam engine, or early internal combustion engine. Description: a crucial step from sail to mechanical power. Higher speed, but with new demands for fuel and maintenance. I didn't stop there and immediately began enhancing. Nearly 1,000 points sunk in, and all 3 smoothbore cannons and 6 ballistae were pulled up to purple quality. The instant the numbers popped up, even I, who'd been prepared, sucked in a cold breath. Bow light smoothbore cannon, enhanced, purple, caliber 70 millimeters. High explosive shell hitting the core deals about 1,000 devastating damage per shot. Rate of fire 5 rounds / min ideal range 2,500 meters. Note: the nightmare of small and medium vessels. Side-mounted multi-barrel rotary ballista enhanced, purple, for barrels. Armor-piercing bolt deals about 500 damage per shot. Rate of fire 10 rounds / min range 1,500 meters. Note: a metal storm that sweeps decks clean. 1 cannon shot, 1,000 durability. 1 ballista bolt, 500. And an ordinary white medium sailing ship has a total durability of only around 800. 1 cannon shot, and it's still 200 in the hole. This is just... Zhou Shiyun murmured, suddenly feeling her beloved bow looked as dainty as a toothpick next to those heavy guns. So brutal. Jiang Shui swallowed hard, staring at those dangerously purple glowing icons, as if she could already see the shells screaming through the air and enemy ships splintering apart. I slowly came back to myself. Fancy tactics, maneuvering. In the face of overwhelming firepower, it's all futile. I opened my palm, then slowly closed it into a fist. Before, with limited resources, we had to calculate, we had to strategize. It's different now. We're rich. Rich enough to use cannon shells to teach anything that dares block our way the rules of the set-sail fleet. From today on this sea, our word is the sound of cannon fire. Our heading is where the shells land. Yes, Huanji, the 2 answered in unison, their voices trembling with excitement. In that moment, we all clearly felt it. The set-sail fleet had transformed from a small, cautious band of drifters into a force that could set the rules of this sea and even break them. Still, the greater the power, the more clear-headed you must stay. The truly strong never win by overpowering others with firepower. They know when to open fire and when to hold back. All right, enough grand speeches. I smiled. We've been at it all morning. Nerves stretched too tight for too long. Time to loosen up. Come on, let's do an open-air barbecue on the deck. Fresh sea beast meat, crack open some coconuts, and celebrate the fleet's rebirth. You got it, Huanji. Nothing soothes taut nerves and body quite like a good meal and warm sunshine. 600 points left. I calculated as I walked. This afternoon I'll have a good talk with the United Self-Rescue Society. That vehicle enhancement blueprint. I'll sell it for a price that stings, but that they can't refuse. And I'll probe how much they know about the secret realm and skill cards while I'm at it. I pushed open the heavy cabin door, and my view suddenly opened up. The upgraded deck was broad and level, spacious enough for over a dozen people. The bow gun position stood out prominently. The side ballistae were all in place. The mainmast towered high, and the rigging was neatly arranged. Sunlight pierced the thin clouds, spilling onto the brand-new, still water-stained deck, glowing warmly. Zhou Shiyun and Jiang Shui had already eagerly hauled out the charcoal stove, iron grill, and prepped beast meat. I leaned against the ship's rail, gazing at where sea and sky met as one. Just then, the private chat channel buzzed. It was Fireforger. I smacked my forehead, almost forgot. I'd promised to give him blue copper ingots earlier, as a down payment for repairing that mysterious compass. Since I was showing good faith, I might as well be generous. I took 10 standard copper ingots from the storehouse and fired up the enhancer. 100 points consumed, and 10 blue copper ingots took shape. I packaged them up and sent them over, with a note. Goods are ready. 10 blue copper ingots. See if they work for you. The reply came fast. Fire Forger, 10. All blue. You can actually enhance base materials? And with such a high success rate. Juan, just gave it a try. Didn't expect it to actually work. Consider the extra my investment. Looking forward to your compass giving me a pleasant surprise. Pleasure doing business. I closed the chat. On the deck, the charcoal was already blazing, the aroma of meat filling the air. Zhou Shiyun expertly flipped the steaks while Jiang Shui chopped crisp, tender wild greens. Sunshine, good food, companions, everything was almost impossibly perfect. Hundreds of nautical miles away, in the temporary escort zone the United Self-Rescue Society had assigned to Dr. Shrimp. Miss Shrimp? The storm's passed, and the escort mission is pretty much complete. Would you like to come back to headquarters with us first and take a look? The vice chairman keeps mentioning he'd like to thank you in person for joining our society and to arrange a more fitting position for you. The escort squad leader steeled himself as he looked at the pink-haired beauty on the lounge chair, legs crossed, sipping coconut juice in small sips, as relaxed as if she were on vacation. Oh my, how many times do I have to say it? It's too far, and besides, I get seasick. Long voyages will be the death of me. Shrimp bro drawled, not even lifting an eyelid. That lazy demeanor paired with the seasickness excuse utterly unconvincing. She was screaming internally. Head to HQ? Are you kidding me? I'd be exposed in about 2 seconds. This vet cover story worked fine on the grunts out here in the sticks, but would it hold up against the higher-ups at HQ, some of whom might actually know medicine? If they saw through her, she'd be lucky if they didn't chuck her into the ocean as fish food. Better to keep skimming resources out here on the fringes and wait for a chance to slip away and join Juan. This. The squad leader's mouth twitched. He was about to press her again when his private message channel buzzed. It was the vice president's voice. Third squad leader? Are you still with Miss Shrimp? Yes. Vice president. He instantly snapped to attention. Something huge just happened. That Juan guy, he reached out to us himself. He's got something to trade. A trade? Another blue-tier weapon. No. Blueprints. A blueprint that can upgrade a vessel straight from white to blue. What? The squad leader's eyes bulged, his voice shooting up. As a low-level leader, he knew all too well what a blue-tier vessel meant. It was a fundamental transformation, a massive leap in survivability, a symbol of the guild's power. That's right. The material cost is supposedly insane, but it's a legit way to build a blue ship. The value is beyond measure. The vice president caught his breath, his tone turning sharp. You, right now, drop everything and get back to HQ at full speed. Top priority mission. You got that. Understood. Heading back now. He ended the call, composed himself, then turned and walked back to Shrimp, his face full of urgency and apology. Miss Shrimp, I'm terribly sorry. HQ has an extremely urgent matter, and I have to return immediately. I'll leave some supplies with you. Please stay safe. What's got you in such a rush? Shrimp raised an eyebrow, playing it cool, but her ears had already pricked up. She'd heard that startled shout loud and clear. The squad leader hesitated a moment. Figuring the news would spread soon anyway, he lowered his voice and rattled it off fast. It's Juan. He's got an upgrade blueprint that can turn a white ship into a blue ship, and he wants to trade with us. The vice president's calling me back urgently. With that, he gave a hurried salute, took most of his men, jumped onto the small boat, and set sail speeding toward HQ. Watching the boat vanish, the lazy expression drained from Shrimp's face, replaced by a mix of shock, sudden realization, and intense excitement. She sprang up from the lounge chair, her pink ponytail whipping through the air in an arc. A white to blue upgrade blueprint? Juan. Holy crap, he's even got that? No, wait. The fact that he can sell it means he doesn't even need this low-tier stuff himself. Or he's got something better. Holy crap. Could he actually upgrade vessels himself? The way he upgrades weapons. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and her heart pounded. If that were true, that guy's power was probably beyond anything anyone imagined. Here she was, slaving away pretending to be a vet just to scam resources, while he was already selling production licenses for blue ships. This was one seriously massive backer to hitch her wagon to. She didn't hesitate any longer. She pulled up that ID she'd pinned to the top ages ago and started hammering away like her fingers were possessed. Shrimp Juan. Juan. Shrimp you. Did you trade blueprints with the United Self-Rescue Society? Holy crap. You really can upgrade vessels. You've even got those blueprints. No, wait. If you can even put that kind of blueprint up for sale, does that mean you yourself? Juan, yeah. It's just a blueprint I have no use for. Shrimp. Why the heck am I still wasting my time in this crappy organization? Playing doctor and sweating bullets every single day? Hold on. This bro's grabbing my bucket and bailing to come find you. I'm holding onto this backer for dear life. On the flagship deck of the setting sail fleet, I was skewering a piece of king crab leg meat, grilled until it sizzled with oil, with a wooden fork blowing on it, about to pop it in my mouth. Zhou Shiyun and Jiang Shui were gathered around the charcoal stove, enjoying a rare moment of leisure after the storm. Then I saw Shrimp's rapid-fire messages, especially that last line, this bro's coming to find you. Cough, 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 cough. A piece of crab nearly went down the wrong pipe. I coughed violently, my face turning red. Juan, are you okay? Zhou Shiyun quickly handed me a cup of water. I waved her off, took a sip to steady myself, but my eyes stayed glued to those two words, unable to look away. My haunted expression only made the two women more curious. I took a deep breath, slowly looked up, and said, one word at a time. Shrimp. Seems like she's a woman. Huh. Shrimp is a woman. Zhou Shiyun and Jiang Shui cried out almost simultaneously, their eyes going wide as saucers. I understood their shock. That shrimp on the World Channel, all rough and tumble slang, with an ID hard as a rock, was actually a girl. I didn't bother explaining. I just shared the private chat log to the fleet channel, especially that line. This bro's coming to find you. The two women leaned in and scanned the screen fast. From the shock of the blueprint trade, to her frantically wanting to grab a big backer, to that this lady's slip in the heat of the moment. They exchanged a glance, their eyes full of astonishment, dawning realization, and a hint of laughter they couldn't quite hold back. Sounds like she's dead set on coming to join us, I said, looking at the two of them. This shrimp, is she worth making a trip for? Or rather, is she worth bringing into the fleet? The fleet belonged to 3 people. New members affected everyone's safety, and I never made these calls alone. Zhou Shiyun was the first to calm down, her brow furrowing slightly. We haven't interacted much, but on the channel, she doesn't come off like those pure villains, the apocalypse maniacs. Before the storm, she reminded newbies to collect fresh water and shared a recipe for making fish spears. She's loud and brash, but at heart she's probably not a bad person. She paused. Still, you can't judge a book by its cover. We should be cautious. Jiang Shui nodded, then frowned. She's pretending to be a doctor in the Self-Rescue Society right now? What's that about? Good question. I replied immediately. Juan, what do you mean, pretending to be a doctor? Explain. The reply came almost instantly, carrying a devil-may-care little slyness. Shrimp. Ugh, it's not really pretending. When they recruited me, they asked what I did before the world went sideways. I couldn't just say I was a shut-in, could I? So I said doctor. And technically, a vet is a doctor too. Treating cats, dogs, and sea beasts, close enough. The vet. All 3 of us in the cabin froze for a beat, then dissolved into laughter. No wonder the Self-Rescue Society was so protective of her, even sending people to guard her. Zhou Shiyun wiped away tears of laughter. These days, a doctor really is a treasure, even a vet. But I stopped laughing, a thought flashing through my mind. That profession might, by sheer accident, be a huge asset to us. I looked at Jiang Shui. Shui's eco-ship will eventually expand its scale and bring in poultry and livestock farming. A professional vet would be worth no less than a doctor who treats people. Disease prevention, animal husbandry, processing byproducts. It all takes specialized knowledge. Then I turned to Zhou Shiyun. Sea beasts are beasts too. Her knowledge might help us gauge sea beast behavior, weaknesses, even handle special materials. The two women dropped the jokes and turned serious. In this survival world that was growing more and more skill-based, someone with a legitimate profession was worth far more than a mere combatant. In that case, Zhou Shiyun spoke up first. As long as her character checks out, bringing her in benefits the fleet's long-term development. I agree. Jiang Shui's eyes held anticipation. The fact that she could keep up the disguise in the self-rescue society this long without getting exposed means she's sharp. Both leaned toward accepting her, and my mind was made up. Intelligence value, professional potential, the sincerity of coming to us on her own, all worth making this trip for. As for her character, once we met, I'd have ways to test it. All right, change of plans. I slapped the table. Let's go pick up this Dr. Shrimp first. Juan, send your coordinates and situation. We'll adjust course and talk in person. The reply came instantly. Shrimp. Coordinates 118.71 degrees east, 33.18 degrees north. The Self-Rescue Society crowd went back to HQ for a meeting, so nobody's watching me for now. Juan, you have to come. I'm gonna go fish right now. Extra food tonight. Even through the screen, that overflowing excitement was practically palpable. I smiled and closed the private chat. We're just about done with the barbecue anyway. Pack up, set sail. Heading southeast. Setting sail fleet. First talent recruitment. Commence. The speed of a mid-sized sailing ship really was in a different league from the little wooden boat we'd started with. Especially with the flagship Wavestrider's trait boost, the whole fleet was astonishingly fast. An ordinary sailing ship cruised at around 25 knots, but Wavestrider's 50% bonus let the flagship easily break 40 knots. The other two were a touch slower, but held steady above 35. A journey that would have taken most of a day was done in just over 2 hours. A relatively calm stretch of sea, dotted with a scattering of reefs and islets, came into view. Near the coordinates, a lone little white wooden boat bobbed with the waves. As our 3 mid-sized sailing ships, their hulls shimmering with purple light, cannon ports bristling, glided in slowly in a triangular formation. For people, 8 eyes met across dozens of meters of open water. And then, all of us froze at once. Standing at the bow of the flagship in the center was me. And on that little boat across from us, a stunning woman with long pink hair, tall and gorgeous, wearing a homemade leather vest and hot pants, eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. That was the shrimp who was always spouting "holy crap" and "badass." The contrast was staggering. Even though I'd braced myself, seeing it with my own eyes still hit like a truck. The sea breeze was gentle, and the 4 boats fell into a strange silence. Nobody spoke first. In the end, I was the one who snapped out of it. I cleared my throat, pushed down the odd feeling in my chest, and stepped forward. Shrimp. The pink-haired beauty jolted all over. It's me. Juan. Only after shouting did she realize she'd been gaping. 2 blushes flew across her cheeks, but even more prominent was her excitement at finally finding her people. She fumbled to grab a mooring line, wanting to pull closer but not quite daring to, her eyes darting between me and the 2 women beside me, each with such distinct vibes. Come aboard. Drop the rope ladder, I said, nodding to Jiang Shui. You got it. Shrimp immediately started rowing over. Jiang Shui deftly tossed down the rope ladder she'd prepared in advance. Shrimp looked up, excitement flashing in her eyes. She secured her line, rubbed her hands together, and climbed up hand over foot. The moment her feet hit solid deck, she let out a long breath, then straightened up, a huge, dazzlingly bright grin blooming across her face. Hi, Shrimp. Let me make the introductions properly. As the host, I spoke first. This is Zhou Shiyun, ID Little Fairy Doesn't Cry. She's from Suzhou, same as me. This is Jiang Shui, ID No Cilantro, from Shanghai. Oh. Hi, everyone. Juan, Shiyun Shui. Shrimp's enthusiasm didn't dim a bit. She stepped forward and casually extended her hand. Shrimp's my game ID. My real name's Xiaolu. Xia as in summer, Lu as in dew. I'm from Wuxi. Great to meet you all. Her instant familiarity left both women slightly taken aback. Zhou Shiyun recovered quickly and shook her hand politely. Hi, Xiaolu. Jiang Shui was a bit shy but reached out too, saying softly, Hi, Xiaolu. After the handshakes, Xiaolu's gaze had already drifted uncontrollably toward the deck, landing on the barbecue still uncleaned by the charcoal stove. Her nose twitched, and she turned to me. Juan, did you guys just eat? This barbecue smells amazing. If there's any left, mind adding a set of chopsticks? I don't eat much, really. I couldn't help but laugh at this shamelessly foodie side of her. This shrimp really didn't stand on ceremony. Zhou Shiyun, ever the gracious host, immediately stood up. I'll grab some chopsticks. Jiang Shui sidled up to me and lowered her voice. Juan, don't you think? Xiao Lu is a little too familiar with everyone. I watched Xiao Lu, who'd already leaned in by the charcoal stove to curiously examine the ingredients, her pink hair especially striking in the sunlight, her energetic figure practically radiating life. I murmured back, I think I understand now why she could thrive in a place like the United Self-Rescue Society, passing as a vet, and even get treated like a treasure. That ability to instantly blend into any environment. That was probably her true gift. By the time Xia Lu had polished off, without an ounce of hesitation, the ingredients Zhou Shiyun had specially reheated and added for her, downed most of a cup of coconut juice, and let out a contented burp. The mood on deck had eased considerably. That unpretentious frankness of hers made it hard to dislike her. Sensing the timing was about right, I cleared my throat, my expression turning serious. Xiao Lu, about you wanting to join the fleet. Yes, yes. Go ahead, Huan. Xiao Lu immediately sat up straight, hands on her knees, the very picture of a well-behaved student. I quietly relaxed a little. At least she took the serious talk seriously. The rules aren't complicated. 2 core points. First, resource sharing. The materials, food, and blueprints in the public warehouse are allocated based on need, prioritizing core construction and member survival. Second, following unified coordination and specialized division of labor. That's the foundation of the fleet running efficiently. I gestured to myself and the 2 women. My flagship is the core and main firepower. It handles offense and defense. Shiyun's medical ship handles logistical support. Shue's eco ship handles food production and resource cycling. If you join, the future upgrades and modifications to your ship will have to fall under the fleet's overall planning, and you might be assigned a specific role, reconnaissance, support, or something tied to your expertise. Can you accept that? It means handing over part of the autonomy of your personal vessel to the fleet. I looked at her and waited for her reaction. A vessel was bound to your very life. This was no small decision. I expected her to at least hesitate, to ask questions, to negotiate. But, oh, got it. Totally get it. Take it, it's yours. Juan, you arrange whatever you want. Tell me to do something, and I'll do it. Repair ships, farm, do odd jobs, feed sea beasts, whatever. Xia Lu gave a forceful wave of her hand, not a shred of hesitation. Now it wasn't just me. Zhou Shiyun and Jiang Shui froze too, exchanging bewildered looks. That was way too easygoing. In this world, a vessel was everyone's last fortress, their mobile home, their second life. If your vessel was destroyed, you died instantly. To hand its development over to someone you just met, what kind of trust did that take? Or rather, how carefree did you have to be? Xiao Lu saw our shock and doubt. She casually brushed back the pink hair falling over her chest, her smile fading as she grew a bit more serious. See, I may look like I don't have a care in the world, but I've spent enough time around animals. Whether someone's a decent person or a beast, whether they're sincere or fake, one glance, and I've pretty much got their number. Her gaze swept over the 3 of us in turn, finally settling back on me. Juan, these 2 girls beside you, Shiyun's got clear, honest eyes, and Shui has a pure heart. Both healthy, lively, full of energy. They don't look like they've ever been mistreated. And then there are your 3 ships. She pointed at the 3 purple ships moored side by side, admiration flashing in her eyes. Same color, same luster, same style, all purple. I don't know the tier system, but I can guess purple's definitely better than blue. All 3 are purple. Same quality. She looked at me, her expression especially earnest. You didn't pile all the best resources and the strongest upgrades onto your own ship. You didn't run a one-man show or treat your companions like subordinates. Just from that, I figure you're someone who does things by principle, who's got a sense of fairness. Worth following. As for specialized division of labor, she shrugged, as if it were obvious. Absolutely right. Letting professionals handle professional work is the most efficient way. Wolf packs in the wild have an alpha, monkey troops have a king. Even ants understand division of labor. No matter how amazing one person is, can they forge metal, treat illnesses, farm, and fire cannons all at once? No way. So I'll follow the arrangements. No problem. Clear reasoning, sharp observation, airtight logic. It completely overturned her earlier image as a foodie plus overly familiar plus a little reckless. The 3 of us were genuinely stunned this time. We'd thought she was just a social butterfly coming to latch onto a powerful ally. But it turned out she saw everything crystal clear, clearer than any of us. After a few seconds, Jiang Shui couldn't help but ask softly, Xiao Lu, before the world changed, were you really just a vet? Yep. Xiao Lu returned to her laid-back grin and took a sip of coconut juice. Legit graduate of Peking University's School of Life Sciences, straight through bachelor's, master's, and PhD. Majored in animal behavior and conservation biology. After graduating, I joined the National Rare Wildlife Conservation Center, where I handled wild population recovery and captive breeding for dozens of first-class protected species. Later, the project needed it, so I did a stint at the Institute of Zoology at the Chinese Academy of Sciences for a few years. With every term she dropped, our eyes widened another notch. Peking University? Bachelor's, Master's, PhD? National Rare Wildlife Conservation Center? Chinese Academy of Sciences? This string of glittering names, the very pinnacle of academia, came out of the mouth of a girl in a leather vest and hot pants, pink hair fluttering, who'd been wolfing down food just moments ago, delivered in such an offhand tone. The deck fell dead silent. There was only the soft whisper of the sea breeze through the rigging and the faint tap of the cup's bottom meeting the wooden table as Xia Lu set it down. I looked at her and finally understood completely. Her line about, "One glance tells me if someone's a decent person or a beast," was no idle boast. She was, quite simply, a top-tier expert with elite training and a wealth of field experience. A vet? That was just the most insignificant and most easily understood label in her vast repository of knowledge. It seemed the setting sail fleet had, quite by accident, reeled in one seriously extraordinary big fish.